Hello and welcome to yet another day of the Overwatch League APAC season here in 2023. I am Achilleos alongside Avril, and we'll be kicking off the first match of the day. We have got Guangzhou Charge getting ready to go up against the Seoul Infernal. Now, Guangzhou Charge starting off this second half of the season a bit shaky and also making some very recent changes, whereas the Seoul Infernal have been right out in front the entire time.
Seoul Infernal definitely looking like the best team in the region. They ended off that way, I would say, last stage. They begin this stage in dominant fashion. Charge took a bit of a upsetting loss, I think, to Hangzhou Spark earlier on last week, 0-3. I think the fact that they lost wasn't as upsetting as the fact that it went down 0-3.
Sure.
And it also marked a roster change between this week as well, which I'll dive into when we get to see the rosters, but it'll be a slightly different looking Guangzhou Charge heading into week number 2 as they get ready to see if they can, lock up one of the spots going to playoffs that they missed out on for Mid-Season Madness. Yeah,
and we'll see how that fares because obviously, quick turnaround. You're adding a player, slotting them into the roster here pretty quickly. How is it going to look? Are those synergies going to be able to get built up very rapidly? We'll have to just wait and see. I mean, some of the other teams with the changes that they've made pretty quickly, have surprises with how they have looked. So perhaps the Guangzhou Charge will be all right, but we'll have to see. But having your opponent be the Seoul Infernal for the first outing with a new tank in the lineup, that is a really brutal position to be in.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for the Guangzhou Charge. If the standings kind of shows the overall power ranking of the teams, right? You have Seoul Infernal, Hangzhou Spark, and maybe Guangzhou would like to be in that third position currently unless they can get a really good result versus Infernal. Essentially, they're going up against the two best teams in the region back-to-back here because their last match was versus the Spark. So yeah, things don't really get too much easier for Guangzhou until maybe a little bit later this weekend when they play Panthera. But it could be a 1-2 start for Guangzhou after beating O2 Blast. They'll have a really rough 2 following games with Spark and Infernal now today.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about them losing to the side of the Hangzhou Spark. You have to also remember the Hangzhou Spark got blown out of the water in a 3-0 to the Seoul Infernal.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
As far as that tier list goes, we've been saying okay, Infernal in first place and potentially a tier break, and then the rest of the teams after that. So this is going to be extra difficult for them. But hey, if they can make this one close, then that is going to be spelling all kinds of good omens in the future for the squads that move forward. Don't be fooled though by the Dallas Fuel out in front for now. We'll have to wait and see when the Infernal and the Fuel do clash.
Oh, I mean, Dallas have got a good start as well. So they play next. Actually, they play today a little bit later on, right after this game. So looking forward to seeing what Dallas Fuel get to do in their third game of this stage, but also their first game against another Overwatch League team because the 2 wins have come from Pokerface and O2 Blast. Very different looking O2 Blast. Currently 6-0 maps. They've got a perfect map record. So, I mean, as far as Dallas goes, it's been a fantastic start for them. We'll see if they can keep that one going.
Well, that we will. Through the side of the Guangzhou Charge want to climb their way out of this hole that they find themselves in, currently down there in that 7th place position. Get some wins, try to make it clean. I think even a contentious series back and forth here between the side of the Seoul Infernal, even if they can't get the win, would at least be a very good result at the end of the day. But obviously these players are going to be striding for that victory.
We saw Dreamers inside of the upper echelons of teams on that leaderboard there as well, and I think Dreamers is the standout of the contenders teams that we have going into stage number 2. And they will be playing our final match of the series, final match of the day rather, Dreamers versus Pokerface. Pokerface were 0-2 currently, so yeah, our matches writ large across the board. An interesting looking Shanghai Dragons. They're currently sitting at 1-1. Ultimately a much better looking Shanghai Dragons, but also one that did not look good versus Dreamers.
Yeah, I mean, had that hot start, took down, the Dynasty with the relative ease, then they got into that next series, and Dreamers were just fired up and ready to go. But now we'll take a look here at the lineup for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. It's plenty of familiar faces across the board. I mean, it's familiar names in every single position, but one that we haven't seen for quite some time here, dead center. It's Gaga, the new tank, coming in.
Now put him in the white shirt, don the Guangzhou Charge white here as we get into his first game of the 2023 season. So we haven't seen this guy since Chengdu last year. It was a very average looking Chengdu, unfortunately, and that was following a very, I think, successful 2021, especially debut for Gaga, where I think he was one of the better looking rookies in 2021. And it was the best year for Chengdu Hunters, for Gaga personally. And after what has been, I mean, an entire stage missing, about half a year missing from competitive Overwatch play now, one does have to question how hot are the hands of Gaga currently coming into this particular stage, because he also didn't play contenders recently.
Right. You have to wonder, or suspect rather, that this is kind of maybe improving his communication with the backline a little bit more compared to when they had Piggy. Having that kind of language break, so Piggy could very easily synergize with the front line when they're going in for dives. This helps synergize and communicate with the backline a little bit more, but let's go ahead and take a look at the Infernal now.
Once again, it's fairly reasonable. Mag
It's up the map.
big plays.
There he goes.
Skewed feels like this needs to be rescued, and indeed it does.
Look at how aggressive he's able to get right now. Everybody's dropping.
And it is just a field day for Zest. Oh my god.
MN3 has other plans, though. MN3 has other plans, though.
And there they are. You know them, you love them. This squad has looked so very strong. Maybe not as much as at the midseason madness, but every other twist and turn, they have been near the top. They have been looking great, and they had a banger kickoff to this latter half of the season. I mean, I think they need to update the hype video there, especially for Zest, getting that pulse bomb stick on to leave right off the rip on Sanctuary Busan. That's got to be added in there because it was so wild, and he's just been doing that over and over again.
Zest trying to cement himself as the top player in the region currently, and I think making a strong case for that. So, Soul Infernal, talk about basically flawless starts here. They only lost one map. That was to Poker Face. Maybe slightly surprising, but you'll give that one over to PF, who certainly need a little bit of help in their own standings. Otherwise, for Soul Infernal, still a 2-0 start. One of them versus what you would consider to be the other top team in this region, in the Spark, who themselves will be playing a little bit later on in this particular weekend. And for Infernal, well, this is their only game for for this weekend. So, no, actually, I'm lying. They're playing O2 Blast a little bit later on in a live LAN game as well. So they'll be playing their 2 matches. So Guangzhou and O2 could be another 2-0 week for them.
Yeah, very well could be. We'll have to just wait and see if anybody can bring them to a crawl here, slow down this momentum that they've been building up. But as you can see, skewed way out in front, and this is going to be slightly skewed for the side of him to look better, given that he just has wins. There's that loss there for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. So far away, not going to be able to put up as strong of numbers comparatively, but needs to be able to do so, needs to be able to keep pace with this guy if they have any hopes of winning the win.
Now, Farway's been one of the standouts as well. So I think for the Guangzhou Charge, when you consider the stats are just for the summer qualifiers, Charge, who have had definitely much more of a difficult run so far in their 1-1 stat line, 1-1 standings compared to where the Infernal are. Probably not a big surprise that Skewed is above and ahead currently in those stats, but also Infernal. I mean, we can look at Skewed last stage, in stage 1 in spring as well. Also a super dominant force as we look forward to our map schedule today. Lijiang Tower to start things out with. Firstly, also looking forward to the Gibraltar in the middle there.
I mean, I'm looking forward to all of them here because, MN3, Jimmy, Sniper Battle, something like that sounds pretty good to me. I think we have a pretty good idea of what he's going to be looking to go for. It's more of a question of, does the side of the Infernal just decide to match them?
Yeah.
Do they actually go for kind of more standard meta? Obviously, the Hanzo definitely does have its place, so we'll have to see what they piece together as we get ready to jump into Lijiang Tower, as well as what the first sub-map is going to be. But it looks like the players are ready, so we'll go ahead and get ready to go into the game.
I also myself chaotically wouldn't have minded seeing Circuit Royale again, just to see how Mag and Gaga kind of flounder around with, do we play Sigma, do we not? No, probably not. And to Lijiang here, and the probably not is going to be well and true as it's dive meta. Gaga is comfortably on the win sim, played a lot of that in his debut season 2021, as well as the Wrecking Ball. In fact, both these players super well known for their balls. I wonder if either of them will decide to pull it up today. Probably not, but man can hope.
All right, well, out the gate with the Brawl, MN3 going to be swapping over here to the Cassidy, which should work very well into this Echo. See choice they want taking these guys for now, just grabbing the right clicks out. Zest hoping for a straight connection to come through. Can't quite line up that Echo, but now it's going to be slow going. Trying to get themselves over this bridge.
It's a good read from M3 because otherwise you see a lot of teams actually play the Sojin here. Potentially the Sim as well for the TP strats, for a little bit of mobility. M3 knows the possibility of Choi going towards Echo is there, so it comes up with a strong hit scan instead. Also, this has been one of the key signature heroes for M3 in seasons past and this one as well.
Jimmy on the tracer, another rare sight here for us. As Gaga just getting bullied lower and lower. A little minor contest there on at the point for a while. Just delay that initial cap from coming through, but eventually Soul Infernal going to get it. Now the dive in. Gaga going to be pinned to the wall, taken down. MN3, even at 50 HP, still fearlessly pushing forward. Does end up finding Faraway. Looks for a little bit more. Helps take down Jimmy to boot. So the first big fight in quotations, going the way of the Infernal.
There's a couple players caught on the side as well, and maybe a slight timing there for Salt. They wanted to push him, but they don't also want to be boxed and cornered. They're respawning Charge members. And Charge themselves just kind of ran out of time there. Point unlocked, solo capping. Charge feel like they need to contest. There's no nano available. Gaga tries to get some feet on point. Get punished summarily for that. And now nano is available, so it's go time for Charge.
No way in. Gaga just get banded up, goes into the back line once again, looking for MN3. Immortality Guild going to be dealt with, but now they have the window set up, and it's going to be Fixed at taking him down with that headshot. A lot of damage being pushed through as MN3 just casually turning behind, finds the hit onto Jimmy. The cleanup comes through, and it's a flawless fight here for the side of the Infernal as no one's been taken down.
And you need to see a lot more follow-up coming through from Gaga there. He didn't go past the window at all. Rather, I think Infernal played that defensively well, waited for the jump in, placed the window in a safe position where Gaga wasn't going to easily be able to land on top. You didn't see Choi or Jimmy really show up either. Choi ideally would have had a bit of a flank around coast side. Play on the back angle. I mean, you have to off-angle that at Matrix, otherwise it will just completely destroy you, as we saw Gaga getting completely melted there, had no primal ready to go.
Bomb's not going to connect, just trying to pressure up MN3, but they just turn around. Now the Deadeye going to be coming through as well. Fixa down low, will get eliminated there as Gaga. The Primal Rage is able to find the kill. Shot goes out, not going to find anything. Shatter drops in, just go ahead and put that Winston down on the floor. That grenade in will take him a little bit lower, but the kill cannot be found, at least not yet. Zest, as well as MN3, HP bars low. Zest going to be finished off here. Xerneas finds an elimination. Gaga will clean up MN3, and it looks like finally a fight victory here for the side of the Charge. We've already gotten the flip, so 81% at the moment here on the side of the Infernal.
It's a really nice opening pick from Gaga onto Fixer's off because that was one of the key ultimates missing. No sound barrier. He's just going to burn it here because I think he's swapping to Brig anyway. It's all Infernal. A whole sail change now over towards a dive comp. So I partially do understand this. It becomes a little more difficult to recontest with a brawl comp. No sim for TP. Walking across the bridge or even going through a white room could be tricky, especially when Charge have plenty of ultimates still online. Now it's Charge's opportunity to snowball this one quite far. I mean, I can see Charge winning a couple fights here and pushing 99.
That's a really good way to start things off there. Is MN3 going to be taken down. And Mag as well, eliminated towards a one finding both kills there as the beam follows up to eliminate the enemy Winston. And Dupe is still pocketed here from the side of Choice A1. Has built this up for quite some time, but hasn't felt the need to use it. So, putting fight off the comp flip here very much goes the way to the Guangzhou Charge to maintain control, and they should be able to take the lead from here.
This is one of the weaknesses of making that wholesale swap as well, because now Infernal severely behind an ultimate. They need a bit of time to charge this one back up. MN3 starts from nothing. He's basically got to, you know, find his setups, go for a bit of farm, get those EMPs in there. Oh no, Jimmy missed a stick.
Not able to get it, but they'll still find the kill. Fixa out in the islands, ends up getting taken down. Don't have an nano to try to bail it out either. Skewed feels for himself a little bit longer there with that sleep dart, but there's no way to rescue him, so just ends up falling. Lead is established. Charge now in control. They want back up into the skies here. Soul Infernal need to collect themselves and get ready for this dive. Try to take the point, otherwise Guangzhou Charge might be stealing this one away.
Well, Infernal have ultimates online. Now the problem is I think the extra dupe might have been too expensive for Charge. Ideally Choi holds on to that one. Maybe he was under pressure and didn't want to die.
Stick. Nano in return. Yep, far away. Pops that one. Keeps Xerneas alive. Primal available as well for the side of Gaga. And 3 taken down before he can use the EMP. Now Zest is gone as well. Choice A1 is just dumping on him right now. Finds 2 kills down there without any damage dealers, and they're without a hope in the world. Mag does not have a primal. He is just going to get cleaved down. And Guangzhou Charge, after a bit of a rocky start, will be able to find some stability, force out a comp swap, and then close the round from there.
Yeah, Choi, huge plays there. 6 and 2 in terms of final blows and death. That's the best in the lobby so far for that opening round. And you saw the pressure coming on in. That final kill into MN3. Disastrous for Soul Infernal. They needed that EMP because we were looking at a Soul Infernal repick that was fairly quality, I'd imagine.
Look back
That ended up being the case, and here's a couple of kills that we saw earlier from Choi as well.
Yep. Just pushing up, digs him down. This isn't the one that gets rid of that EMP from the final fight, but still heavy impact from Lijiang. Again, really rough going, but as soon as they force out the swap, it's just smooth sailing for the Guangzhou Charge.
No
now
cast.
it's going to be brawl before brawl.
No hit scan there. No zest on the Mater. It's not either. So unless he gets hacked, he's very safe. So I think Jimmy, or rather Choi, was happy about that matchup.
Okay, well, it's going to be traded out as Jimmy gets taken down, so damage for support. Into the ice block. Kaga just asserting some dominance here, gets the pin onto Mag, taking him down, but now Cerny is falling as well. Casualties to run back to the Lucio is going to be fairly quick, but it's a pretty even fight across the board here as we get ready to have the point unlocked in 3 seconds.
It's a rare look as well because we never really have seen Gaga play much of the Rhine. He'll go down a skewed here, and Solinferno might have rescued this situation, which was looking a little bit sour with Mag down. Mag returning soon. Infernal are in the lead.
And yes, but Lijiang now falling, but look at his charge. 81% up towards that Blizzard. He is leaps and bounds ahead of Sis at the moment. He's outputting so much damage. Same going to be said very much so for the side of MN3. Just looking for the defensive forward hold setup here as the turrets go up on the wall.
I mean, a lot of this is going to end up coming down to the window placements as well. Should be seeing double teleporters here. Jimmy wants to teleport aggressively into Inferno. Inferno want to teleport out.
Okay, there's the window. Wall up, and they're able to get in around that one, forcing the ice block out now for Lijiang, who does get that Blizzard offline off the back of it. It's something they try to play through here. And they also do hold on to their own window. See what the approach looks like.
Blizzard time. Should be the call.
Waiting for it. Oh, but a fire strike,
Oh
Mag
my
takes
goodness.
out both supports. He's taking down Xerneas. Not entirely certain how he got that one. Hello, gets caught up in transit. There's Gaga was trying to exit. Just the little happenstance pin, but doesn't lead to anything other than maybe a little bit of additional ult charge. But clean sweep, team kill comes in. 50% now established here for the side of the Infernal.
And that was not even with any assistance from Matrix. It's nothing. Scooter used it earlier, so that was just a raw fire strike. Xerneas just eats it. And no ultimate's expanded. Okay, Shadow does go in the shield.
Now they have the window set up. That's playing around the corner, has to pull back. Barriers up as well, just trying to block off whatever they possibly can. So far, it is very much delaying the approach here from the Guangzhou Charge. Gaga about to have a Shadow of his own online. If he gets to use it, though, the Blizzard is available, and now it's on the point. He's going to try to get himself out of here, but he'll get taken down. Frozen right on the edge. Couldn't quite make it out. Mag very much the same, but the cleanup is looking like it's going to be good here for the rest of these Soul Infernals. Skewed getting whittled away at. Will get taken down by Jimmy is eventually, but Fixa will find some revenge, but now needs to go and taxi.
And that was a really tricky moment as well because Fixer got frozen up, and if Inferno lost more members, it would have been really hurtful not having had that sound barrier. But you know, Fixer will be able to get the final kill here. Inferno still in control. Sound barrier still held. Decent couple of ultimates for Inferno to try and win this final fight, but Charge hold just a couple more cars. Looking forward to the Shadow. The Shadow lands. Charge to turn it back around.
Barrier through sound barrier in response from Fixa. Kaga going to be taken down. MN3 finding that kill, and they keep Mag alive. He was taken so low. They managed to sustain him. The pin comes in. Jimmy eliminated, and looks like, yep, 100-0 in reply. We are going the distance here on Lijiang Tower.
I just think Guangzhou Charge, they were never really, I think, that extremely practiced on brawl compositions, but especially now with a new tank in the lineup, Gaga, who, as I mentioned, historically never really played much Ryan competitively, at least we saw in official games. Being on Chengdu's entire career, it was dived the entire way through, either the Winston or primarily the ball in 2021. He's just hovering the ball now, and again, I don't think he'll play it, but what I'm saying is that he doesn't really play the Ryan. He hasn't had that history, so I think there's no surprise that Charge just couldn't match up in the mirror.
Now one final round of the map. It's on the back of that one.
That was just a straight fire strike.
They just sent it straight at him. They happen to die. Haven't since pin, but here we go again. Gaga going to be going for the ball, though.
All right, they're really doing it. I mean, look, if someone's going to go for it, Gaga's going to take the risk. He says, I am the ball player.
I mean, so is Mag.
Mag appropriated the ball, but Gaga would argue that he was there first.
Well, just gets a couple crashes across there. Not able to set up for any eliminations, and Infernal will go ahead and take position now. Dead center of the point. Gaga is going to go for it again. Zest not quite going off the side. Does manage to get himself back into towards safety, keeping around the flank. Identify the faraway. On an island, they managed to hound him down. First kill going to be found. Sarge's looking for a quick flip, but the Soul Infernal are right back in to contest this one. MN3, however, going to be taken out. Yep. Spooked right through. Gaga looking for a little bit more, but he's getting slowed up. This May is going to be a pain in his rear this entire time.
Field back in. Can they get enough damage done? I think that slam was blocked as well. It's got to be Choi, right? It is Choi, 100%.
It finds one. Zest going to be set up the side of the map. Choice1 still manages to kill him off. Gets fixed in a boot. That's 3 kills now. Locked in here for the Echo. Mag taken down. It is going to be a fairly fast reply. Yeah, 31% established here for the Infernal, and swaps are already beginning as we see the Ana coming in.
Skew just completely gives up on the BAP ult. He's, nope, don't worry about the window. Forget about it. It's completely pointless here. First team loss here for Soul Infernal. They swap wholesale because this time around, it's not too deep in the game. They're going to have way more time to get these ultimates online. But importantly, if you want to counter the ball, you need Ana, you need Sombra, you need the Tracer.
Through. These hack setups can come in. Try to get the punish here onto the ball. But Choice1 just going to be taken out of the sky by Zest of all people. Fix it going to be eliminated. Rally now rolling from Xerneas, but Kaga's dead. Zest will follow up with the second kill. Recalls out to go ahead and keep himself saved. Pulse bomb forward. Not going to find a kill. But up shy there is Jimmy. Still though, point not taken. No presence really found here for the Infernal. So Guangzhou charge now in a lead by about 13%.
Infernal slow down. Where are the frags? They got 2 kills, but they couldn't flip the point. They couldn't clean the rest of the charge members. And Charge still hold on with 3 ultimates in the bank. I was going to criticize the Charge, like, where were you when Charge lost with 5 ults? But they're holding on.
And now Zest is dead. Faraway just tags him down. Might have been a setup off the perhaps pile driver from Gaga. Didn't quite get to see it either way. Very much in control now. Choice1 just has the 2 out. Manages to get the rally online. Nano onto Xerneas as well. The shield bashing EMP on the back end. Xerneas going to be taken down off of that one, and MN3 doubles up for a kill in a far away as well. Now without supports, MN3 finding a 3rd elimination, takes out Choice1. Love a little bit more here, but Jimmy should be able to exit. Gaga comes rolling forward. Pack comes in, however, he's got nowhere to go, except back to the spawn room. So will die. They delay the flip for a little bit longer here, as Jimmy eventually will fall. It's 84% set up, so a very good take of the point.
Now Choi over towards the Sombra as well. Jimmy and Choi kind of swapping roles here. Jimmy doesn't want to give up his pulse bomb, understandably. So normally Jimmy will be on the Sombra, Choi will be on the Tracer, but it is what it is for the charge here. Speaking of Sombras, that is the missing EMP that we did not get to see on our opening run. A Garden Zest with a beautiful stick on a far away. Instant reset for charge.
And without him, there's just nothing else to be done. Called out, they want to take out Jimmy. It's like, oh, they will be able to get him in the end. Zest just pushing it just far enough on the limit to be able to find that kill. So another little delay to get them closer to regaining this lead.
Yeah. Which means by the time Charge realistically go for something, Soul Infernal will be equalizing on 84. And Choi is still a reasonable while behind M3 here as well.
The pile driver out, so rolls forward, just drops the minefield, trying to create some space here on the point. Jimmy dashing in. Gets that pulse bomb. It wasn't even a stick, I don't believe it. Still somehow comes away with MN3. Mag now down low, still holds on to the primal. Zest wins out the battle, however, equalizing, finding that kill on the Jimmy. Now Gaga antied out, finished off the whip shot coming through from Fixa. Finds that elimination. This Mag is just juggling these supports around, keeping them away from the point, keeping them in a corner, waiting for the rest of the DPS to come forward and try to find these eliminations. Rally's actually committed here from the side of Xerneas. This is quite the gambit to throw. It's 99% and somebody needs a touch. They barely get in. They have it contested. They're looking for the flip, but everybody else is just getting manhandled. Jimmy's the only one that is able to extend it for a little bit longer, but it seems like it's going to be over. Yep, Zest will collect the final 2 eliminations. It's 184%, but hey, very back and forth between these squads. Aside from the control center round, it was contentious. Guangzhou Charge putting up a decent fight here, but cannot get the win.
I think the time was limited for the Charge when they play the ball compositions. You have to understand that as soon as Soul Infernal then make the swap over towards the quote-unquote meta composition with the Sombra, with the Tracer, Winston, etc., things get really hard for Gaga. He needs to look back over towards the Winston as soon as possible. You also have a situation where Jimmy and Choi swap roles. I mean, I personally, for me, I don't think Jimmy competes with Zest on the Tracer. Very few Tracers here do. Leave struggled versus Zest as well. I think Jimmy's going to struggle even more than that, and he did. Unless you got Choi in that Tracer, it's just not going to be close. And so, with the swap roles between Choi and Jimmy, things did not look easy for the Charge, and Zest just had his way.
Alrighty, well, the first map now out of the way. I believe we have Eichenwalde coming up next for Hybrid, so we'll see how they do fare as we get ready to go into that map. But Guangzhou Charge clearly awake. Just need to get the blood flowing a little bit more to be able to find these wins. We'll see if they can tie it up, though, as we get ready to go to a break. Come back for that next map. We are back. One map out of the way so far here with the Soul Infernal being able to get a victory on Lijiang Tower, but it was not in the cleanest of fashions. Went the distance, saw them go all the way through each sub-map there. They were able to net themselves a win in the end.
I think Soul Infernal, you know, once we get into the flow of playing their dive again, which they've been fantastic on all season long, I was going to say, definitely Soul Infernal are better than the Guangzhou Charge in the Brawl Mirror, but probably not a surprise that they're also a reasonable amount better in the Dive Mirror there as well. Didn't take too long for Soul Infernal to take command and get 9 Market under their wings, and it's a little bit different to what we saw in Gardens, because with Gardens it was more of a very late swap onto the Dive comp. They were severely behind in ultimates. Here they made an instant swap. I think they were correct call, and even giving up ultimates to do so. Skewed had an Ant Matrix ready to go, didn't bother with it, didn't need it. Soul Infernal, I think they looked mostly fairly comfortable on Lijiang Tower, especially on that control center.
That they did. Gaga bringing out the ball there towards Mag. I was hoping for that mirror matchup. I was hoping that he would just say, okay, screw it. I'll go toe-to-toe with you on this one. Does not matter. They end up coming away with the victory. But yes, now we do have Eichenwalde coming up here for our hybrid map. Likely to just be some more Winston v. Winston. Let's see if anybody has something special up their sleeve, though. But also potential for Jimmy to be bringing out that Hanzo once more.
Yeah, I think this is the map where Charge will sort of forgo the Echo a little bit, back to their normal. And despite Echo kind of coming back into the meta, and Echo is a very strong hero, I think, on especially a lot of different maps. Very much a map-dependent hero. The issue there for the Charge is often that it ends up being a bit of an awkward swap between Choice 1 and Jimmy, where Choi is definitely going to be an Echo player, but you know, on some other teams where it'd be a little bit more comfortable if your other player's also like a very good Tracer here. It's a little bit more limiting because of Jimmy's hero pool, whereas you look at something like the Hydro Spark, does Leave want to go Echo? Fine, Shy will comfortably hop on that Tracer, and that's more than acceptable for the Hydro Spark. And even then, Shy could even play the Echo as well, as we saw in 2021. But for the other Joe team here, I think maybe back on the Hanzo could be the right call. Unless...
For now, no.
Unless they'll just play more Echo.
Okay, Echo Tracer. Still going to be coming
I
through.
don't think it's as good on this map. It's not bad. I think B Echo is reasonable. C Echo is not at all very good. A Echo, if you sort of pretend you're far and you're flying around that middle tower, could be interesting. So Soul Infernal do once they scout this out. I mean, likely it... Okay, M3 actually just messed up his grapple shot. There's going to be no advanced scouting there, but Troy will also just reveal himself quite early as well, so Soul now know that there's an Echo, and Soul Infernal not perturbed, they'll just play the same thing.
That's flying. Zest getting himself well into the back line here. Anti-nade out one towards Mag, so pushing forward, just looking to apply some pressure there to Gaga to try to keep Mag safe. They're able to do so. Now they have all the Guangzhou Charge corralled back over here towards the point itself. Already good amount of space gained for the side of the Infernal. Good map control at the moment. Gaga diving in once again. Has to shorten that leap, but still is going to get punished. A bit overzealous with that maneuver. MN3 will collect that elimination, gets himself out with the translocator as well. Xerneas under pressure. Shield raised, broken. The dash in. They're looking for him. Zest going to be forced to recall out. He's the only one taking a hit, rather, by that anti-nade. So everybody else
Capping,
is save point. Yeah, save points here on the point. That's the cap getting ready to come through. 99.4% in this fight. Needs to go the way of Charge if they want to try to dissuade this. Stop this cap from coming in. But no, they clear the point. Gaga leaps up into the air. The cap comes in. Now it's 5 minutes and 20 here for the side of the Infernal to work with.
Man, where was the nano? I think it was Farway might have been hiding away. He broke LOS or something, but if he just nanos Gaga, he doesn't have to jump in the air. But even then, if you jump in the air, Jimmy or somebody has to cover the point. I think Charge could have continued that one.
They're going to look to get themselves at least in position for the forward hold here. Pulse bomb out from Zest, not going to find any kills. And with MN3 and Skewed down, now Fix are joining them. They can at least hold the gateway here and stop the card from getting some nice early distance.
Oh, that feels
better.
The consolation prize, it feels better, but it doesn't feel as good because, again, I think they could have just held on to A. At minimum, they would have forced out a ton of ultimates from the Soul Infernal. At least they will be able to get the very early fight win, so Soul Infernal might still have to burn some ultimates early. M3's positioning is very clear. He's in behind enemy lines, which is exactly where he wants to be, but he's not going to get any support here, which means solo Ian's going to far away and able to 5v4.
Stop that nano from potentially coming through, get the kill immediately. Pulse bomb, however, Jimmy is well into the back line alongside Choice A1. He's got the dupe out onto Skewed. He does find that pickoff, so Pick's going to be dead. Obviously not very far to run back in, but Cart as well not allowed to go ahead and move forward. Back with this Primal will be able to finish off Cernius, however, here on the back end. The dupe, he's firing, he's up into the air, he's trying to fly swat as best as humanly possible, but can't quite get it done.
Jimmy got about 1.5 seconds worth of the duplicated nano there as well in the charge. Trays, they prevented the movement on the payload, but it will be Mag that opens things up and revs that engine forward for this payload to move up now. So Infernal, as expected, did use a lot of ults there, so now they're basically out for nano next from Skewed, which will be matched by Far Away.
This has also been able to build up another pulse bomb here pretty quickly. 94% now has it online. M3 still a world away from having that next EMP to get this easy pick. Cart going to be brought up here. Just under the walkway, and quite a bit of damage there on Jimmy, but they cannot confirm the kill. He manages to recall out just in time to keep himself safe. Mag's done up here on the high ground. Jimmy with a pulse bomb finds the supports, hugging somewhere off screen. Double kill comes through. Big opener there to go ahead and just stop that cart in its tracks. 2 minutes 20 so far bought for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Still 3 minutes to work with, though, to work through if they want to deny this cap on B.
And Jimmy Trace is starting to come a little bit more online now. That was humongous for the charge. But still, Infernal got a lot of distance off that, so not bad despite losing the fight for Infernal. But Charge have really now made things a lot more difficult for the Soul Infernal. We're still waiting for that EMP. M3 still trying to get some damage in, but struggling to even get a hack on a Jimmy here.
Can't get the hack, ends up getting brought out of that stealth, so just has to go for a reset once more. Cart on the bridge as the high ground gets held. Pulse bomb in, Choice A1 got to take it down.
Choi, no dupe target.
Yeah, I think Zest maybe just breaking line of sight fast enough that he can't just go for the dupe to get that little iframes coming through. Gaga now taking low, and he gets off the primal. I don't know if he was
dying, they're just losing.
I'm pretty sure he just died. I'm pretty sure he just thought, like, oh, I'm gonna get bailed out, and then didn't. Chase coming through, Jimmy managing to find that health pack to stay alive.
They're just getting staggered. They're getting staggered.
But I mean, yeah, he's just jumped back. Zest trying to track him.
Oh my
Recall
God,
comes in,
Choi
and
did
they'll
again.
eventually get him, and yep, that should just be the cap coming through.
That's a
Gaga trying to play
complete
forward,
shambles for the charge. They had 3 ultimates and they just got completely wiped out. One by one, singular deaths the entire way through. Pulse bomber to Choi. Fair enough, Choi didn't see anybody. He couldn't go for the duplication. Couldn't iframe out the pulse bomb. Okay. What about everyone else? Primal? No, not there for Gaga. Faraway didn't see him. No Nano either. Individual members just start dying. Zernius to Faraway next, and everybody's dead. The cap is gone.
Okay, damage in. That forces the Nano now over to Choice A1. Gaga in the meantime going to be taken down again, not using that Primal Rage. Now Zernius falls. Smack has the Primal rolling. He's going to clear him out and get this cart moved up to the final corner as quickly as they possibly can. Choice A1 going to be forced back once more. Still holds on to the duplicate. Can use that, perhaps go for the dupe on to fix up, maybe have like a double rally rolling, or actually probably skew to try to get themselves a Nano, given that Faraway is quite far away from having one of his own. But Soul Infernal, they've got a multitude of ults to try to work with here. Not going to be emptied out, he's got the Nano rolling, gets smashed, the Pulse Bomb in, Zest finds Faraway, Fixa has Rally out. Choice A1 needs to be able to build up this Nano quickly. Doing his damage to try to get that one online. Start in, Mag anti, the kill comes in, Gaga able to capitalize off the back of that one. It looks like they will be able to get this hold through.
Well, that was looking pretty dire as well, because you're looking at Gaga's POV, you're thinking, is he gonna get an ult off this time? Because he's being CC'd, he's hacked out towards the end there as well, and things could have gone very badly if Gaga 3 times in a row ends up not being able to use that primal, but indeed gets the primal off, stays alive. Charge will fend off the Infernal, who will now take a bit of a swap over towards a Ram composition. Just got to get rid of the EMP next, and MN3 is also going to be swapping off the Sombra as well. I don't think it's very particularly good on the final point. The Choice of one agrees. It's a rare moment that we get to see a Choi answer, but here it is.
EMP on the corner that will instantly spy check by far away. Just a random shot connected to the MN3. Forcing him out.
It's hard to flank. This is why Sombra kind of sucks on this point. It's like, where do you really go?
Straight up the middle.
Spam coming through.
Not going to be able to get both, but does find Faraway. Now Transcendence available. They can't kill him, but Mag gets taken down by a Pulse Bomb on the opposite side, so it's going to be a support who has a very quick run back versus a tank that is very slow. And then 3 managing to double up, however, does find Jimmy with the trouble. The card again going to be pushing forward, and Mag just swaps with the Doom just to get back a little bit quicker. Gaga getting middle away at Storm Arrows through. The breakdown fixes shield. Can't quite find it, but now they take him below a minute. Themselves at least in a good position here. Choice A1 falling low. Zest down to a sliver of HP. Gaga will get dropped. Nano on his Jimmy. For a target that's gonna make something happen, and with the help of Xerneas, they will be able to burn through Mag. Fix it as well. Eliminated. Jimmy finding his second elimination there. So really
altered.
comes down to Zest, who gets his pulse bomb online, but they have to go for a last second reset here. 30 seconds remaining.
Man, Infernal, they've Mags on his like third hero here. Well, back over towards Winston. He's gone for a bit of a cycle between Winston, then Ram, then Doom. Back over towards the Winston. I expected Skew to maybe put the Nano onto Mag, but Mag just dies and Skew no LOS, I'd have to assume. Throws the Nano anyway onto MN3, and he's not swapping it. Skew just wanted to commit, and now Infernal are clean out. There's Dragon and Transcendence on the defense. I think this is a defense for the charge. Infernal have just not got anything left to play with.
Couple seconds remaining. The touch needing to come through. Moving forward, the contest now in. Overtime going to be forced out. MN3 needing to get the EMP online here for the squad. Pulse bomb stick is just so damn good. Jimmy takes out Fix It. That's the rally that dealt with. Zest as well. Eliminated. Primal Rage from Gaga just cleaving him down. You can see just how far zoned back they are. Skewed way out behind, back on the bridge, and the hold will come through. Guangzhou charge. Successfully whittle away at a monstrous time bank after kind of C9ing the initial point. They managed to get the hold and give themselves this win condition, but they still need to have a strong push.
I mean, the defense overall was pretty tragic. Like you said, on A, they essentially C9 that one. I think they could have contested. On B, they just got individually picked over and over. Individual members. Choi died twice in that line of play. Let's take a look at the double pulse from a little bit earlier. And just walking into each other, don't they? I actually think maybe, yeah, Gaga kind of...
Oh.
He kind of forces Skew in, but... Basically, yeah, I mean, here you go, sirs. 2 seats tonight.
That's just the chaos of the moment, not realizing that your cohort there has been pulse bombed and just going to him for some comfort.
Unfortunately,
some safety. That
was the last good moment of the charge defense on B. From that point onwards, the B defense was a complete shambles, so we'll enjoy that highlight and we'll avoid the low lights of the rest of the defense. C started to get a lot better, but I think the Soul Infernal comp started to suffer. I think a lot of that also came down to Soul offense composition started to suffer a little bit. Sombra is not as good there. EMPs were going to come slowly. Quality of EMPs were going to falter there as well. I think if Mag wanted to go Ram and Soul Infernal wanted to change comps, they should have, you know, made a proper swap over towards an actual Ram composition. Play the Lucio as well. You know, like something that would make a lot more sense for an actual Brawl comp. But they still held on to a couple of dive pieces that was really awkward.
Mag just taking that fourth position. Get whatever damage through that he can. Well, MN3 looking for a setup. Looks like he's going to be found, however. Taking some damage, but not really finding too much of his own. So only 7% towards that EMP. As Colosseo tagged low to 50. Going in position to get the punish, but as I say that, MN3 comes through, does find the headshots, gets that kill. Xerneas going to be taken down simultaneously. Good damage out on the Jimmy, forcing him to go ahead and exit. Now the rest of the Infernal rushing up. Try to get some added staggers here. They got Jimmy down to such low HP, but they can't quite confirm it.
I guess to be fair, Choi did go over the roof, and so no one was there to heal him. With the health pack being hacked into the side room there as well. Plenty for Zest to work with. This is going to end up being a slow offense for the charge. This is why I kind of prefer the Hans on the attack as well. Way more opportunity for those one-shots to come on through. And fire net connection as well. What a perfect dive in a faraway.
Yep, everybody just jumping forward. Faraway taken down. Looking early kill to just continue the death cycle here. And MN3 in position to contest in case anyone tries to draw them back over towards the point. He can challenge. Jimmy would love to do right now, but there's just so much more that he needs to get done here. They want to try to break through this opening choke point. Zest going for it. He's trying to give him the leave treatment, but Jimmy not going to get caught up in the pulse bomb.
Yeah, Zest likes those. He really enjoys going for pulses and traces. I prefer him to just go over the back line, but, you know, he made an attempt. Mag will become the Xerneas.
And it was also funny to see from his perspective. He was just pulse bomb entering from stage left. The dive forward, though, looking far away. Nano committed, but he does give his life for that one. Pulse bomb from Jimmy. However, finds Fix It. MN3 taken down. Now Skewed found as well. Leaves just Mag and Zest alive to try to keep things contested here. They are not playing the points. The first hit going to be coming through. Mag still somehow finding Xerneas. Primal is available, so he can go jumping back over the point to keep that contested. Buy some time for the rest of the team to come through, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Meanwhile, Zest just kind of corralling Gaga, saying, no, chase me. Come after me instead. And it's worked.
Well, they got the Primal out. Well, they got the Primal out, so on some level, if they kill Zest here, this is fine. They really want him. There's 5 people chasing Zest. I know
Okay.
we're not in Season 6 here, but we're playing Prop Hunt right now, and the Prop is a Tracer on the enemy team. He's finally down, and the Primal's gone. This is not bad for the Charge.
But they've bought time for the rest of the team to get back in here, and M3 finds a setup for that EMP. Vixen going to be taken down at the same time, though, and now Skewed juggled into the corner. Doesn't have a sleep dart, it would seem. Ends up falling, sleep on a mag, they'll wake them up. So yeah, he's right back into it, the EMP. It gets one, but it's not going to get them this hold on point A. So no full hold found. Choice A1 cleans up the last 2 kills. Now it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds to work with. That is not nearly as strong of a time bank and can be whittled down.
No. Certainly not, but I think it was the correct call for Charge to go chase the last 2 members. You want to go for as much cap as you can. You do that until Mag does something about it, which he does with the Primal. You spend a lot of time chasing down Zest, but still required because you want to enable the 5v4. I think Charge played that as well as they could have to get the time that they have. The good news for Charge is they don't immediately lose a fight out the gates for B, so they'll have a little bit more early movement than what Infernal had for their B offense.
Pulse bomb, Zest looking for that stick, not finding it, rallies out now, Xerneas putting everybody else alive, buying time for that next Nano to come through from far away. Mag up onto the high ground, she's going to be zapped to death. I mean, and you can see why. The back line right now is just so damn busy trying to deal with Choice A1. He's still going to come over the kill.
This is the
Longo
thing,
Charge,
you know, Charge,
it looked breezy.
well, they had a really bad B, and now they can make up for it by having a really good B offense instead. They're still going to get past the double defensive ultimates of the Soul Infernal, plus the EMP coming online. But if push comes to shove and time pressure is there, MN3 is probably will get this EMP, but there is a potential that he doesn't. Could this be a pulse bomb on the back end? Not quite. Oh, it's so big from Jimmy.
On the Gaga to at least shut down that Nano for the time being. They wake him up, manage to find that kill. Good focus fire effort here from the side of the Soul Infernals. They look for some semblance of just steadiness here with this hold on B, but oh, Choice A1 even bringing the cart now within 3.69 meters. They have to backpedal though.
Choi's body just limply falling over in front of Farway's face there. A little bit unfortunate. But yeah, speaking of unfortunate there, we've seen Jimmy hit a couple nice pulses. The double pulse bomb to the support line that we saw on the defense comes to mind, but that moment there, I mean, that should have been a guaranteed kill onto the back line, but unfortunately Jimmy will miss, and Gaga dies to the EMP here, so another reset for the Charge.
Not allowing Primal to come in. Get that kill, but they have to be so concerned about back caps. Maybe a little bit less so now that Jimmy's dead, but every time he's alive, it's something you very much have to be cognizant about if you are on the Infernal. Oh, Choi, he's taken so low, but the heals eventually come through to keep him alive. He's right back up to the skies. It's the floor, but no one is able to capitalize, so he lives to fight another day.
So, by the time that Charge get in position to actually go for a push here, they will have double support ultimates for Skewed. Is also going to have Nano to match, so it's not necessarily guaranteed. A Charge will have enough here. It's primals on both sides as well. Mag has plenty of staying power on that point.
Still
more importantly than that, Charge just have no area control. I mean, they have to re-push this payload slowly.
Mag looking for just area control. That's exactly what he's going for here. Knock off the side of the map. Looks like he does manage to survive. Meanwhile, Fixa, yeah, no, coming back from that one. Set to his doom. That cancels out the Nano as well. Good effort here from the side of Gaga, but will he be able to survive? The answer is no. The anti comes through. They find that kill. Still down Fixa. Dangerous spot to be in, but Zest goes forward. Low HP. They need to keep this contested. Mag through the window. Comes down. Just in time to keep this one going, but now they're off the cart. 196 meters left to go. Infernal needs to stick with this one for the next 27 seconds. Cerny is going to be taken down. The pulse bomb in from Jimmy finds Skewed. Mag going to be eliminated as well as the anti was just monstrous from far away. Finds those kills. EMP committed to the fight. However, MN3 comes away with an elimination on the Choice A1. Fixa under fire. Taken down. It's just both DPS players now left. Zest dashing forward, but it's just too late. They cannot keep this contested. That's 1 minute and 38 seconds to try to get that push. Reminder, Infernal did not make it to the end of the map. So, Charge, if they can get this push coming through, that will be them tying up the scoreline.
And that's 2 Infernal members swapping for the touch there as well. Mag went to Doom, Skewed went over to Kuriko, and neither could really make a difference in that fight. MN3 late death there. I think MN3 has to also consider swapping at some point as well as we look towards one really good push here from the Charge. And they got ultimates coming online.
Pulse does find Gaga, but gives him a bit of feel on this pressure, but the duplicate is available, so the Thursday one could just add a second Winston in the mix if he wanted, but been seeing so much high value placed on these support ultimates. Now has it ready to go. Likely waiting for Gaga to come back. Power the Winston. Give him that extra damage.
Yeah, Nano Gaga, dupe a Winston as well. Double Winston's in the play. I think that is definitely going to be the play. It should be.
No, it's Liana. Going for it. So looking for the double Nano, but Choice they want immediately slept and broken out of the dupe. Zest Able to come away with that one. Pulse bomb on the hunt, around the back, drops it down, hits the floor. They manage to tuck away into the spawn room to stay safe. Now Jimmy going to be taken down, picking up the whip shot, finding that kill. EMP available from MN3. Goes for the hack, gets that one naturally here on the choice they won. They clean up the kill as Zest is able to play off it perfectly. Sarnius getting taken lower and lower. Primal's still rolling here from the side of Gaga. 4.78 meters left to go, but it's 20 seconds remaining. Longbow Charge cannot afford to lose any other players here. But the ults they have to chew through are just so monstrous. EMP comes across. Sarnius pops the rally, keeps that going, but Gaga gets taken down. Sleep on a mag, buys him some space, but with 9 seconds remaining and no tank, it's going to be hero plays here from Jimmy, who really is the only one that can tag in, because Choice A1 is now back over onto the Cassidy. Touch comes through. Jimmy gets himself in there, but he gives his life for the effort. That much more pressure on the remaining players. Cernius now shield bashing forward, gets that reset. He's zoned away. He's hacked out. He's dead. Far away, trying to build up this nano. 6% left to go. But even then, if you throw it on Gaga, I just don't think you're going to be able to get enough done. Choice A1 corralled into the corner. He gets taken down, and Soul Infernal will actually manage to get it done. They successfully hold just meters away from that loss, and they now move up to match point at 2-0.
Man, and it all comes down to that one very important fight, not quite the final one for Gondry Charge's second to last fight. Nano's available. Dupe is available. And the Charge, we 8 Mile out here because they had one shot, but unfortunately it does slip through their fingers. The duplication was instantly broken. He duped an Ana, which is not that uncommon in this particular meta, but instantly gone. Primal was played by Gaga, but very little could be used there. A missed pulse by Jimmy, again, unfortunately, right at the spawn doors. No kills from that. That ends up being it. Charge, one good opportunity to get the cap, but they couldn't do it.
So now it all comes down to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Our escort map could very well be the final one here in this series, unless the Guangzhou Charge can rally back. But they need a reverse sweep if they want to be able to take down what has been looking like the top team here in the APAC region. If they're going to be able to get it done when we come back from the break, so do not go anywhere. And we will now carry on our merry way as we get ready to go into what could be the final map of this opening series here of the weekend. As the Infernal barely able to clinch out a defense just in front of Point C on Eichenwalde, but they do so, and they deny a map win from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, who now need to get a win on Watchpoint Gibraltar, our escort map, and then try to run it back all the way into a reverse sweep if they want to walk away with their second win of the season.
I think the charitable thing to say for the Guangzhou Charge is that it has actually been quite competitive. I mean, I think on map 1, we saw that outside of Control Center, and now for Eichenwalde, outside of some very unfortunate moments for the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, you could imagine a situation where Eichenwalde could have been a win if not for, you know, the A point situation where they just couldn't get the final touch in despite having ultimates, or on B where multiple members just individually started getting picked off. I think without those, you could see Charge winning Eichenwalde.
Jimmy, keeping hydrated. Hydration warning for everybody in the chat. Get your water. Whether or not it's as big of a bottle as Jimmy's got, who knows?
You know what? I missed the little teacup from Super Rich last season.
True, I kind of forgot. I actually
Will
forgot
never
about
feel
that.
the same.
Well, let's take a look at MN3 on Eichenwalde, because man was quite involved when it came down to it.
For sure, I think I even noted that on map number 1, he was putting in a ton of damage. I know I'm talking about map 1 here when we're looking at Eichenwalde stats, but he was the only member that went 5 digits in total damage done on map number 1, despite Zest having one more final blow. And stayed true on the Sombra the entire way through for map 2 coming in as well. Very low deaths. Some good damage done. Good setups by the team. I think the Sombra did struggle on the sea offense specifically, and that was probably the low point for the Soul Infernal. I think the entire map was good outside of the sea offense.
Still, sea defense very much needed. Those EMPs saving their hides, but it's been close. It's been back and forth here. Guangzhou Charge getting to the precipice, but just not quite able to get over the finish line. See if they're going to be able to do it as we move over to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
It's not a bad look for Guangzhou having a new tank player coming into the mix who hasn't really played with this team for a while. I mean, if you really close your eyes, you can imagine that, okay, well, outside of Choi, these 4 have actually played together before. They've all been on Chengdu at some point. I think at the same time as well. But recently, not really the case. So it's having to be a bit of teething work done for the Guangzhou Charge, and for what is essentially match number 1 with the new tank, and they look okay, but do they look good enough to take a map? So they've only got maybe 1 chance left to do it.
I mean, we did set that up before we went into the series. Is that even if it is a loss, if it's close, then that's still a positive move. Obviously, getting a map, getting maps, plural, or a win would be much better, but they have been contesting them, which is a very good sign considering the fairly quick turnaround with Gaga's addition. And we saw like the rust kind of get shaken off a bit at the beginning of that garden submap on Lijiang Tower, but then as soon as it was shaken off, they were able to go ahead, come in, get that win. It was really in the brawl where things started to slip away from them. But has been overall, I think, a positive performance here for Gaga on that Winston. See how it continues though. Zest's going to be going for the opening shot. MN3 already just wanting to get set up with the Sombra right off the rip. Don't want to waste any time.
Great call there. Just don't delay the Sombra at all. By the way, you can see the Charge were very ready for any sort of teleporter players coming on through. The whole team was basically stacking what would have been the teleporter exit. So Soul Infernal will not even think about doing that. And Charge, they're going to go 3 out of 3 for the Echo composition. So they moved from being a Hanzo team to an Echo team.
MN3 looking for the drop down hack. Quick leap up to the high ground though. Gaga stays elusive, keeps himself safe from that one.
See how Jimmy challenges the payload as well, because it really will be his job, and Zest is going to be the main perpetrator pushing payload along. Choi gets a bunch of damage there.
It works low turning as well, getting clipped by that anti-nade from Skewed, but they do get forced back. Mag doesn't really go anywhere with that leap, but also doesn't take too much damage, so overall it's going to be okay. But Gaga, yep, on the low ground, slept, dead. Everybody else up above him. Get those heals through walls, and he ends up dying. Big opening now here for the side of the Soul Infernal, but an answer back is far away, sends in the Bionade, clips picks up, also kills off MN3. Going to be delaying that EMP. The card's been brought so far forward. Server room control very much in the hands of the Infernal.
I mean, that kill was required from far away. Things could get really out of hand for the Charge because they have very little ability to contest without 5 members, especially without their tank. So something to push a Soul Inferno off the payload.
Oh,
Awesome to serve would be
sneaky
required.
like.
Didn't pulse though. Maybe he should have gone for it, but he saved it.
He was looking for it, but I guess he just didn't quite like the setup. Zest is
Zest
going
wants
for
to
Jimmy
ult Jimmy
again. Oh my goodness. Mag going to be antied out. Nano Boost actually saves him for a little bit longer there, but far away eventually he's able to collect the kill. Stability now found here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge to the hack of the Gaga. It's not going to mean much of anything. It's far away on the flank. Comes around the corner. He's actually going to get bailed out, it would seem. No, okay, Zest does pursue deep enough to get that elimination, but the kills, it's just so skewed in the favor of Guangzhou Charge they can hold the cart.
Yeah, I mean, far away, no issues here. He'll respawn about the same time as Skewed, and they'll both take a while to come back to point, so no one really loses too big there. Oh, Infernal do lose the fight. Charge holding to 4 ultimates. I mean, they didn't even have to burn really anything there, and Gaga's still waiting to find Primal. Very good defense so far for the Charge. In fact, if this goes poorly for M3's EMP, Charge could full hold, for sure.
And 3 on the hunt. Far away trying to stay safe. Choice A1 in the meantime. Here in the back lines has that Anna Duke drawing a hell of a lot of attention. Gaga now going to be going in with that Primal Rage. Break on the duplicate here. Choice A1 back up into the skies. Juggle off the side of the map. Skew just knocked out of the park. Big cleaves coming through here from Gaga. Can also just take down Fix at a boot. Monstrous Primal Rage from him. And that's the kind of value that you want to be seeing as Magus as well is just going to be taken down for an added stagger, and Zest is too.
All that learning paid off.
Ooh, this is huge. A minute left.
It's been like, I want to say like 10 months since we've seen Gaga. Dude's still got it. Hands are still hot from 2022, it seems. Hasn't competitively played Overwatch for a while. Hasn't played in contenders at all. That was a solid Primal Rage coming through from Gaga. Now we're looking at final fight situation. Nice pulse. Love that.
Crispy with it there. Jimmy just not giving them any opportunity. And I mean, look at the roll back here on the cart. It's getting ready to go back down through the underpass.
He missed a few of those earlier on, so I'm glad that he's got a couple, because you need to be able to hit those pulses. Force those resets.
Of course, they want down to the ground. Zest coming through right at the very last second before he's going to be able to jump his way back up into the skies. They collect that kill. Good opener. Cart, however, still rolling back. 11 seconds remaining. Zest tagged up. EMP going to be used. Solo on a Gaga. They have the anti as well, so make sure that he cannot get bailed out. Mag now apply some pressure here onto the high ground, onto the supports, keeping them zoned away, breaking that line of sight. So Jimmy ends up dying. Flop over onto the Widowmaker here from Choice A1. This needs to pop if they want to be able to hold this one, and somebody needs to contest. Drop down comes through. 2.3 meters left to go. Choice A1 going to be the one dealt with by the pulse. Far away as well now joining here onto the low ground. Hack out the stun. Zest almost dead. Barely gets that recall off in time. Still only a couple meters with Gaga. Just going to get melted down. Zest able to find that kill. Follows up for a second one. Far away. Eliminated. Xerneas will be able to take him out, but the cleanup is in. The cap comes through. Not a full hold, but damn near. It's very close to one. 2.5 minutes now added to the time bank for the Infernal, who need to make the most of it.
And it all starts with an M3 hack with a choice of one. That wasn't even the EMP, but a hack leads to a kill, gives you the 5v4, brings you some area control. Gaga gets solo EMP antied out. No bailout coming through from anybody from Charge because no nano was available. The M3, the hacks keep on coming in, and far away the deaths flow in as well.
Oh, and now, yeah, into the corner goes Xerneas. Says, making quick work of him. Mag just continues to just create chaos here. Looks for a little bit more. Choice A1 up into the sky, but I don't think there's going to be any escape. Nope. Quick mouse 1, quick mouse 2 for the zap. They get that kill. Zest, however, trying to exit. Doesn't pop the recall. Just trying to get himself out naturally, and it's a good pursuit from Gaga to be able to find that kill. That opens things back up now for them. Cart gets close, but can't get to be quite yet.
Can they kill Mag, though? Because Mag is super split off from the supports currently.
If they couldn't, then they should just surrender the game.
There is a world where Skewed comes back in a little bit, finds LOS as Mag jumps away, and they actually commit the nano in there, but no, Soul Infernal will not be able to rescue Mag in that situation, and well, for Soul Infernal's really aggressive push in, Charger at least able to bite back slightly, but a ton of payload push was initiated off the back of that play, so I think Soul Infernal ultimately still got what they want, as Jimmy will now go hunting the back line again.
A stylish pulse last time. They're corralled into the stairwell. Gaga showing, push up, shows line of sight for a brief little moment, but no, doesn't get it. I believe the shield gets raised in time to fix it. Meanwhile, the back cap getting ready to come through. Zest tagging back in, brings it to within 2.5 meters.
EMP coming.
Oh, Scout really nicely done. Finds him in 3, and Zest punished. Colosseo with the beam. It'll take down the enemy Tracer. Nade locked in, just looking to heal up Gaga. Answering nade comes through to go ahead and anti him out, but Goomba stomped through. Skewed gets taken down. Dupe held on to the rally. Still available. Fix has already committed his. That's basically a waste. This EMP, this pulse needs to be huge. Gaga does get taken out.
Oh, Gaga dying. Yeah, that's huge, actually. Inferno need to find a window right now. This is the opportunity. EMP needs to come on through. Gaga's not here. Soul Inferno, if there's one shot to win this fight and get the cap, it's got to happen in this window. Gaga's coming back now. Window's closing.
Touch hasn't happened yet, but Jimmy gets hacked. MN3 able to take him down. Good answering kill. Now the EMP through. Gaga dead as well. As soon as he arrives back over towards the car, Colosseo taken down, fixing with the shield bash, able to find him. Xerneas the rally. Not going to keep them alive. The whip shot will take out Zest. He's desperately pumping some heals out here over towards Faraway to try to keep him alive. As Gaga's going to be swapping over to the Diva to try to join in. Colosseo with the dupe can also buy some time. Likely needs to go for somebody like Mag. Try to get them in this one. See when it does come through, but cleanup comes in. Jimmy taken down. Looking for a little bit more. Dupe still held. Goes for it now. Still commits to the Yata. Throws down the nade. See Angie on the back. Sleep Dart not going to connect. MN3 breaks him out of the duplicate very quickly. Has to make his exit. Franzel getting back to safety. Still sought after. Recall used. Zest staying alive. Xerneas taken down. Faraway desperately trying to get this nano online, but Gaga is going to be demech before it can come through. Now he would have to commit it onto somebody like Jimmy, but instead we'll have to just save it for the next fight because the cap is going to be coming in. There's nothing more that the charge can do. Pray that they can get yet another hold in front of C as there's a minute and a half remaining.
Yep. This has been a difficult push so far for Soul Inferno on both A and B, but they're going to get into OT twice. Just enough time. Can they finish the map? Ends up being the next big question, but so far it's just barely worked out for the Soul Infernal. EMP is coming through in the final hour to save the day. Some really good manual hacks though. Those manual hacks from M3 have really been able to convert into actual kills to lead into player advantage for the Soul Infernal. And they walk into C with 4 ultimates as well, so if there's a way for them to finish the map, it's going to be to snowball off the huge amount of ults.
50 seconds remaining. Holds the match. Colosseo 60% towards that next duplicate. The nano goes through. Mag jumping up onto the high ground, trying to displace Xerneas, but he just responds with a rally of his own. Taking a nap somewhere. He's back out, gets himself out to safety. They do. Support.
There's no rally now. This EMP is going to come, but there's no rally, and Jimmy's dead as well. And Soul Inferno in the driver's seat.
EMP held. The
M3 can just wait
as well. Can just continue to try to break things open. Gaga back up onto the high ground. Jimmy now going to be swapping over to the Cassidy, trying to break them down, but Zest with the pulse commits that into the Pied Faraway, going to be eliminated. Solo EMP goes across. Actually, might have caught Colosseo as well. Either way, the kills are collected by MN3. Himself a double. Jimmy swapping back. Tries to dash across, but oh, he's just a hair of a second too late. Cap comes in with 8 seconds to spare. Soul Infernal, they get across the line.
I think Soul Inferno probably would have capped it anyway. They just had full players alive, not a single member dead there. Charge still waiting for a couple of respawns. Relying primarily on Choi for another dupe there, but with how many Ana dupes Choi's been going for, it just doesn't have the staying power. I understand why you go for Ana dupes, because you're looking for some good neutral play. Now that it's maybe slightly hard, that's good sleep by the way, slightly harder to find ultimates on these dupes. The neutral play on your actual duplications matters a lot, and Ana's all about that. But Soul Infernal 3 times in a row will cap just in the nick of time. This time on C actually with a little bit of time there as well, but they do finish the entire map, which now makes things extremely difficult for the Charge, because I can very much see myself looking at the end of this map. If Soul Infernal still win and Charge miss out on capping by a little bit, we'll say like, man, they had good offenses here. Charge maybe could have finished the map, but also Charge probably could have held A, they probably could have held B, and if they did so, they would have won the map, because I think Charge have the capability to push all the way C. I'll touch wood there, because it could still be wrong, but if they do, it'll be tragic, because you know that Charge could have also just held A and B.
Oh, now on the defense. Mag playing split. He's trying to get away from the enemy, come from an unexpected angle, perhaps.
He's camping a spot that supports, yeah, see the supports land there, and Mag should be... Okay, Mag didn't go around the corner, he actually jumped back to his team, but... It did look like he was preempting the support location. Faraway's still there, and M3 is marking it.
Okay, well, a couple dashes used by Zest, so... Can't quite go for that dive yet. Looking for the hack. Actually gets a tag, too, on MN3. Takes him low, force the translocation. Good response from Faraway. Quick reactions to help keep himself safe. I'm just Tries to make that side haul
Gaga.
unassailable, but
Oh my
Gaga,
God.
yeah, just gonna
A whip shot hit that. Fair enough. Well played.
Says this is our high ground. Made across far away, getting clipped by that one. Xerneas eliminated, and okay, yep, far away dealt with. I thought Zest actually died there for a second, but it's him just TPing out, recalling out, I should say. Now, notes Jimmy, backs away from the fight, doesn't want to overextend and get punished here.
I mean, the early opening full charge here has been very slow. I mean, look, Halo hasn't even rounded the corner yet. They haven't really been able to force Soul Inferno off from the high ground at all. Nano's about to be online. That's the one thing that Charge have in their favor. Probably slightly though.
Well, recalls to safety. Pulse bomb still held here from Zest. On the hunt. Surely he doesn't go for Jimmy again! Oh, the third attempt. It is not the charm. Doesn't come up with the goods. Evans Ring going to be taken down. Gaga was nanoed up. Finds that elimination. It's further delaying that EMP. And finally, it seems that the Guangzhou Charge can start getting the push going. But damn, I mean, Zest
when he,
is on a mission.
When he gets those, it looks really cool. But when he doesn't, it's like, well, that was optimistic.
Yeah. You see the photo and it looks cool, but you don't see all the effort that went into making it.
Take the photo about 7 times.
Yeah.
Before you find the right one, apparently.
Poor boyfriend standing on the beach, snapping pictures, squatting in the sand. This Colosseo gonna get picked off. Speaking from experience here. It's the EMP now online as MN3 rejoins the fight. Spot on the Jimmy there briefly as Zest continues to just try to hound him down outside of the spawn room doors.
Well, the good news is the payload has finally got some really good distance here at the top of the car wash now. Oh man, Choi's been
surely not.
a huge target from MN3. I think MN3 didn't actually even go for the manual hack there. Might not have been in range.
No, he was just
charging down
just
to
spraying him down.
120.
Yeah, minute 20 remaining. Part still in that underpass. EMP now. Solo here on to Eichenwalde, but the rally's in position. Xerneas helps keep him alive. Anti out 1-2. Pulse bomb from Jimmy looking for the kill. Not able to find anything. Still not found. Back onto the high ground. Now receiving the net off the back of the sticky bombs. Doesn't have a primal though. Can't go too hard in the paint. Has to drop down to the low ground. MN3 in the meantime taking low. Translocates away. Cart inching forward again. Now getting up to the final corner here towards A. This Fixa is so far out in the middle of nowhere. Shield raised, completely surrounded. Anti will finally finish him. Not entirely certain how this one happened.
Could have just missed the shield bash and overshot the target. Yeah, I didn't get to quite see what happened there. Surely wouldn't be Gaga pushing him away. Might have been Xerneas even whip-shotting.
Didn't even
One for one trade here.
So it can't be Gaga knocking him out of position. Just somehow
Exactly
corralled
so.
him. He was just backpedaling the whole time, I suppose. By the way,
Speaking of
testing
primals,
down, but
Gaga's
still
got to use it
untraded.
again.
Being contested, bubbled down. Prevent that healing from coming through. And the three gets forced away once more. Primal for primal. Mag just going up onto the high ground, breaking line of sight before the primal expires. Doesn't want to get slept or anti in a bad position. Tries to keep himself safe now, dropping low. Over time, getting ready to come through, but Gaga gonna be punished. Anti on the skewed, can they confirm the kill? Not really under any pressure, so they cannot. Xerneas builds up another rally. They have that one rolling to as they want. Try to give them a tank perhaps, but no, opposite give them another Ana. The drop down this time, Zest going for the Ana, but doesn't manage to find that stick. The cleanup starts coming through. Both supports MN3 all dead. EMP finding no value. Zest, last one standing, but the cap is in. 2.5 minutes added to the time bank now. Guangzhou Charge somehow keeping their heads above the water.
And they did that without their tank as well. I mean, that was probably should have been a hold from Soul Infernal. Charge were lucky to cap that one through. An unfortunate EMP by MN3. I was looking at EMP like this surely is the game ender right here. MN3 drops this one down well. For the Charge, little to defend against it. This time around, the choice swap over towards the dupe rather on towards the Ana. Hope we have to live the full life duration of that Ana as we continue to see Charge for early distance. Nano deployed this time.
Bomb's getting a decent bit of damage in, but not enough to be able to go in and try to get the beam kill. And on the mag, wants to take this dropship control away from them. And the anti is not really going to dissuade him too much. Eventually with the join into Jimmy. Just have to respect it. Oh, Jimmy looking for another drop down pulse. So very close, can't quite get it, but Mag dead. 2% shy of having that primal online. Being eliminated. The cart is just breezing forward here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Momentum very much on their side. Without Mag, the contest cannot come in. Zest still going for it though. Dashing around the backside. Playing the
This is
loser
Rally.
Rally
They
now
want this.
in. The Anti's on the fix-up. Mag going to be able to rejoin now. Primal popped. Himself into the fight. Shield finish in. The whip shot from Fixa. There's everything necessary to go ahead and take down Choice A1. Far away. Taken low. Pulse bomb out. Zest again. Not going to be finding that elimination, but still gets a follow-up on the Gaga. It's only skewed Ross in the mix. 0.86 meters to defend with only 50 seconds left to do it.
Humongous recontest there. Zest on the touch. Fixative with the follow-up in the rally to commit as well. An amazing whip shot kill that sets the Soul Inferno up for a lot of success. As for an early kill, and they'll get it. Again, Choice of One just hunted down by MN3. And for the Soul Inferno, we get to once again see if MN3 can be the one to end this map with the EMP on A defense. Didn't end up being the case, and time to rewrite history for B here as MN3 once again has the tool for Soul Inferno's potential 3-0.
Angie on the 2. They wait that out. EMP now use it. It's absolutely monstrous. MN3 collecting 2 quick kills. Turning his Choice A1 taken down. Now Mag diving forward. Finds far away as well. They just don't even want to give him the opportunity. Jimmy, as low as he is, means that he cannot touch. Gaga has to try to get himself over here. And he's slipped on the high ground. Oh no, what a disastrous way for it all to come to a conclusion. They get so close to the end, but that Slave Dart from Scoot is absolutely everything. As well as the EMP setup from MN3. Found them all corralled into the side, up on the walkway, and it is just a shooting gallery.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Sleep Dart was really just the cherry on top of what was already looking like a very fantastically crafted celebration cake for the Soul Infernal. They had that one locked down. The EMP comes in. This time it lands beautifully. And he needed that one because, again, the one on A did not do them any favors, but the one on B will be enough to secure the 3-0, and there's not much more the Charge could do after that. Even if Gaga touches, it's still over. One man cannot win a team fight, and the Charge, it's one of those situations where, you know, they looked reasonable today, looked competitive today. We expected the Soul Inferno to dominate, and that they did.
Well, Zest is going to be able to get the 3-peat here as he has yet another absolutely stellar performance coming out with his Tracer. Yes, he's trying to pulse bomb the enemy Tracer. Maybe he set a personal goal of getting a pulse kill onto every other Tracer in the region or something like that. He's got Leave taken care of. He's looking for Jimmy. Can't get it done, so it does look a little bit silly. But everything else is neutral fighting, and when he's widely committing his pulses to the support line, and even Gaga for that matter, because I believe he did kill him, it was just incredible. So he's going to be able to get 3 Players of the Match awards in a row. 3 Player of the Matches awards? I don't know. Anyway, either way, plurals are hard sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he's been insane so far, really. It's, can't really look away because it's just dominance from Zest day in, day out, match in, match out. So, well deserved. I think MN3 had a really good opening map 1. Things started to slow down a little bit for Eichenwalde. But when you look at the dominance that Zest has had so far in Stage 2, it's undeniable.
Well, I mean, playing around, trying out this new comp. I mean, yes, we did see Choice A1 playing Sombra here, but widely stuck to that Echo the whole way throughout. And, I mean, it put up some decent numbers. It got them close, but it didn't get them wins. So I'm curious to see how the Guangzhou Charge out the next series, whether or not they're going to still be sticking with that one, or maybe if they change it up once more.
And, you know, I think it's going to take a little bit for the Guangzhou Charge to really get comfortable with their new tanking. And again, despite having played with Gaga previously for 3 of the other members, still a new look for the Guangzhou Charge. And it's always going to be difficult early on this stage, considering their schedule, Hungry Spark, Soul Infernal. I would like to imagine that things from here maybe start to get a little bit more comfortable for the Chargers. Their schedule opens up a little bit against teams that are not quite as dominant looking. Panthera will be next online for the Guangzhou Charge, and that one would be one that you think would be quite favorable for the Charge.
Yeah, and that one's the kind of the Panic Station series for them if you have a hope of, you know, having this team be able to get themselves up into a 3rd place position. So if they can't come away with that win, then that's when, yeah, you can really have the panic settle in. But some more time to work on Gaga should be good for them. But Zest, yeah, I mean, the guy just get him on Tracer. He puts up incredible numbers, and he's going to keep doing this as long as she's meta. And she's pretty much always damn near meta.
Well, as long as Dive is meta, that's definitely one part of it. But we also saw some really good Mei play come through from Zest early on. And the Brawl comps look good for Infernal as well.
Very true. Well, I believe we're going to get ready to go to the interview here. We'll hear from one of the players and see how they're feeling as they go ahead and manage to overtake Dallas Fuel, at least for the time being. As Dallas is going to be playing in the next series. So if they have a very clean one, have an opportunity to leapfrog over top of them once more. But we've got MN3 standing by, so I'll hand it over to Unknown.
Congrats on your win today.
감사합니다.
Thank
오늘
you.
솔직히 MN3 선수도 POTM이에요.
In my opinion, MN3 is almost like semi-player of the match today.
오늘
How do you
이
feel?
팀 선정 기준에 마음에 들지가 않네요.
I have very reserved opinions on how the player of the match was voted today.
MN3 선수가 제스트가 오늘 미세하게 나왔다 이렇게 생각을 하는 것도 잘못된 건 아니잖아요, 그렇죠?
미세하기보다는 모든 장면에 제가 있지 않았나.
So, commenting on a little bit on the player of the match votes, I think I was a little better than Zest on everything today, but it is what it is.
정말 냉철해요. 스트전에서 강팀을 상대로도 이걸 해야 정말 진짜다 이렇게 좀 얘기를 하고 있는 것 같고요. 그리고 오늘 저는 역대급 우리 MN3 선수의 손보라가 하드캐리라는 표현을 하면서 오늘 경기 종료를 했었는데요. 오늘 경기하시면서 좀 어땠어요? 상대팀과의 경기하면서
Your Sombra was really impressive today. Like, what was the general like vibes on the team during today's match?
성트 그런 조합을 하고 있는데
예.
오늘 맵에서도 막 에코틀에 그렇게 나오니까 초반에 좀 많이 힘들었었는데 그래도 하면서.
So we were playing a lot of double flankers today, and the Guangzhou charge brought up a lot of echo. Earlier in the game, we struggled a little bit, but as the maps went by, we kind of figured out a way to kind of beat their comp.
왜 사이든이에요?
예. 어때요? 지금 호흡하면서 뭐 재밌는 에피소드나 서로 이런 것들이 있어요?
So are there any fun episodes between you and Zest when you guys are duoing as a team?
최근에 있었던 일인데
예.
그냥 뭐 제가 EMP 쓸 때나 그럴 때 약간 좀 저는 제 기준은 제가 뒤에 있으니까 상대 뒤에서 상대 위치랑 저희 팀 위치를 보고.
So this was a rather recent episode. When I EMP, usually I'm flanking and I'm behind, and I know all the opposition's positions.
현우를 안 부르고 그냥 MP를 썼다가 현우랑 저랑 약간 좀 얘기를 나눴었던 일이.
And so usually when I EMP, I usually call out to the team that hey, someone's here, who's here, and then I'm going to use the EMP, and I quote unquote forgot to brief the team that where everyone was, and I just used the EMP once, and then Zest and I had kind of a let's just say a backroom talk about that conversation about that.
파이어 나거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 그래서 오늘 여러 가지 측면에서 서울 임페널이 3전 전승을 했고요. 승점 8점입니다. 이제 강팀 냄새가 팍팍 나고 있는데 내부적인 판단이나 분위기 좀 어때요?
So Inferno is at 3 wins now. You're at the top of the East, and some people are saying that you are actually there with the greatest teams, highest teams in the league here. What are your internal evaluations on the team strength right now?
팀은 잘 모르겠어요.
I mean, I think we're doing really well, but in terms of like power levels, I don't think we're quite there yet at the very top. We do have a lot more to go.
네, 1등 해도 의미가 없는 것 같아요.
큰 곳을 보고 있다.
So, I mean, we are topping the East right now, but
바다 건너에서
I mean, we've like already experienced in the mid-season madness that it doesn't really matter unless you can actually beat the best teams.
팀을 대표해서 앞으로의 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So, what are your goals? Can you share your goals coming into the latter half of the season?
앞으로도 계속 열심히 할 테니까 많이 응원해 주시고 꼭 전성할 수 있도록.
Of course, we're nothing without hard work. We'll keep working hard, and then we'll make sure we win all the next games. And back to you, Seth.
Thank you very much for the translation there, Unknown. It's good to hear from MN3 having some thoughts, saying, you know what, I think that I was player of the match, but, you know, I think that there's definitely an argument to be made that monster CMP at the back end of that map was pretty huge and definitely helped them in that defense.
For sure. Maybe MN3 will get it next time. I thought he played really well today, but plenty of matches left for Soul Infernal.
That there are, and there's plenty of matches left today. Coming up next, we've got the Dallas Fuel going up against the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see how Shanghai bounces back. They're able to do so with Pate back into the lineup once again. We're going to go to a break, though. When we come back, we'll get right into that series, so don't go anywhere.
Functions at peak power. Adaptive circuits engaged. Honor.
And we are back. It's time to go into our second series here of the evening out of 3. And this is going to be the Dallas Fuel going up against the Shanghai Dragons, two teams that have titles, that have championships, trophies under their belt in times long since past, squaring off against one another to see who is going to be up on top. We'll go ahead and take a look now at the Dallas Fuel.
Too quickly, too selective. Ungodly connection there with the Rampage, and Harpy, he's come up with the goods again. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be Sal Barry on for 4 points. Michael's down. Went 3. The Dallas Fuel Overwatch League champions.
Us feel so far 2-0 to begin the second stage, 6-0 on the maps as well. Harbin's come back strong in the second half of the year, coming through on the Winston. Sparkle and Edison look practiced on their Tracer Sombra duo. MCD and Bliss were one of the more standouts, I think, in the earlier matches as well. It's a bit of a reckoning here for the Dallas Fuel, as you know, they had a tough start to the season and they want to end the season strong.
That they do. Sparkle will go ahead, get himself in, take his seat, and get ready to rock. But as I said, as the video said, champions. And the beginning of the year, it wasn't really reflecting that. Obviously, some changes here to the side of the Fuel, but they want to get back to that standard. They want to prove that they can have that level of competition, that they can have that repeat win. And it's been a steady improvement compared to where we started to where we are now.
Exactly. I mean, this is a lot of work for the team for sure. And speaking of a lot of work, Shanghai Dragons have definitely begun their efforts as well for the second half of the year. It was also a tough start for them in stage 1 with Fate back in the lineup. It seems like things have been mostly retooled. Things are looking positive. Shanghai Dragons are still, you know, of the teams that are, I think, on the come up, but still struggling a little bit. Their Lost to Dreamers did, I think, lose a bit of confidence in terms of viewing what this team could do. They looked very shaky in that game, but a strong start versus the Seoul Dynasty. I guess now it's time to prove for the Shanghai Dragons, can they do more than just beat the Seoul Dynasty? Because that seems to be the one team, no matter what, Shanghai always somehow get a win over, and that includes their one matchup they had in the start of the year as well.
I mean, that's the 2 wins. That's the ones that they have under their belt. And yeah, just for whatever reason, always have the Dynasty's number, but can't quite get the number for anybody else. We'll see, though, if today can be the difference maker here. As Fate back into the roster, at least, you know, that cohesion versus Dynasty was what was so very impressive about the team, and then it was missing in that second series when they were going up against Dreamers. So we need to see that cohesion coming back through if they want to be able to take down the Fuel.
And for the Fuel as well, you know, they did a little bit better against the contenders teams. They played against O2 Blast, who look quite different coming into this particular stage compared to what we saw in the knockouts, and also Pokerface, who definitely have struggled so far. And so for Dallas Fuel as well, I mean, you could argue that they have still yet to be really intensely tested. So, you know, now will come, I think, one of the more interesting tests so far. A team that is, you would imagine, should be better than the Seoul Dynasty, who themselves, in my opinion, are no slouches. So Dallas Fuel, a classic matchup versus the Shanghai Dragons, and ideally a bigger test than what they've had so far.
That's what we're hoping for. Keep our fingers crossed. As we can see, starting things off, we'll go to Antarctic Peninsula, then head over to Midtown, Dorado, and anything from there is just going to be a bonus. So we're hoping that we do get a series here between these two squads. See what happens, though. How both teams are going to be faring as we get ready to go over here, because this is where we see a hell of a lot of brawl. So that's what we're kind of anticipating as the gates get ready to open up.
And that's really positive for the Dallas Fuel as well, despite them having, I think, played mostly the dive comps, right? I think even Rush has to look at the meta like, all right, guys, we're going to have to play a little bit of the meta here. We can't just play Rush the entire time. But map 1 does give them the option to maybe even look back over towards the Lucio Moira stuff they've been sort of infamous for this particular season and season past.
I mean, could very well happen. I believe in the last matchup coming through for the Dallas Fuels. MCD coming away with the player of the match, if I'm remembering correctly, and he has been the one who's very, very willing to pick up that Moira. See if it does end up coming into play here for them.
Yeah, he certainly has, and I think MCD has been one of the players that has been on that resurgence for the Dallas Fuel, and part of the reason why they look improved for sure. So, let's see if this ends up working out for the Fuel. We stacked up, maybe they would think about the brawl, but it will just be the Winston Tracer Sombra dive. Mirror coming on through. Sparkle versus Viper will be very interesting here as well, because Viper has been a strong point for the Dragons, especially when the Tracer roll so strong.
Isu right up in front there, alongside Bliss, who will get taken down. Piper able to capitalize on the kill and the anti-nade at the same time. Very much similar fashion. Fate going to be taken out as well by Sparkle. Tracer finding these opening volley kills. They've locked in so very low. Sparkle just tucks back away, keeps himself safe. First cap though, coming through for the side of the field without the contest. Getting ready to come in for the Dragons. They go ahead and get a reset.
Point is open here. Viper stepped, and that is a swift kill. Great shot. IM City and followed by Sparkle. 5v4 now for the field to lock up the first point.
Huge shot down and a bigger anti-nade on the backhand. There's as well down to a sliver, just trying to backpedal, trying to keep himself safe, but Sparkle just goes jumping around the side of Fate. Finds that elimination. Pulse bomb now held. Does he even want to send it here? Just get some extra tempo. The answer is going to be yes. He won't get the kill. Won't get the stick. Still looking for a little bit more though. Ticking up now past 12% of the fuel.
Oh. Great showing by MCD so far. Sleep out to get a kill into a Bionade for the Dallas Field to then confirm the fight win and get the cap as well. And on top of all that, leading Eris in the Nano ult charge. So MCD will be linchpin for the early game here with the Dallas Field. And now as Nano comes into play, the Dragons should have it here soon, but Armbin gets it first.
Happening here alongside of Eris, who will end up getting taken down right as the Nano comes online, I believe. So all around here on the Gangnam Jin ends up getting taken down as well. No replying kills here in the fight as Hanbin wants to continue to press the issue, force Fate back over the spawn room doors. Won't be able to kill him, but they're certainly sending a message.
With the deep information here, so some decent scouting on the back lines. Edison much further up. Isu has the option of just going for solo again, and he's going to do it. MCD's been a problem. Shut that problem down early.
Has been, but Fate is going to be responded for on the opposite side of things. So now without a tank, get rid of one of the supports. Plus is about to have that rally ready to go, and Viper just going to get taken down by Sparkle as well.
I mean, that Nano, or rather the EMP, was mitigatable. Spark with a late pulse as well, just for the extra stagger. Might not have been really required, but it does certainly send a message. And back to the original point, even with Fate getting EMP there, I think Eris could have saved Fate, but must not have the LOS.
Plenty of ults to try to work with here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but they might need to dump all of them just to get themselves back over the point because they are still being held at arm's length reach from that. Fate forced away once more, 95% ticking up. Somebody's gonna have to go for this touch here, and Viper, he's been dealt with, he's being held busy, I suppose. So it's Hisu, gets that touch, recall gonna be forced out here from Sparkle. Comes up, Viper, unable to find that kill. Hail Mary toss and the pulse bomb, not gonna find anything. MCD, however, still dealt with. Still comes in, Viper finds Hanbin to boot. Stun in, Bliss. The whip shot will be able to take down Eris, but the fight victory goes the way of the Dallas Fuel of Sparkle. He's trying to backpedal his way back over the rest of the squad, who's waiting to respawn still. Late kill onto him would be good for that added stagger, but they cannot find it, but they do get themselves on the board at long last.
It's a very conservative fight with the Dragons there as well. They had more to use and they actually end up saving 2 ultimates. So in terms of making the long play happen, if you actually want to come back on this map and go from 0.99 to your own 99, you're going to have to save a couple ults, and they certainly are able to do that. So now into next fight will be a pretty huge advantage. Fate's survivability is going to be very high indeed. So Shanghai Dragons have the opportunity to get at least 50 here. Now they're going to have to blow ultimates immediately.
Yeah, not good. Here's hacked. Not going to take it down. Cognition falling so very low. And yeah, the Nano has to be invested onto him, but as it comes through, Iris is going to die on the back end. Viper as well. Force low supports dealt with. Fate taking a nap the entire time as the supports just die around him. Recap, Flip getting ready to come back through as Hanbin is just counting him down. Does knock Fate a little bit closer, but as soon as he gets over to the point to get the touch, the EMP comes in and they just don't allow him to pop the primal. Oh, it's just absolutely gorgeous from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Shutting them down at every twist and turn. OT bleeding. Can anyone tag in? The answer is no. It's 147 to 147% here as Fuel will take the first round.
That's really disappointing for the Dragons because I think they had a little bit more to show there. okay, they cop an early loss in terms of members, 4v5. Not pleasant for the Shanghai Dragons in a situation where they'd like to be ahead and they have 2 ultimates to Dallas Fuels. And they maybe had 1 at the time. And this is Sparkle a little bit earlier on with the cleanups that we saw. Kills Fate just before the Primal. But for the Shanghai Dragons, it's like, you're in a 4v5. I expect them to be a little bit more aggressive and holding on to the point. They back out. They start really backing away from the point. Then their supports are in trouble. Eris just pops a nano onto Gangnam Jin out of desperation. Gangnam Jin just dies afterwards, and they never actually get the point to be able to counter-engage anyway, allow Fate to dive under with the nano. Talked a little bit about Brawl earlier, Achilles, and the Brawl is here now. But the Shanghai Dragons version still has a Sombra in place. They're doing a little bit of lip cosplay here, a little bit of Lanta.
Just following after that last round, Dragons probably spending more time on the point itself compared to the Dallas Fuel despite the loss, because Fuel was just constantly pushing up towards their spawn room, just getting that punish. Now, first on the inside track here, Shanghai Dragons with some semblance of controls. Hanbin going to be walled off. Around the corner here, though, is Sparkle looking to join in, looking to provide some peel. Stop them from being able to get that kill. But the first lockdown goes away the Shanghai Dragons, now ticking up. Pause, Hanbin continues to get bullied, has to get topped back up. Upset in his form, starts rushing forward. Gangnam Jin finding one, but Viper going to be traded out at the same time. Down for Sparkle, trying to catch up towards getting that Blizzard online. A little bit more into the corner of space. There's just no way to peel from, given the immortality field had already been burned, so it's going to be a fairly fast flip. As 19% is established for the Dragons, the Fuel gain control.
Well, huge that Hanbin survived, because it was actually a really good opening wall from Viper. Hanbin surviving there is everything to the Dallas Fuel. Allows Dragons to cap the point, but once the kills start coming on in, Lamp being forced out by Eris, Fate in low HP, and they can't get Fate back up. Dallas Fuel will get the most important kill of the lot onto Fate, and that will be enough to flip the point right on over in Dragons. And that lead is instantly gone now. Eris first out for the window, MCD hacked out.
I mean, how could I MCD was, everybody else? Obviously, there's no tracer here, so you can't just go for the dive. It does help Hisu get closer to that EMP, which he now has online, but as soon as he gets it, Edison shuts him down. Rail shot goes through. Hisu falls. Very much now in the hands of Dallas Fuel. Fate's going to be taken down as well as both supports, it would seem, for a little bit of added stagger. And yeah, it's just going to be an extended team kill on the back end.
Cheap for the Dallas Fuel as well. It's a window-for-window trade, which is positive for Dallas, and nothing else spent. Just being railed straight through that Matrix. I think it was Edison onto Hisu, and we're back into 2022 playoffs here. Steady Eddie back on his favorite hero as the Dallas Fuel were comfortable on this icebreaker second round. Shanghai Dragons still hold on to a lot of ultimates, so this could get bloody, but if Shanghai Dragons don't win this fight, I think they're out of the map.
This is in EMP to try to reply, and MCD is going to get taken down before the sound barrier can come through from Bliss. So down to support, but now Edison again. The body shot through, takes out Viper, answering beat in from Gangnam Jin. So some added shielding. Edison playing here on the edge, grabs that mini pack. The clock expired. Hanbin at the same time, though, has that annihilation rolling, punching his way through, looks for a little bit more, raises the fist, keeps himself safe. Eris eventually is able to take him down. Eris himself will end up getting traded. 90% now here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. This Blizzard from Viper has to be everything.
Yeah, but how can he get there in time? It's going to be Fate and Hisu go for the touch. Hisu barely dodging the shears, and oh, he's going to get booped, but whoa. I think he did. Yeah, he managed to get the overtime just.
Got him into the ice block. Now needs to break out of that one. Lobs it through.
Oh, Hanbin nearly ate that.
Sparkle, yeah, almost had it. Sparkle going into the ice block there for a brief little moment. Edison going to take it down. Ears finding the opening kill, but now MCD also trading back. Baptiste get involved. Punch into the wall. Sparkle taken out by the Doom Fist, and Fate swapped over onto. A little intercepted by his own maze wall, but punches Hanbin away from the point. You need to clear this one. It seems like eventually they're going to have to concede it. This way, you see MCD and Bliss starting to pull back away. Hanbin broken out of the mech, which certainly confirms it here for them. Supports will stay alive. No further stagger is going to be found here, it would seem, but Shanghai Dragons managed to fight through to go ahead and get that cap and keep their hopes alive.
Hanbin should be back onto Ram here as well as the Shanghai Dragons now. We're looking at a load-bearing Matrix from Eris to save the day. MCD's got the same, but Dallas Fuel are much closer to way more impactful ultimates, and this fight will probably go a reasonable amount of distance, enough for Bliss to also get a sound barrier, and that will end up, I think, swaying things over for Dallas for that, on top of the fact that Fate is now onto a dive here, which doesn't really work for their comp. This is one of those desperation swap here. It's not really what Fate wants to play.
I mean, you just didn't have the time to go back to the spawn after the fight with victory, I suppose, and
exactly
try to just swap it back over. I'm going to whittle down to about half HP as Bliss gets hacked. off screen. Spark just better a Viper. Not sure if the ice block had already been burned, but now that's going to be the Blizzard invested here for the Dallas Fuel. Gangnam Jin would love to have that barrier available, but he just cannot get it done. Meteor Strike, Fate comes dropping back in, but he's got nowhere to go. Double punch into the wall, but no kills confirmed. The flip coming back through. 70% might just be as good as it gets. He's still with the EMP. His translocate away, just gets the touch in. Viper now wrapping back around here on the Tracer. Instantly dealt with as Hanbin claims it. And okay, another touch. EMP out, but yeah, Immortality Field's in. They have the overclock, the beat onto 3. Here's now on the Kiriko, also getting whittled lower and lower. Fate jumps back forward again. Has been slamming onto the point. Edison finds the headshot right before Gangnam Jin would have broken line of sight. He cannot stay in this fight. The wall comes up, the OT goes down. Dallas Fuel take Antarctic Peninsula with a 2-0 to kick off the series.
Yeah, pretty convincing, I think. I mean, there were some good moments there for Shanghai, but really, we never saw Shanghai Dragons in the driver's seat. It was Dallas Fuel the entire way through. Whether we're looking at dive, or whether we're looking at brawl, we already knew that likely in that brawl matchup, Dallas Fuel were going to be the more consistent team. They're going to be the more practiced team. They know what they're doing there. In the dive, probably expected a little bit more out of the Shanghai Dragons, but just didn't end up showing at all in that opening map.
A brutal one there for them. Good to be able to fight back, get these flips, and they did have some minimal ultimates, but just cannot hold it to the end. Coming up next, we've got Midtown for our hybrid map. Let's see if the Shanghai Dragons can get the blood pumping a bit more as we get ready to go ahead and dive into that one. But first, of course, we're going to be taking a quick little break. You guys know how this all works. We'll be back. The action continues, etc., etc. And we are back, one map out of the way. Dallas Fuel quite handily winning there on Antarctic Peninsula. Shanghai Dragons now need a reply as we get ready to go into Midtown.
No real weaknesses there for the Dallas Fuel so far on map 1 that I could really tell. Things are looking mighty fine for a improved looking Dallas Fuel squad where, you know, while other teams have looked at new members, looked at retooling the roster itself, Dallas Fuel, they just got to work, heads down, got those scrims going. Practice looks like it's paying off so far.
She's still using a flip phone though. Flash from the past, but Iris is on another level. Show them the dragon power.
I would like to see that because MCD so far has been, I think he was a standout in week 1. And, you know, in our very early fights that we saw on Antarctic Peninsula, really set things up and got things going for the Dallas Fuel. So, and multiple areas of the Dallas Fuel looking much improved compared to Stage 1.
Very much so. Pressure building up here for the side of the Dragons. See how they do fare. I mean, Midtown going over into that one can anticipate some more Winston here, so perhaps Fate getting a bit of an upper hand. But as we saw at the beginning of this matchup, the stat card, I mean, it's not like Hanbin has had bad figures when it comes down to playing for Winston himself, so.
I think especially in this particular stage. Stage 1, I think Hanbin definitely looked like he struggled on that Winston, and it was clear that the Dallas Fuel wasn't comfortable in that composition, so they played a lot more Brawl, a lot more Ram than other teams. But they fully embraced the meta now coming into the summer stage, and Hanbin and everyone else included looking much better on these compositions that it did not look good on earlier in the year.
Well, Midtown needs to be the big changing points here for the Shanghai Dragons. I mean, again, you never want to get yourself into that reverse sweep position. So they belong to a charge before then. So getting a win on Midtown will definitely instill some more confidence and get the team rallied up, give them something to be jazzed about. So they are going to be able to make that one work for themselves. But expecting just some more pretty standard play coming into this one with some Sombras and Traces. We'll see if there's going to be any differentiation.
We've seen a little bit of Echo in the past, which Sparkle wouldn't mind going over towards. Haven't seen Viper play anything outside of the Tracer so far. I think, well, we did actually see a little bit of Genji.
Genji for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so that's been mainly his hero pool. Aside from that, I mean, I think I've seen some teams even bring out a Torb on the defense here for Midtown. It's possible.
Well,
let's examine what we have
that's
here.
Not going to be the case for us.
Just be normality today, everything standard.
First on the attack here, Shanghai Dragons. See how they do fare is Edison just strafing across the alleyway, spraying where possible. Not even attempting a setup at a hack yet. It's just wants to get as much neutral damage as he can. Skang Jin is going to be taking a nap, but he's perfectly safe.
Dallas moving over towards the top side at the moment, or trying to hold on to that top side as Dragons. Looking at main. First dive in.
Take control of the train car here. Hack does go through. Fate off the bubble though, but he's going to get dropped. Splis is able to help confirm the kill. Amazing follow-up here from the side of the Fuel. Viper having to make his exit, take it low. Sue as well. Both DPS players, their heavy fire just dashing their way back. They'll stay alive, so no further stagger is going to be found here. In the meantime, a little bit of a back cap attempt coming through over onto the point, trying to open up some space for them here. Swiftly dealt with.
Viper getting challenged here as well. Sparkle not afraid of taking these duels, but now Sparkle in. A little bit of heat. Speaking of heat, he's on 11 HP, but he's really trying to keep up with Edison currently on that EMP pacing.
Doing his damage. Pulse bomb out from Viper. Got the connection, but it was on the Bliss's shield, so doesn't find the kill, and Sparkle gets Viper on the back end. Oh, Sparkle succeeding where Zest could not earlier on, and managed to go ahead and get the Tracer diff.
Love to see that. Sparkle's only been going from strength to strength, I feel, on the Tracer so far. That's the way Edison really gets ahead of Hisu as well, who Hisu's trying to do a little bit of hiding here. Won't be successful, but at least has some decent positioning on the back line, so tries to look at his setups all the way in the back of the map. Not bad.
Back on the Iris. Quick exit. So not looking to stick around, just wants to keep playing with their heads here, make them feel like they are never safe. EMP, though, is now built up. Finds a setup for it, sends it, does get Iris here into the back line. So dart sent, not going to find the hit. In the meantime, he's going to be traded. He's still able to come away with a kill on the MCD without having to have that EMP online. Gangnam Jin dead. Rally canceled. Bliss rolling as well. Whether it was a cancel or just expired, hard to say. Either way, supports are gone. It's definitely struggle street here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. And Sparkle gets Viper once more.
Well, they both popped the rally there. I think Gangnam Jin was trying to save Ares, but not going to end up being the case. And the good news for Dragons is because they force out Bliss's rally, which I don't know if really that was necessary. Now they can freely play this EMP into a situation where one of the major counters for Dallas Field is gone. MCD is still there to maybe drop a nano on top of somebody that gets EMP, but I also think MCD is going to be the target. Isu's hunting. Sees the Ana. Wants both.
Okay, does get both. Yeah, Viper there. Bliss taken down. See, Nano couldn't come through from MCD, so cannot try to just go ahead and bail him out with that one. Rest of the team now hovering low on the HP bars. Hanbin with the Primal, however, will go ahead and pop that one. Gets things rolling. In the meantime, Shanghai Dragons getting a bit of a taste at this point. Starting to tick up. First one's going to be locked in.
Still Nano for the retake.
He's like scouting up into the high ground. Either way, Viper with the pulse bomb this time will be able to get Bliss behind the shield, taking him down. See out on Hanbin, heals pumped through. He stays alive. 98.2% built up here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Eventually, they clear him out fast enough, and Dallas Field just backpedaling, trying to stay safe. Push up MCD, feeling the need to have to go up into the bubble just to keep Hanbin alive in the fight, not get that reset. And all the sleep dart. It's a bit too shallow there. Goes into the wall of the bubble rather than onto the Winston that he so desperately wanted. So the stagger kill is going to be found. Flip shot to keep it safe back here for a brief little moment. The pulse bomb sticks for some peel. Sparkle will finally be able to save them off.
Dragons starting to make some headway onto B now. I think the pulse onto Bliss was attempted to be saved by MC, who drops in a nano, but likely too much damage was done, or maybe the kill just came on through a little early. I don't think Hanbin got the nano. It looked like Bliss maybe got the nano, but the nano was gone in either case. Both teams looking towards EMP this time around. MCD strikes first, so Edison might hold on to this.
Viper dead. No one can stop me. Sparkle just wrapping back around here. Get himself up over top. Put some pressure down from above here onto the Shanghai Dragons players. Fate, I mean, not really in threat of dying, but is also just operating as a complete ult battery at the moment here for Sparkle. So he just races to try to get that next pulse bomb online. Here's hacked into the back line. EMP still saved. I'm not ready. Edison just continuing to mess with him. EMP, however, inside of Hisu. Trigger gets pulled. Bliss going to be taken down. Swing on the corner. MCD dead as well. Now supportless here. Yeah, huge play from them. Edison barely makes it out alive off screen with the translocator. Back to safety, but decent space opened up here. Shanghai Dragons now can continue this push.
And that was a good opening. They knew that Edison translocated away. The back line for the Dragons was going to be safe because of no EMP threat. And then Hisu gets the trigger pull onto the Dallas Field backline, eventually kills both. And a little bit of an interesting moment here. The translocator from Hisu was gone, and that means Hisu's dead. But Fate is still in with the nano.
The nano building up towards the primal can really have some very long-term forward presence there. Now that he's about to have that one online. That's been dealt with. Delaying that EMP coming into the mix here for the side of the Dallas Field. Fate now popped the primal as the anti comes in. Does not want to die here, but will be taking a nap instead. Heart still inching forward. Hanbin waiting for his moment. It's a pulse bomb, lob in, MCD into the corner. It takes him down about half HP, but they cannot confirm the kill off the back of that one. Hanbin now going to be nanoed up. Primal goes in. EMP comes across. Hisu gets taken down. Rally still rolling from Gangnam Jin, trying to keep the rest of the players alive here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. His Fate is going to be taking yet another nap, and Sparkle eventually is able to find the enemy brig. Just dealt with. The cleanup comes through. An extended team kill effectively coming in as it's 44 seconds remaining for the Shanghai Dragons just in front of point B.
Now, Fuel just needed to hold on there because they still have plenty of ultimates to play through. And with MCD barely dodging out the pulse bomb, if Viper actually hits that, it could be disastrous for Fuel. Take the nano off the table. Things start to look a lot worse after that. Last minute now to go. In fact, less than that. 30 seconds. Hisu. A 1v1 versus Edison, but they both have to kind of walk away from that.
Edison has to transfer get away, actually. A good reply from Shanghai Dragons coming to Hisu's aid. They shove him back. But that EMP, that's the closest thing that they have. As well as the nano. Pulse bomb in. Fate taken down.
Gone.
The cart, they're off of it now. It's Fate eliminated. MCD watching this one. It seems like no one's going to be able to get the touch here at the very end. No, okay, they will. Suspected it was Viper. It was. He calls back down into the low ground, but Edison cleans him up with a melee hit, and that'll be it. The win condition now set up for the Dallas Fuel as they get ready to go on the attack.
Yeah, really tightly played there. Shanghai Dragons managed to get A off of some decent plays on the backside from Hisu, but for Dallas Fuel, ultimately they were able to hold on to plenty of resources for the last couple of fights, and Sparkle and Hanbin specifically played extremely well in that defense. Both players did not die at all, which is a massive stat line specifically for Harbin, but Sparkle also has been pretty phenomenal so far. We saw some really good pulse bombs, beating Viper in a decent number of situations as well. So, on board for a good-looking 2-0 start to the series. If Dallas Fuel now can just push the rest of this distance, and here we get to see a little bit of the Sparkle Tracer gameplay, which has been looking so good so far in the second half of the year.
It has, but what I want to see is him getting that pulse bomb kill on a Viper. I wanted to see the setup for that one. Either way, still plenty to highlight, and you know, if Sparkle's able to come away with a player of the match, perhaps we'll see it in that highlight package. Speaking a decent argument for himself. But now, just in front of point B is where the Dallas Fuel need to go if they want to just move up 2-0 and make this a pretty easy breezy series and put Shanghai Dragons to match point.
Not a great day for the Shanghai Dragons so far. Not a lot of extremely well-placed situations. I think Hisu's had some okay EMPs, and they've been able to get the back line of the Dallas Fuel a couple times off the back of that one, so it's been one really good side. I talked about the fact that Echo can be played here, and Edison's going to go for it. We haven't really seen Edison Echo in the past, so this is a new look.
Yep, historically, Sparkle very much the projectile player here for the squad. Let's see how it does fare. Well, they're not going to be forced off with this one, but let's did want that little bit of explosive power. Really help confirm the kills onto the likes of Fate. When you do have that beam, you just get the Winston down about half HP. Beam comes across, so pretty much guaranteed that kill, but Edison's going to get punished. Isu finding that opening elimination. Really halfway now towards that EMP, and not much done for Edison there.
It's a very different look for the Dallas Fuel. We haven't really seen them being much of an Echo team. Definitely not this year anyway. Isu will also appreciate the fact that he can mostly be solo sombering here, not having to worry about the spy versus spy situation. We saw a lot of somber from M3 versus Choi's Echo in the last game, and M3, or rather Hisu this time around, would do well to keep Edison under check as a bit of a pause coming on through. And while that happens, Shanghai Dragons opening defense looks okay with ultimates at a reasonable pace here. Fate slightly ahead of Harbin. Hisu at 70% for EMP.
MCD a little bit further ahead as well on that nano, but obviously you gotta get our daily dose of pause, so we'll just go ahead, pump the brakes real quick, figure out what's going on, and then we can get right back into the mix of things here. It looks like it's just going to be a mic issue on the side of the Shanghai Dragons, so it should be very quick to take care of, and then we can carry on our merry way.
Be interested to see if
exactly, so, you know, as long as nothing comes in and exacerbates this.
Sure. Just, yeah. Get that mic going again. Hoping we'll see if Edison continues this echo forward for the rest of the map on B as well. It's okay on B, but I think really we've mostly seen if there's going to be any echo play, A has been the predominant point for it.
Seems like ready checks are coming in, so issues should be taken care of, and we should be able to get back in the game here momentarily. So a nice quick little issue within an eerily quiet theater.
We should have like a LAN game up next as well, so a couple of those, and next game will be indeed that, but not for Dallas and Shanghai.
That'll be hype. Yes, obviously, Shanghai Dragons still playing within the namesake city.
Nano's coming.
Into the back, hasn't received any heals, gets whittled down, but because of the timing here, still is going to be quite low off the recall. EMP in, Hanbin eliminated. This fight either going to be a wash, or they need to find something big on the back end. They will force out the nano boost here, though, from Iris. Fate, a little bit of pressure. Now they can go diving back into the underpass. They're able to clean up both supports, as well as Edison. So really good staggers found on the back of this one. That's going to be half the time bank taken care of.
It's looking like Hanbin dies before Nano's really been able to be popped on top of him. Otherwise, that would have been your clear Nano target. You can't afford that Hanbin going down that fight. And instead, it goes over towards Edison, and Dallas just can't get enough done off the back of that. We saw Edison try to chase down Fate, but Fate's HP was just far too high. And speaking of which, Fate is aggressively shoved into the Dallas Fuel spawn at the moment. Not quite touching the door, but making his presence known, as he'll be the first one to find the primal for this next upcoming fight.
Have that one 6% away from it. And oh, big commitment there from Sparkle, challenging in to try to get that kill on Hisu, but ends up getting taken down by Viper with the melee hit. And again, having to go for the reset now, a minute and 30 seconds remaining for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Shanghai Dragons, I mean, they haven't even allowed them to really get to the point at all, so there's no ticks to start with here. They don't have any kind of jumping off point. They have to start from zero.
It's more time as well for Hisu to just try and find this next EMP. As the Dallas Fuel, I'll have 4 ultimates here. Ticked up with Hanbin, finishing it off on the Primal. Starting to get some good movement here, but half HP on a lot of different members.
Okay, Iris going for the dupe, or rather going for the dupe onto Iris. Edison in here. Gangnam Jin now going to be taken down. Iris
They want
on
Iris.
the way. Is Hanbin waiting. Fate dealt with now. Dead. Dallas Fuel finally start getting some cap going here on this point. Fate can come back in though. He's got enough time. If they lose anybody else, this could be tragic, and Hanbin will be able to get Iris.
Super late death.
Say without that
Hisu's
one.
ready. I mean, if it wasn't for Iris dying, Hisu might still go for it. He looks like he wants to.
Cap's in. The cap's in. Now they just have to fight for card control.
That's really sad. If Eris doesn't die there, I think Fate and Hisu double ultimates. That's definitely a retakeable situation for Shanghai. At minimum, you force out the 2 support ultimates from the Dallas Field. Now 3 minutes left to go. Dallas will just have to get to the end of B, or at least exiting the underpass, and they basically won the map here. So first to do that, they'll have to beat the EMP. To do that, they'll need make sure Bliss can have this. Oh no, they need to have the rally available. The rally is available, but Bliss is caught in the EMP.
Taken down, so good value off the back of the EMP. Edison dead for some additional stagger, now having freshly swapped over to that Sombra as well. Hanbin, very late death. Ends up being even more costly, and when you've got such little time to work with, all of these deaths very much can add up.
Yeah. Especially with the fact that, you know, the late death coming on through, and by the time Dallas Fuel are ready to go, that's basically a minute gone. So out of the 3, we're down to about 2, 1/3 of the time gone. Halo movement, minimal. Which means we're going to spend ultimates from the Dallas Fuel side to really get things going. At least that's the idea from Dragon's POV.
Nano through, Hanbin diving forward, looking for Iris. They managed to find him. The Nano can't come in and didn't have a target, so can't send that. Also, they still do have time on their side as well as distance, so
MCD,
saving it for a future fight could be good. But yeah, Viper coming back in, finds both supports. Love to see exactly what happened here, but alongside Fate and Hisu, they managed to make it work. Kills come in, now Edison gone as well. Jump in over the top of the cart, and this whole time has not been moving forward. It's not even getting ready to go down the ramp.
Just a counter dive from Viper and Fate, the 2-man hit squad. Maybe Hisu got into that play as well. Sacking their own backline, but screw it. If we get MCD and Bliss down, that means Fuel can't push either, and Fuel, they end up having to wait. It's another 30 seconds down in the bin. And we'll have the EMP coming up soon. I think the loss of the Primal to Fate is pretty big, though. Fate did not trust his survivability there, so felt the need to put into the Primal, knowing he's got no supports.
The value being on the defending side, you can kind of just dictate the pace. They dive into your back line. As long as you're able to do very much the same on the opposite side and get those kills confirmed, you're going to be in a good spot. I have to assume that was going to be a hack into the spray down, but Hisu comes away with the kill on the Sparkle. Now we're down to less than a minute remaining here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. They have barely inched this cart at all. Hanbin bonking his head here as he tries to jump through the door. Will be relatively safe, but soon now another EMP ready to go.
The good news is Fuel are about to have 5 ultimates, right? But it is coming up the last fight. And how many are they going to use just to get payload control? Edison's thinking about EMP. This could be a good one.
Oh, but the trade up is there. Okay, now equalized. Fate able to find Bliss, so a 2 for 2 on either side. Neither team having the supports being able to survive.
Can't push. Fuel end up losing this. They can't push.
No, they cannot. Certainly not right now. Edison translocates out. Sparkle recalls with barely any HP. Fate going down does mean that they can start inching this forward, but it's going to have to be a full overtime push. They can't afford to lose anybody else.
This is the first major push on B as well, because, you know, other times they've been traded back. This time, the Fate death isn't traded. Dallas will also have an EMP advantage. It's looking decent for Dallas. If they can get this Nano and EMP off.
EMP, they're looking for Viper, but no, they can't take him out. Nano now cross over onto Fate. He's down to a sliver of HP. Fate just keeping them locked down here into the underpass. Comes forward, translocation dealt with. Then getting jiggled around a bit. MCD pushed into the corner. The kill comes through. Cart is still being contested. No back cap opportunity here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Now Hanbin going to be taken down. It looks like the Shanghai Dragons may have just done it. Bliss is going to fall. It's all on Sparkle and Edison, but now it's just the Tracer remaining, and he cannot get there in time. This is not going to be a 3-0 or on pace for one. The Shanghai Dragons will successfully defend in front of point B to go ahead and tie us up 1-1.
Solid defense coming up through. I felt like Hanbin, rather Dallas Fuel with Edison's Echo, was maybe a bit of a gamble for them, coming into the fact that it's not a normal look for the Dallas Fuel. I think Echo is not that uncommon for Midtown, but it wasn't the most inspiring Echo gameplay that we've seen so far. And for the Shanghai Dragons, when you see how effective the Viper Fate backline dives are coming on in to counteract the fact that they were losing Gangnam and Eris to the Sparkle Hanbin dives, Fate and Viper just say, we'll do the same on the Dallas fullback line. Every single time they are able to trade MCD and Bliss, Dallas can't push. So Dallas will just stop that with B for so many times due to that reason.
Well, very well piloted here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, keeping their heads above the water, getting that map win locked in. Now we get ready to go over to Escort. See who is going to be able to take the lead once again here in this series. Will it be the Fuel? Will it be the Dragons for the first time? Gonna find out when we come back. We are back and we are tied up at 1-1. Shanghai Dragons pull off a successful defense back over there on Midtown to get things tied up, make them neck and neck. Now we get ready to move forward into our escort map to see who is going to be taking the lead.
Finally, we get to see some real, I think, spirited dives coming through from the Shanghai Dragons. You know, what is promised when you think about what the Viper Tracer can deliver, Kisu on a Sombra, Fate on a Winston. On paper, it sounds like it should be so strong, and finally on Midtown, we've got that taste of the good dives on the Shanghai. So as we head into Escort, game is fully opened up, I think, in terms of where the results can really start to show. And for a map like Dorado, it's going to be dive the entire way through. And could we see a little bit more Echo again? I don't know if I really want it, but I will say it is available for Echo A defense on Dorado.
Very well could come through, but we'll see how the Dallas overall are feeling about it, given that it was a fairly slow process to try to get that duplicate online. Finally was able to do it, helped set up for the kills onto the back line, but it was still very down to the wire. Barely were able to cap point A without any time in the bank, and that's what really worked against the side of the fuel when it came down to trying to get that push all the way through. So take a look at Hisu, though, who is having some nice little value, nice and early with a Sombra out the gate.
Very low deaths as well, so only went down 2 times in total on Midtown. 7 final blows, 2 deaths.
Seems pretty good.
Had some very impactful EMPs overall. I think was we saw multiple times there with, even if it was a solo EMP, they'd get one of the supports and then still clean up the other one just normally.
Keys was looking a bit least there on that map. Let's see if that's going to be the same story as we get ready to move into Dorado. Obviously, you know, selfishly, I'm thinking I would love to see some sniping, but we kind of know the reality of the situation that we're in.
I mean, defense sniping is not bad on Dorado A. I think there's plenty of space to play through if Hisu wants to go for that again. That would be the time to do it. Not probably that viable for the rest of the map. But probably right there, I think the most safe thing to do for either team would just be to stick to what they've played so far, what they know, which is more of the same.
Time will tell as we get ready to load up into this one. Again, getting that lead is what's on the line. Shanghai Dragons, this would be a big proving point. Try to just go ahead, get this series into their own hands, and then close things out. Also worth noting, they still haven't, I think they're now 0 and 10 on control maps this entire year. Completely forgot about that statistic after Antarctic
Shanghai?
Peninsula.
Yeah, well, not their game mode.
Clearly not.
Always good for, you know, map 2 or 3 or something else though. So those controls still kind of elude the Shanghai Dragons, which does kind of make you question what would happen in those map 5s as well if we do go that far.
If it comes down to it, they'd have to finally break the loss streak.
Okay, we'll tell you what.
Sparkle's coming out with the Echo.
Sparkle's going to do the Echo. So but this is the difference though. I think Sparkle's much more well known for the Echo. I think the Echo defense on A rooftops it's fine. It will make things a little bit awkward if Dallas Fuel eventually change off, and I think B Echo is still fine, but eventually you will have to swap this off, and Edison's going to have to go play Sombra, Sparkle back on the trace, so 2 players will eventually have to swap at some point.
Thank you for the assistance.
Isu, after taking a couple pot shots, the Widowmaker's just going to be swapping over to the Sombra himself. That rolling nice and early, so always have that tempo when those swaps do likely inevitably come in. They drop down, clips Fate. Edison able to pursue, finds that elimination. Good punish. Hart only rounds the first corner. Bumps into the back, not going to be finding too much damage here though.
And the Echo is problematic, I think, to deal with on the attacking side. It really just comes down to Hisu finding a hack. They have no real ability to challenge on the high ground outside of Fate kind of jumping in, but that's fairly limited. So Sparkle will be fairly unabated on this opening defense. He's going for the backline instead.
That's the hack across on the MCD. Puts him down to about half HP, but quickly the reply there is Bliss. Fate again going to be taken down. Sparkle with a beam. Able to execute him there. As Hisu spy checks, Viper recalls. Edison continues to push the issue here a bit. Good for some more. Come up empty-handed though.
Wow, we ball in already. Been treated to 2 balls today.
Okay.
Gaga on our first series, well, our 2 best ball players from 2021 are both going to lock it in. I don't know how I feel about ball on this particular map, but they will try.
Fate's having some confidence with it. Viper there with the pulse bomb goes out, not going to find that connection. Kill does not come through. Duke now online. Edison still holding onto a pulse of his own. Big thing coming up now is Hisu, now 9% away from having that EMP ready to go. Okay, there's the Duke. Sparkle just going for the Brigida. Self-protected here, 6 HP. Heals coming back through. Sends out a health pack before getting broken out of it. Edison continues on the hunt, looking for a target here. Still ending too much, and oh boy, I think it's about a 6 HP recall.
Isu has to be the difference maker here for the Dragons. He's got to break the Dragons out of this situation. Onto the back line, but where's the support? Not enough damage this time.
No, there's not. Anti on the Fate as well. Trying to get his way out of here. Is able to do so, but the Nano has to be committed to the Wrecking Ball just to keep him alive. Shield bash can go crashing through. Pile driver not going to get much. Pulse pump from Medicine takes down Iris. Rally now rolling from the side of Gangnam Jin. Viper with a pulse of his own. Again, not going to be finding too much of anything. They just locked in place. That shield bash was huge, but I mean, yeah, they had the Nano, and that's catastrophic.
Well, the EMP as well, and that needed to be the bailout for the Shanghai Dragons. That needed to be able to get some kills, and previously had been so good on Midtown for at least finding the backline here. Drop it in there. Bliss on minimal HP still ends up surviving. Just not enough follow-up, not enough damage. Mines on the payload, but I think Dallas Fuel will just kind of give up the payload for now. We'll work on everyone else.
Sparkle does not give up on it on Gangnam Jin. Takes him down, forces Hisu to translocate out. Needs some heals. MCD just goes ahead. Offers them up to him.
Fate's gone. So essentially, the minefield played just to get the payload out of the archway, which they've done. Forces the fuel back, but not really a fight win for the Dragons. We're looking at a full hold now, potentially. No ultimates.
No ultimates. No time to really work with here. Primal, another dupe, nearly available here for Sparkle. The Pulse Bomb will get built up as well by Edison. This would be a big spaghetti drop for Dallas Fuel to not be able to close this one out, just given the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, 3 ults available. First being played now onto Yana.
And the support line's just taken out. Stick on a Fate, works him down a half HP. Bubble protects him for a little bit longer, but now Hisu's going to be dealt with. Cleanup comes through. It's just Viper on his lonesome. Somebody doesn't even have the Pulse Bomb to try to find a straight pick. It's into the back line. Recalls back. Overtime starts bleeding down. Waiting for the respawn here for Fate. Now alive. Gangnam Jin trying to push forward, but now the Primal will beat him back, and it's going to be the full hold. Coming into the side of the Dallas Fuel, a monstrous response after being bested there on Midtown.
0-0.
This time around, Dallas Fuel just are able to get so much work done on this A rooftop defense. Like I said, I mean, Echo can be pretty tough to go up against when you're playing a Tracer Sombra and your Sombra is mostly focused on the backline. And that's okay if you can actually get the backline. If your Sombra player and Hisu is going to ignore Sparkle, but is able to somehow get MCD and Bliss down, Dragons can win this offense for sure. But not going to end up being the case when you see Hisu being caught out there. Then you see the EMP dropping in to no real effect. You see the fake ball coming on it. I'm not feeling the Wrecking Ball on this map at all. Maybe Fate feels like he's got more survivability. He's like, I can make the ball mechanics work, and I'm sure his ball mechanics are fine, but in this particular meta, ball just does not synergize at all very well with the rest of the team, in my opinion.
Yeah. An odd choice, one that does not pay off. We're talking about Sniper on the defense. Hisu's going to be going for it.
Without getting dizzy.
Went out now with that Ash.
Okay, so they pinged out the TP positioning. Edison is actually on the Symmetra as well, so likely is going to be a TP start for the Dallas Fuel unless they just don't want to be walking into where Fate is.
3, 2, 1.
So see if this ends up working out. But because Sparkle is going to end up being on this Echo again, I think Hisu understanding that, yeah, his first target is Sparkle. He knows who he wants.
Yep, he's going to have
Sparkle swap, that's the question.
Looks like it, because Edison's going to the Sombra. Yep. Okay, so they're just going to go ahead and get set up to be able to dive on top of Hisu as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, there's just no reason to play an Echo into the Ash like that, so Dallas Fuel always have the attacker's advantage of playing something that's more viable versus what the defense is running, and now you could argue that Hisu's on the wrong hero.
Punish comes in. That would be the call. Nice coach gun actually denies the high ground there from Hanbin. Sparkle alone, not enough damage to actually threaten him down given the proximity of the supports here, so he manages to stay alive for a bit longer. Hanbin made up over the top.
Oh, it was a nade miss.
To keep him alive, but yeah, the nade doesn't hit Hanbin, and yeah, the Viper will find that kill. 4 HP here for Hisu.
That would have been huge.
Back up.
I think MCD gets Nano off that if you get the Hanbin heal back up from basically 1 HP. Speaking of Nanos, Eris finds it quickly because quite a few low members of Shanghai Dragons, including Hisu on 4 HP. feed that directly into Eris's nano, and Dragons are looking good for the defense.
And for the dive. Been instantly greeted with some damage. Pulse bomb in, not finding it.
He just sidesteps it.
Yeah, just casually, just straight to the right. Doesn't get hit. Perfectly
so
fine. I can tell you, it's right at home when it comes down to playing these snipers.
That's the first nano. Oh, MC dies. Wow.
Head to the dynamite. Hisu will get traded, but Bliss is also gone. So again, it's just this back line getting taken down. Hanbin up on the high ground, however, we'll find Iris. Hisu gets eliminated. Bob can't come into play to try to get that extended contest, and now Primal's just going to be bopped. Hanbin just juggling Fate into the corner. Fate wanting to hold on to one of his own, but there's just not time.
It's going to cap.
I
think Fate should have Primal. I think Fate should have Primal that.
Okay, spy check. Now it's all on Viper. Pulse bomb hits the shield. The Bob goes in. They have that for the contest. Fate popping the Primal just to be able to get himself back over here a little bit faster, but Viper cut down to size off the back of the EMP. Finding that elimination. Fate now all is up lonesome. Sleep comes in. He's with the dynamite. Does meant to find Bliss. Healer down. Edison translocates away. Heart still contested. 3.54 meters left to go. Inching forward once again. The contest back in. Sparkle looking for a target. Pulse pump at the ready. Tries to send it. Can't quite get him. No, he actually still finds Iris. I'm not quite sure how, what Iris' movement looked like, but either way, Sparkle comes over the kill, getting rid of the enemy Ana. Hack now onto Hisu. Pressure still being applied. Through the corner goes Sparkle, low on HP. So MCD just continues to try to pump them back up to full health. Nano about to be online, but somehow, some way, Shanghai Dragons have actually found some semblance of stability here.
Even with Eris dead, Gangnam Jin finds a kill at the end there. Oh my goodness, Shanghai Dragons have held on barely. Just damage from Hisu from all the way in the back has done enough as well.
But even so, this still feels impossible.
Well, that's the thing. It's a very dire situation still because the payload is right there now. Time is running out, and the nano is good from Hanbin.
Yep, it's back now. Within 2 meters left to go. Hanbin drops down to the opposite side of the doorway here.
He's dead, surely.
Sparkle into the back line. Fate, yep, taken out. Hisu gets the headshot. Sparkle dead. Viper finds Bliss. 29 seconds remaining. Down 2 players. Fate dead, however, it's still a bad omen for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Viper desperately trying to stay alive. Gangnam Jin trying to keep him in this fight, and he just cannot manage to make it happen. MCD, Hisu's desperately trying to get that headshot to come across. Healing getting pumped through the Bob, not going to become available. Push will eventually come in just moments before Fate is able to leap back through. You got to say credit where it's due for the Shanghai Dragons to make that as close as it was, but eventually the advantage, such a strong hold from the side of the field. They set themselves up for success, and they do find it.
I mean, it was really good looking for the Shanghai Dragons on the defense until it wasn't. Part of the reason is because their actual offensive side let them down. They didn't get enough distance, but they had more distance to play through. The fact that Fate doesn't pop the Primal, the fact that Shanghai Dragons do lose a fight around the archway is probably inconsequential. They have the entire A defense to play through, but they didn't. The payload just stops. And so Shanghai Dragons, because they didn't get enough distance on their attack, they have very little to defend with.
Fortunate circumstances, and now it is going to be the Dallas Fuel moving up to match point. So as we get ready to go into Colosseo for a push map, Shanghai Dragons need to find success there to extend this all the way to 5. But even if they do that, we've already posed the question, what happens trying to close out a map on a control map when you are 0-10 currently here in the season? Hard to say. It might even be worse than that now that I'm thinking about it. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see if the Shanghai Dragons can in fact get it done. We're back, and this could be the beginning of the end here. Shanghai Dragons find themselves pushed to match points. Dallas Fuel with a very dominant hold on Dorado, made quick work of them. Didn't have very far to push either to take us now up to this 2-1 scoreline. So Shanghai Dragons need to get a victory as we move into Colosseo.
Shanghai Dragons, you know, it's a team that you feel like, especially on Dorado, it's just nearly there, but again, the attacking side was just so unfortunate for them.
Poker Face and Dreamers fans, actually. And we got a little frog boy.
We do have Dreamers coming up for the LAN game. We got man down. So we've got that to look forward to as the fans are going to get ready for our LAN match of the day after the Dallas Fuel vs Shanghai Dragons game. I believe that's Poker Face and Dreamers. So Dreamers themselves have done super well. Another team that has beaten the Shanghai Dragons, and Dallas Fuel might look to add themselves to that list, a growing list, where, again, for the Shanghai Dragons, they look improved, but man, so do other teams, and other teams include the Dallas Fuel.
Well, that it does. Well, unsurprisingly, not going to be seeing any kind of swap arounds whatsoever for either squad, but Dallas Fuel now have this control in their hands once more. Question is, can they close it out, or are they going to be once again struggling?
What do we got on board here as well? So map number 4 is going to end up being Colosseo. Take a look at some of the Harbin stats so far. It was on Dorado, where Harbin had very low deaths. He only had the 1 death. In fact, a lot of big players, Edison, Harbin, MCD, each only had the 1 death on Dorado. But again, very impressive for Winston specifically.
A solid performance from him. I mean, again, there was some weirdness from Fate bringing out that wrecking ball and not being able to find too much value off of it. It was a gamble, and that did not pay off. Not everybody can get away with it like Mag. Even then, Mag usually contains into Blizzard World, so.
Yeah, he hasn't even, you know, that was all spring stage, nothing in the summer. Let's see a little bit of the Harbin Diva come through, and I think there are still maps that are okay for Diva. I think it says a lot that Harbin is feeling as Winston these days in summer stage, where the extra practice for the Dallas Fuel, having missed out on mid-season madness, the extra fire in the belly, fuel for that fire as well, for them to try and make a solid run through now in the second half of the year. And they're looking for a 3-0 start to the summer stage, try and get into that playoffs.
Closing this out with a 3-1 would definitely help keep them nice and steady. We could also bring them to maybe perfect parity alongside Soul Infernal as far as the map win rate is concerned. I would have to double check that one.
Soul Infernal's lost 1, and Dallas Fuel have now lost 1 as well, so they'd be on equal in terms of differential. If you really wanted to tie break it, you'd have to look at things like strength of schedule as well, which I think Infernal will actually win there because they beat Hangzhou Spark.
Alrighty, well, into the mix we go once more, as it looks like Hanbin wants to, okay, so swap over the Winston. I was going to say, does he actually want to start things off with the Ramatra? Wouldn't mind it, obviously was piloting it incredibly well in map number 1, but it is a bit slow.
Another one of the Hanbin classics is the Jungle Command, which is actually okay on this map, but again, Dallas Fuel just feeling like they want to play the meta and they know how to play the meta. You don't have to do anything weird here.
Fight opening up. The bot unlocking. See who's going to be able to get that first little push going on here. Sleep Dart out from MCD. Not going to find the hit. Here's just playing back after the hack comes through. Doesn't want to put himself out into the open in a dangerous position. Back on the Hanbin as well. He's going to be tucking back, and for now, bot completely locked in place.
So see who ends up getting these opening picks and where the ultimates come through as well. Garrett's being targeted by Edison. Everyone's sort of equal in terms of ult charge so far. Sparkle might be taking a little bit of a lead here with Viper backing out due to HP.
Ooh. He's going to have to back out once again. Sparkle putting him down to about a half HP. Does manage to stretch ahead just very slightly.
That pulse is coming.
Could be the thing that actually breaks this neutral fight here. Sleep Dart again.
Very
not going to hit. There it is. All right, pulse out. Gangnam Jin going to be taken down. Good amount of damage here from Hisu. He's just farming up off of Hanbin as best as possible. Now has a nice little stretch lead over top of Edison in that regard. Bot's still not really moving forward, though. Viper spotted. attack here onto Iris just keeps him shoved quite far back. Dallas Fuel now start gaining some distance.
Oh man, the late death on the Viper means that Dallas will once again have a 5-4. I was going to say they haven't really been able to push, so despite having the early kill from Sparkle on the Gangnam Jin, Halo got stalled out, but now we're going to get into the open. Still a while away from really threatening the cap, especially now with the EMP and the rest of the ultimates online, speaking of which Nano on the Harmon. Aces should just go for it. He's got double sports right here.
I mean, yeah, just go ahead and do the full send. He's going to do just that. He was waiting for Fate to start the dive. It would seem. As soon as he saw him coming through, pulls the trigger on it. Sleep Dart will save him off for a little bit longer on the back end of this one, but Fate still will be able to find MCD. At the same time, though, Sparkle gets Gangnam Jin, cleans up Iris as well. 2 for 2. Pulse bomb out. Goes on to Hanbin. Just managed to stay safe. Bot stolen away just a little bit here, but distance being improved quite just yet here for the side of Shanghai Dragons.
It's an interesting ultimate from Hanbin to try and survive there. I don't know, like, maybe he was mostly doing it to go back to the payload because Fate was stealing it away, but as we see Fate here, there's just, you know, sometimes you want to be conservative with that primal in a situation where Dallas Fuel, in my opinion, were already losing that fight. Hanbin throws in an extra ultimate, and that just makes it so much sweeter for Hisu and the rest of the Dragons on that successful dive.
Stop them in their tracks.
Bot being contested, only gaining 3 more meters so far. 3 ults available to Primal, both supports. Let's see how they put these to use. Now it's just about stopping the fuel from gaining any extra distance. Sparkle with another pulse bomb, though. Very much surging ahead of Viper in this regard. Let's see if he can find a setup for it as Spit goes diving into the back line. Sparkle low, pops the recall. Taking it out as best as possible. Rally going to be used nice and early here from the side of Bliss. Armor up everybody as best as humanly possible. Rather than green HP them up as much as humanly possible. Pulse bomb goes wide this time around. Sparkle unable to find a target. Primal
Now the Nano
expiring.
comes in.
Yep, Nano on the back end of this one. MCD still 11% shy of having his ready to go. They can't really pursue as deep as he wants. Yes, he can send that damage mitigation, but he wasn't emptied out. Now he's going to be taken low, going to get finished off. Then finds the elimination. Pulse bomb out from Viper. Not going to be finding anything there. Hanbin hit an up shield bash across from Gangnam Jin. Stuns onto 2, and they managed to follow up with the kills on the Bliss and MCD. Fighting their way back. Hanbin trying to exit. Doesn't have that primal, but even if he had, he wouldn't want to use it here. Bot finally going to be in control of the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, expensive for the Shanghai Dragons had to spend everything, but it's required to start getting some actual distance, and now the goal is just to equalize 38. I don't think they're going to really get too much done here. In fact, I think Dallas Fuel could even contest before the flip. Well played EMP. I think that caught 4, but the backline got deleted off the EMP. Hisu once again doing the most for the Shanghai Dragons to allow that to happen, and EMP in the hands of Edison now, looking for targets, so do it on the front line.
EMP in, Fate taken down. Stole there onto the Winston.
Just the 1 kill though.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 1 kill, but they're still just keeping the bot over on the opposite side of the map. But Sparkle dying there to Iris is absolutely huge, potentially. Hacking the back line, they're looking for him. They take him low, and they're working him lower, but the healing appeal eventually does come through. They keep him alive.
Oh, whoa, Hanbin.
Looking to find another dab, and Hanbin wants to just kill him off right now.
I think this is too much for Hanbin.
Realizes I'm not going to be able to get this elimination. I might have overextended here. Back up into the window. Bot again. Be stolen away just a little bit.
That was expensive. I don't know. Like, it's the second primal that I don't really agree with from Hanbin. I'm gonna be honest there. So, -1 ultimate for the Dallas Fuel that they really would want to use in a bigger fight, in a bigger scenario. I mean, what really was the plan? It was just really to try and kill Ares. It's unlikely for a primal to kill Ares versus 3. I mean, there's 2 people there. Body blocking, helping Ares out. Gangnam Jin healing as well. Not enough damage. Need a lot more than that. Now we're back into a 5v5 with Fate looking over towards this primal very soon.
Looking for the pinch here onto Bliss. Somehow sent alive though. The Nano very much helping here from MCD to keep him in the fight. Fate stunned up, worked down about half HP. Now going to be popping the primal of his own. Riley now expiring on the side of Bliss. Gangnam Jin holds his in the back pocket. Sparkle with that false bomb, kind of on the hunt, but is very much noted on these flanks. Can't get anything done, and Hanbin's going to be taken down. The bot once more in control of the Shanghai Dragons. See if they can get some distance, just 20 meters to try to tie.
It'll be hard though because Edison has EMP again, and he can wait and hide in a number of different spaces, as we saw previously when Dragons in this exact same spot were defeated. Here it comes.
EMP in the back line, follow up. They do mention upon Hisu. Edison, however, going to be traded, so it's just going to be the Solver's exchange so far. Needing a lot more than this for the Fuel if they want to try to get things moving.
Better respawns though for Fuel.
True. Slightly closer by here. Some pin joined in. Bliss Ooh, worked so low. Had the anti out on him as well, but they just cannot confirm that kill. Pulse bomb in. Sparkle finds Eris. That could be the big opener now.
Yeah, that's especially important because Hisu was about to come back with the EMP, so a guaranteed win here for the Dallas Fuel with the Pulse Bomb means the payload gets shoved backwards. What you don't want, if you're the Dallas Fuel, what you do not want is a situation where Shanghai Dragons get to regroup where the payload originally was at the distance marker, and then Hisu drops a big EMP on your backline to allow them to get actual distance. Now, if Hisu drops an EMP, they have to push all the way back from their own spawn first.
He's not finding the timing for it quite just yet. He just gets a neutral hack here on MCD, who's just desperately trying to hit him with one of those Ana shots. Can't quite line it up, and now sees both supports gathered up together. That's going to be Bliss taken down. MCD gets a sleep dart for a little bit of peel, but Fate is more than well enough ready to go ahead and finish that one off. Right back into control. The EMP finding value. Dragons.
Here's the problem, though. This is what I'm saying, though. Because the EMP is now used by Dragons to gain control of payload, how do Dragons actually win the next fight to get distance? The issue hasn't been getting control. The issue for Dragons is they can't get distance, and as time runs out, 45 meters is all Dallas have, but that might be all they need as well. Whoa! Hanben just set the pulse.
Did Hanben just kill him?
What a play!
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Pops up Primal, dives forward, takes Viper down with his own pulse. Oh, what a maneuver from Hanben. Yeah, I think he's found his footing on the Winston. What a performance from him. Fate is well dealt with. I mean, you were talking about it. You know, how do they get this push going? I don't think that they, in any reality, had the idea that Hanben was just going to kill off Viper to start the fight.
I mean, you're right. What a maneuver, and you know what? A legal one as well. I like it. I like it when the maneuvers are actually legal. So well played there by Hanben. Better yet, I think this is going to be probably one of the lowest meterage maps of push that we've seen, because it might just all end 2 minutes down without a cap. I say that as Dallas Fuel just get the fight of a lifetime here with Edison destroying the Shanghai Dragons, and a cap is definitely going to be there now. There's just no way Dragons hold off.
Yeah, they guarantee it off the back of that one. That EMP was just monstrous, catching the DPS, catching Fate. Instant cleanup coming through as well as Viper now under pressure from both sides. Just trying desperately to find some stability and figure out where the hell he needs to be looking.
They have the rover.
A minute.
Bot stolen away.
Halo got stolen. Okay, well, Edison stops that.
Stops it for a brief moment, but still going.
It does mean that Dallas Fuel pull back. Hanben's got the nano now, so Dallas Fuel very much going to stay in this fight for as long as they can. They're keeping Hisu under the lid as well.
Oh, but he
they
can't
know
jump
that
out.
The EMP probably is there.
Can't jump out. Bliss taken down. Looks like Sparkle gonna die. MCD just running forward, trying to get the quick reset here. Do have forward spawns for a little bit longer, so a couple players will be able to benefit from that one, perhaps. Looks like Bliss does, and yeah, okay. Damn near everybody other than
just
MCD.
got it. Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah, I can see MCD all the way back. Unfortunately, MCD just missed out, but still, as the payload pushes into the fuel territory, MCD rejoins the team now, and a big EMP from Hisu. That was required. That was big.
Yeah, 4 ults to work with now. 3 more rather on the back end, but Gangnam taken out, so that's gonna be the rally out of the equation here. I'm gonna be respawning pretty damn quickly. Bot, not much further to go. Still has to wait for the checkpoint though and get a little bit of extra distance to the back end, and Hisu's gonna be dealt with. Sparkle able to find that, now drops out immediately to keep the spot contested. Hanben joining back through once more. Nano goes across, that's gonna be Fate, the recipient of it, but Sparkle just had Viper's number. Another bot is being stolen away from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Hisu swapping to the soldier in desperation, trying to get back in time, but it's just not gonna happen. Gangnam Jin was still on the way back. That's gonna be the closeout as Dallas Fuel will take this as a 3-1.
Yeah, and I was thinking, you know, maybe it's going to be like a 45 meter to 25, 30 meter type of game, which is super, super low meterage, but Dallas Fuel do even better than that, and they find amazing teamfight wins. Edison EMPs allow them to get the cap, and it was already looking like a very straightforward Colosseo map win for Dallas Fuel, and they make it look even better than that. For the Shanghai Dragons, they just couldn't find distance. The best fight they had was probably the last one, where Hisu finally gets an EMP in fuel territory, which allows the Shanghai Dragons to get some distance in there, but they have to win so much more to actually threaten the cap, and while doing an overtime, there just wasn't enough time left. Sparkle played this entire series, especially on that Tracer. We saw how many kills he got at the end there. Amazing stuff.
And that's why Sparkle is going to be our player of the match. Very well deserved from him. Came out here, showed us a bit of the Echo earlier on, showed us the Tracer pretty much the whole way throughout, however.
But the Echo was a big part of the win too.
Clean. Yes, the Echo was also monstrous from him, as we've come to anticipate. But the guy, you know, it's a longer term, I guess, development for him picking up the Tracer, but it's kind of similar to what we're seeing now from Hanben with this Winston. You know, it's something that he didn't have to play for the longest time. Then it falls to him to pick up that mantle and say, okay, I need to master this. And Sparkle has just been so good about getting himself up to snuff with his Tracer play.
It's interesting because I do consider it like a project, but at the same time, it's been like a 2-year project because we talked about this in 2021. We're just like, man, you got to see the Sparkle Tracer come on through. And 2 years later, I would even say last year it started to really look good, and this year it looks refined because now you're getting him outplaying guys like Viper, who I think has been one of the better Tracers that we've seen in the East so far. He has some insane sticks, and you know, you asked for it in the replay. Maybe we will get the moment where Sparkle gets a stick onto Viper.
I'm waiting for it.
The mechanics are certainly looking very clean, and we saw a couple of the classic Sparkle heroes as well. Sparkle May has been one of the key factors for all the Dallas Fuel in past seasons, as well as the Echo being very good today.
Let's see, is this it right here? I believe it is. Oh my god. Just meets him in the bus at the bus stop. And just manages to go ahead and
fight me at the bus
push
stop.
that through. Unreal from Sparkle. Wow. Quite the performance from him and from the Dallas Fuel, looking very much reinvigorated here in the latter half of the season. I mean, you're talking about, you know, it looked like last year that's where the Tracer really started to come alive a little bit more from him. But, like, at the beginning of the season, it was looking like original Sparkle Tracer, where you're like, okay, this needs work. The beginning of the season here for Dallas Fuel across the board, very, very rough. But it seems like everybody's very much finding their footing. Hanben's getting very clean on this Winston play. I mean, good lord, taking down Viper with this pulse bomb was just disgusting. I don't know what it is. I don't know what has happened just across the span. Maybe it's just finding comfort once more and just working with Rush to get things back up to snuff. But just Dallas Fuel seems like they are definitely here for a run back.
Pure practice is what you really need, and you know what? I should do a little bit of cheeky calculation behind the scenes, because I think Sparkle's KD today is pretty nutty. So I'll just get my handy calculator out. He had extremely low deaths, but if I just check his final blows, I think the number across 4 maps is 45 final blows to 7 deaths. Wow. 45 to 7. It's a good line. You know, we obviously had the Zest 34, was it, to 2, which is not really good. I don't think anyone's going to really beat that anytime soon, but 45 to 7 is
0.7
pretty damn monstrous for Sparkle.
Yeah, it's just a disgusting performance here. Very well done from the side of Sparkle. I mean, some signs of life shown them from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Obviously, the hold on Midtown being the kind of key highlight there, but still things to work on. Still haven't gotten that control map win. Couldn't get, you know, very far at all when it came down to point A on Dorado. So still things that need to be improved for them that we're just not seeing compared to that first matchup when they went against the Dynasty.
And I think to speak on Dallas a little bit more here as well, the trouble for this Dallas Fuel team has always been like, well, we know they're extremely good in the brawl, but they seem to be a little bit less than standard, a little bit under par for the dive compositions. That was certainly true earlier in the year. And as the meta develops, or you know, doesn't really develop too much, we're going to be in a hard dive meta, I think, for quite some time here. There's no more excuses for the Dallas Fuel. If you want any chance of winning this season, want any chance of making a resurgence, you've got to get good at the dive. And I think the evidence over the course of the 3 matches they played now in this summer stage, evidence points towards them being on the up and up towards the dive composition, being very good.
All right, well, we're ready for the interview, so we'll go ahead and hear from Sparkle as we hand it off to Unknown.
오늘 스파클 대파클 오늘 정말 스파클 선수 하드 캐리하는 그런 경기 날이었습니다. 저 오늘 경기 전반적으로 스스로 자평을 좀 해보자면.
So you hard carried this match. What are your evaluations on your performance today?
예. 아주 아쉬운 동력이었던 것 같습니다.
I think it was okay, but it wasn't really the best performance that I could display.
그러니까 많은 분들이 스파클 선수의 트레이서 실력에 대해서 굉장히 놀랐었고 오늘 뭐예요? 펄스 던졌다 하면 붙이고 오늘 뭐 특별한 수련법이 좀 있었습니까?
So we looked at your tracer today, and you barely missed a pulse bomb. Did you like practice a lot?
지금까지는 본 실력 못 보여줄 뿐이고 이게
Well, I mean,
원래
it wasn't just a matter of
기본
practice. It was just that me not being able to show up, and well, in the spring stage.
펄스 부착이 3.1, 10분당 평균 3.1 나오고요. 이런 스탯이 나왔었는데 오늘 경기하면서 크게 어려움은 없었나요?
Were there any difficulties coming into this match today?
약간 저희가 좀 정신을 못 차렸던 때가 좀 많았는데
예.
그래도 오늘 제가 해결을 했으니까
I think in previous matches we were a little bit all over the place, even though if we did win. But like today, I think we sorted a lot of these issues. So I think we're in a good direction.
팀에서 중간에 에디스 선수가 뭐 미드타운 공격대 에코 썼는데 이게 또 뒷이야기가 있을까요?
아 원래 에코를 이제 도라도 같은 경우는 에코가 좋은 맵이라서 이제 그 뭐지? 제가 에코를 했는데 계속
예.
에코 해야 돼서 근데 이제 미드타운 같은 데는 홈브라도 쓰는 맵이 있어서
So we noticed that in Midtown, Edison was playing the Echo. Was there any like special reason for that?
에코랑 홈브라로 맞출 예정이었는데
And well, like in maps like Dorado, I usually play the Echo because it's like Echo's like a main composition for that map. But for Midtown, we had to swap. We were kind of playing the Echo, and if it didn't work, we were planning to swap to the Sombra. That's why Edison was playing the Echo on Midtown.
그런 델러스 모습 그리고 원래 델러스 퓨어리 보여주던 그런 모습 이제 한 10월쯤에 맞춰서 완벽하게 좀 나올 수 있을 것 같습니까?
So your team is looking a lot better. Do you think that you will be in your ultimate form by October?
인상적입니다.
We'll definitely work towards it.
이제 다음 경기 드리머즈고요. 현재 지금 공동 1등이에요 리그 동부. 제 승점까지 똑같은데 서울 임페르날과 다음 주에 만나거든요. 뭐 선전포고라든가 혹은 서울 임페르날의 경기를 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 좀 궁금합니다.
So you're going against the Soul Inferno next week. Who you're both at the top of the league right now. Do you have any more messages to Inferno?
아, 다이어트까지 그냥 시켜주겠다. 마음고생.
Well, I mean, we'll definitely give them a match to remember for because we're gonna beat them really hard.
밥을 못 먹죠. 네, 알겠습니다. 제가 마지막으로 또 많은 응원하시는 분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So, any last messages to your fans?
저희 팀이 서서히 성장하고 있는데 응원해 주셔서 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 오늘은
So we're always improving, and we'll definitely show you a improved performance coming in. Thank you for the interview, and back to you, Seth.
김명환 선수였습니다.
Thank you very much, Unknown. Well, good to hear from Sparkle. Good to hear that the Dallas feeling quite cheeky, feeling happy with their performance, and that they are promising to show us some even stronger ones moving forward into the future. But speaking of the future, we're not done yet. There's one more matchup here for you tonight. It's going to be Dreamers versus Poker Face, a contender showdown here on the Overwatch League stage. We'll have the players out there as well on land, so that's always exciting to see. That's going to do it for myself and Avril this evening, though. We're going to have pass things over, hand the torch over to Necra and Big Kitty to guide you guys through that matchup. See you guys next time. But stay tuned.
Yo, welcome back everybody to the Overwatch League APAC edition. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined, finally reunited with my duo, Necra, here for the broadcast. I'm excited, Necra, because we got some contenders clashing together for this final series that we have in our hands.
And I'm so excited that you're back, Vicky Kitty. I have missed you. So welcome back from across the pond, and yeah, let's get right into the nitty-gritty of this incredible Contenders Clash LAN that we have going on. We got treated to a LAN last weekend, and I'm so excited to do it again.
Yeah, I want to see the crowd. I want to see those signs. I already saw some excitement going into the series. We got Dreamers versus Poker Face. Saw some changes going into both these rosters. One roster maybe getting way more of an overhaul than the other, but it's more exciting to see the come up that we've had from our contenders teams going into the second week. Can they continue on that domination from the action that we saw from the first week?
Yeah, when you look at some of the roster changes that ended up going through, Poker Face didn't suffer too many losses, but Dreamers had a lot of promotion up into the Overwatch League, so they have a little bit of a retooled roster, but still with some incredible heavy hitters when it comes down to the DPS lineup, as well as how they round out the supports. So after how they ended up both doing in that very first weekend, really excited to see if Dreamers in particular can keep up with their momentum after getting 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, they're looking great. They're looking in form. And also, you can kind of say, even with the overhaul of the roster, this could be a run-back match versus Poker Face. The revenge that they need after losing to them in the upper bracket during the spring stage knockouts. So that makes things even more exciting as we take a look at the stage. Love the stream. Love the crowd that we got already getting set up while our players make their way over.
Oh, I cannot wait to be able to see the crowd support. One of my absolute favorite things about getting a chance to see the APAC crowds and the cheers. I mean, look back to the mid-season madness. That incredible audience was going absolutely full support there for any of the teams that were hitting the stage. So can't wait to see Poker Face come out as well.
Yeah, that and the watch party, Dreamers getting ready. Oh. I love it.
I love
they
it.
Look
All
like
hands
they're
in.
already excited too. Yeah, they're all in. Just getting ready. They gotta stay seated, or rather standing right in front of their names while waiting out on Poker Face now as they make their way onto the stage.
Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, Poker Face has a ton of familiar faces that you should recognize if you are or have been watching the Overwatch League for multiple seasons now. You can see Valentine and Victoria from the Boston Uprising, Finale and Muse coming in from the Toronto Defiant, and they are also all in. Vicky, they're ready to go.
I'm excited. A lot of things to look forward to from both of these teams. I know with Dreamers and their recent success, especially with the way that they've been able to really pop off and make a name for themselves after being set down to that lower bracket in the spring stage knockouts, was absolutely insane. As we take a look at our match preview, Dreams don't roll, die.
I love that. It's so fitting as well, because Dreamers as a team got put together because they were dreaming. That was one of the things that they were really excited about going through those knockout stages in the East, to be able to earn a spot here, to be able to play out the rest of this stage alongside these Overwatch League teams. And Vicky, you touched on it. Yeah, sure, they got dropped by Poker Face in the East knockouts into the lower bracket very early on, but then Dreamers had the run of the century in the lower bracket. They were able to win so many matches back-to-back until unfortunately falling just short of making the mid-season madness, having to go up against the Hangzhou Spark in that final of the winner's bracket. That's a tough going there and a tough ask when it's Hangzhou Spark in front of you.
Right? Yeah, and that and with their flexibility. That's what the Spark said. You gotta look out for Dreamers. Definitely a team that you don't want to sleep on. Great to see this type of talent coming out of these contender teams, even with familiar names coming right back. They're also able to get the revenge on a Poker Face through that bracket run that you mentioned in Intense back and forth 5-map series. And we take a look at the starting lineup for today.
Yeah, so we're going to see Dreamer kick off this matchup. This is something that we ended up seeing in a few of our previous matches from Dreamers, and Dreamer makes the perfect choice, especially when we take a look at the map pool today. But Dreamer, well known for being able to play the Reinhardt as well as the Winston, the main tank force for this roster. There's also Liga. We may end up seeing a little bit out of Liga later today, but Liga is very well known for playing the Diva as well as the Sigma, and this first map doesn't necessarily lend itself to that.
Yeah, honestly, just highlighting the great tank flexibility that Dreamers has in total. That's why last week's map pool really helped them, especially versus Shanghai. Numbani allowing themselves to highlight the Diva play from Liga right there. Lijiang that they were able to really get the upper hand in too. Could be a little cheesy sometimes, and with the way that they could play into some of these comps, it really works into their favor. Having that flexibility with Dreamer being on this starting roster rather than this lineup for this first map, it's going to be great to see how they can continue that as we take a look at the starting lineup for Poker Face.
Poker Face. I mean, what is there else to say about this team other than the fact that they are still a force to be reckoned with? The poor guys. They had to face off Dallas Fuel and Soul Infernal last week. Looking at kind of the records and how Dallas Fuel and Soul Infernal already did earlier today, I think the 0-2 loss record speaks for itself a little bit when it comes down to this roster and how they've done so far.
It's difficult out here, and you know, they were able to pick up a new assistant coach. And yesterday, Roar, who used to coach Justice back in 2020, I do believe, taking a look at some of these familiar faces. You highlighted it perfectly beforehand, Necra, and seeing some of these faces, Valentine, of course, coming in from the Boston Uprising, Finale coming through beforehand from the Toronto Defiant, Muse as well. It's gonna be great. Aiden Simple, can they keep this up against a team like Dreamers who have been doing such a good job at remaining consistent to figure out what they have to do to have that flexibility to have in that tank lineup?
I think this is where we can really see a test of strength for Poker Face. Dreamers may be a little bit easier to handle when it comes down to their opposition in the Eastern region and some of the other matchups they're going to have later on in the stage. So it starts here for Poker Face. If they can take a couple of maps off of Dreamers, I think that they can remain in strong contention as one of the stronger contenders teams entering into this stage. But it starts here. It starts if Muse can get the upper hand onto Dreamers as we take a look actually at some of the honest stats between our two Anas on these teams.
Okay, Meeson versus Simple out here, seeing the impact that we have between one and the other. See those biotic grenade kills. Meeson has the upper hand there, having more of an advantage, but the survivability is something that catches my eye, Necra. Meeson being able to survive a lot longer here compared to Simple, having a much more difficult time. But when we talk about Poker Face, you also mentioned it before, man, this team is so nice. But if you look at it in general, more than a third of this team are either Overwatch level, or rather OWL level players, or former OWL players in general. So that's why there's so much on the line when it comes to that Poker Face trying to prove themselves. Going into our first map, we are starting off on Oasis.
I want to touch on those stats just a little bit. They look very skewed in favor of Meeson, but a lot of that does come down to the fact that Dreamers have won, Poker Face have not. So it really does come down to whether or not they're able to kind of start evening things out. So while Meeson looks a little bit better on the Ana right now, I definitely wouldn't count Simple out of the fight just yet. Now speaking to our first map of Oasis, this is exactly why we see Dreamer in the starting lineup. Not only is Oasis a really great map to be able to play the Reinhardt, which is Dreamer's best hero, but it also allows Dreamer to have a little bit of versatility when it comes down to City Center. If we go over there, I would expect to see Dreamer try to play the Winston as it's able to contest a little bit better with the verticality that is offered on that map versus the Reinhardt choice.
That's the beautiful just coverage of Dreamer having that flexibility there too between the Winston and the Ryan, like you mentioned before. Wondering if we're going to stick to this here in the crowd. Love bringing all the energy that you got out into the arena for our contenders teams having their face off now. Let's get started already to get into position.
This is City Center, so expect the Winstons to come out. That's exactly what we're seeing. But Dreamer is going to be bringing just a little bit of a different look at this as Top Dragon's going to be kicking things off on the Echo. This has been a strong look for Dreamer so far. Let's see if they can get it done here.
Love that follow-up from Finale right there to take care of the backline from Dreamers off the rip already. Not only was Valentine able to get the hack onto the health pack, so Dreamers can't have the advantage of holding forward there, but Simple also coming out with a nice ante.
Simple's ante really started to kick things off for this fight, and with the follow-up that Finale was able to get on the Tracer, you're already 63% towards a Pulse Bomb. Finale, in their first few matches, despite the fact that they were losses, were still able to land some critical sticks onto the back line of their opposition. So Dada and Meeson absolutely have to watch out for Finale, making a beeline for them.
Ray taking a different off angle. Top Dragon, focusing beam, tries to catch Muse, who manages to get away into safety right alongside Aiden and Simple. Gets onto the health pack. Already nearing 30% in favor for Poker Face. For Dreamers looking to try to get right back in, with Sad getting those 2 huge pigs, also delaying the EMP charge from Valentine here. Nice little flip for Dreamers.
Dreamer's able to get that flip too, because Finale unfortunately not able to land that Pulse Bomb. And so with a few quick picks, Dreamers just off to such a great start. Sad now going to be able to start matching some of that damage output that Finale was putting down. And the flip also gonna net Dreamers about the same percentage here, with ultimates to spare. But how are they going to fare against Valentine's EMP? If Poker Face can get back into a position to be able to land a couple of great hacks with this EMP, not a whole lot of defensive capability here from Dreamers.
Oh, the EMP is there, and there goes the duplicate. Popping the Ana as well. They've been able to just force him to try to run into traffic if possible here. Top Dragon is able to get away, and anti onto Dreamer again, but hugging the support in the spawn room doors, coming right back in. Look at the amount of progress that they were able to contain off of those 2 picks alone, and finding Simple again, who hasn't been able to leave the spawn.
What a great way to be able to defend from Valentine's EMP as well. That ended up getting a few members with the hack, but you saw the Primal Rage come through from Dreamer. Not enough follow-up there from the Ana to be able to land a couple of quick picks here, but let's see how this Nano Boost does.
The rally, see the hack onto Meeson here too. And it was too simple to keep the Poker Face from trying to contest in this choke point, but with Dada there too, you have to worry about the amount of impact that Sad has on the Pulse Bomb. Top Dragon coming in from the skies, also finding Simple. Both supports from Poker Face just have not been able to restabilize the moment that they were sent back to the spawn in the first place, Necra.
It's been so tough for Aiden and Simple to try to stay alive, and so we're going to end up seeing Poker Face just try to get their hand back into this one, swapping back over to the Sombra and Tracer, but it feels a little too late. Muse has the Primal Rage, and you're going to need that for sustainability, but not before Top Dragon might get another duplicate online.
Overtime ticking away, Muse pops the Primal here, Valentine's about to get that EMP, he put him to sleep right in the air, sniped him as he just fell off to the side here, waking him up. Still having to try to contest this choke point, but once again, Aiden Simple facing off the difficulties that is Dreamer here. Top Dragon once again with the duplicate to help out the survivability after losing out their backline because of Finale and Muse here. Anti onto Aiden, but he's able to restabilize just immediately afterwards. Muse still not in the picture, and they are able to flip the point 4 right now, but it's inevitable at this point. Dreamers have the numbers on the point here as Top Dragon, his duplicate runs out before finding Finale right out of it.
Finale goes down. Valentine has an opportunity to be able to come back into this one and try to keep the flip here for Poker Face, waiting to have the reinforcements come through, but the EMP is online.
What can this EMP reap us here? The rewards, finding 2, and the anti. Great timing to stop Dreamer, preventing the Primal from coming in, even with the Nano Boost being used up onto Top Dragon. Overtime is taken away. Dreamers managed to flip it right back into favor, forcing Poker Face to back off for now. The rally being popped from Aiden is going to put them into position, but a nice anti coming in from Meeson stops the support, stops the backline, and completely now with Dreamers gone, allows Poker Face to retake this point.
That was in the nick of time as well. Dreamer's going to be able to capture 99% of the point. They are able to come back in with Dreamer's Primal Rage, maybe able to throw some hands of Poker Face into some cars. But it's going to take a lot here for Dreamers to try to work up to another ultimate to follow that up when Simple also has the Nano. Poker Face could get a little bit of a snowball rotation through their ultimates here.
Gonna rotate through. Go point. Top Dragon trying to nail down Muse. Simple. The Nano Boost ready. Nano Boost now activated already here as Muse trying to look for an opportunity to go over to the side. He gets hit with an anti himself here. still preventing Sad from trying to approach on the other side, taking away Pokerface, looking to even things out, forcing themselves now to have the advantage onto overtime. Duplicate being activated from Top Dragon. That's the difference maker that has been in these fights. Gets immediately booted out because of a nice anti from Simple, landing on both Top Dragon and Dreamer. Dreamer had the Primal though, and that was a difference maker. Muse here trying to fight for his life as he's now forced to pop the Primal. He only has Aiden available to help him out there, and Valentine has an EMP. This fight can go on for a while as long as Muse just stays on this point, forcing over the overtime. EMP lands up the Dreamer. He's trying to run for his life. He manages to get the health pack. Nano boost on top of that from Neeson is going to keep this fight going.
Oh my gosh, Dreamer getting the nano as well. Now it comes down to Finale's pulse bomb. If you're able to hit that through all of the chaos, but Sad goes down.
The shot coming in, finding Sad here. Neeson going incredibly low, and so does Dada, who made the death resp pop over to the Lucio, almost even getting the beat there, nearing 80%. Trade for trade, Top Dragon still finding two here, has found Simple and Muse. Dreamer going out, no survivability from Top Dragon. He didn't have the duplicate, and after such a long fight, getting the turnaround. Pokerface take round one.
That was so scrappy. Vicky, you called it. This map and this round already going the distance here. That final fight went absolutely crazy. It looked like for a moment there, like Dreamers might have been able to get it, but then Pokerface, the scrappiness paying off.
Just the rotation on ults. This is the beginning. This is an amazing start here from Finale. Leading it up to even the ante from the follow-up. Yes, Simple had gone down. Dreamer had even made it a personal mission to stop Simple and keep Simple by the spawn room doors. Even with all that in the very beginning, Pokerface still managed to clutch out that first round. Again, it was just a cycle of those ultimates that just kept that fight going for so long, and Valentine with a crucial EMP at the end.
Yeah, and so much patience to be able to execute that as well. It's so tempting when you get that online and you feel the panic set in to just go ahead and hit it, but waiting for that reinforcement to be there. Now we get a chance, though, to see Dreamers in their element. Okay, Dreamer, maybe not known for his Winston play nearly as much for the Reinhardt. And you've got Sad and Top Dragon there to really help amplify a lot of that damage when you have the teleporter to navigate and rotate around. Finale? Ooh, you don't want to be there.
Oh. And then caught him off by the portal on the high ground. You said it, Necro. Dreamer in his element himself being on this line. They do lose out on Top Dragon at first here. That are doing a really good job at trying to help heal Neeson. He's falling low, but Sad's already getting set up with these turrets on the point. Also trying to stop the rotation to the high ground. Look how quick with the reaction as Dreamer's right there holding hands with Sad.
Symmetra, this is exactly why it's so important. The teleporter is just allowing for so much quick rotation here from Dreamers.
Now you see them, now you don't. Sad will immediately go right back to the high ground of the Dreamer, being able to push forward. Right off that window that Neeson puts down. The photon barrier on top of that. Nice anti, but it's not going to be able to get the follow-up fight as Valentine sending out that pulse bomb. That's all he needs with Aiden having the rally. That's going to set Pokerface up into driver's seat. Clear the way with Dreamer even trying to throw around that hammer. It's not going to be enough damage to negate everything coming out from Pokerface.
Pokerface had to throw quite a bit of that, though. Very valuable rally to be able to contend with some of these more AoE-focused ultimates now coming out from Dreamers. You have the Shatter, the Blizzard as well is such a great engagement tool here for Dreamers to try to push Pokerface off of the point. Oh, and you don't want to be in that room either. Dreamers got the Shatter.
That was so scary. Even the Dragon's just acting as an insurance policy just in case here, but the Shatter comes out. The cleanup from Dreamer and Sad. That was first, though, with Pokerface being able to take care of the backline. That may be all they need, dropping down into the health pack. Muse is not going to let Dreamer get away with this. Meanwhile, happening on the high ground, it's Top Dragon finding Aiden, who had a very impactful rally in the previous fight. Now, losing out on Aiden, as Simple is just going to be the only support here to help out the rest of Pokerface. Delaying the inevitable before Dreamers can maybe finally flip this point. Sad's trying to fight for his life, but Muse has not given it up.
Wow, Muse is being kept alive so nicely by a lot of the pocket coming through from Simple and Aiden, but Neeson's finally able to follow that up, but maybe not if Finale has something to say about this.
Finale and Valentine. Are you kidding me? That was insane from them both. Valentine, that just beat a nail in the coffin. Where are you going, Dada? You managed to get away from now. Valentine's like, you could hold that for managing to go back to this team, but insane pop-off there. basically Finale holding it down and Valentine just finishing them off.
That incredible clutch factor coming through from 2DPS you know and love from the Overwatch League, and Poker Face just showing themselves why they can show up to this match today so far. But Sad has switched over to the Sombra, has the EMP almost online, and Dreamers, they gotta fight their way back into this.
They're losing out on Finale first here. Nearing 40%. Grace at that time, Simple having to look right behind him before he got hacked, and the EMP is online. Nice anti-cost out of his life. He has the sound barrier here too, which would have been huge. With Dreamer taking a nap, nearing that shatter, the backline has been shattered. Gone away from the Dreamers. Sad being able to find Simple, though. It's not going to be enough with the numbers favoring Poker Face here. They flip the point right back in their favor, and they'll be able to come right back in with the nano boost. But that is before Dreamer pops his head back into the party and gets sent right back home.
Oh, Sad has to come in and touch. The EMP getting utilized there and just finding no value. Opens the door for Poker Face. They almost give up the point here as Dreamers step off.
Oh, every single time we see these two teams play off against each other, it's always a banger, and Poker Face take the first map in this series.
They were saying Dreamers may be the top contenders team to beat, but Poker Face, they've already shown us time and time again why they are also a force to be reckoned with. And with all of the star power that they have on this team, I would expect nothing less than a banger for this series.
They have all the pieces that they need to succeed, Necra, and Poker Face is an amazing team. When things go according to plan, they immediately just pop off. But when things don't, they just happen to choke and they look like they're in shambles. This is going to be one of those moments, though, taking that first map to carry on that momentum. Let's see what we got from the Dreamers going on to map number 2. That's going to be here on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Poker Face take map number 1 on Oasis. Now, as we move on to map number 2, Dreamers being the team that a lot of people had their eyes on. Struggling a little bit in that first map. Poker Face really making the turnaround, Necra.
Gotta give so much credit there to Finale in that very first map as well. I mean, the Tracer, all of the Hanzo headshots, it felt like Poker Face were in firm control of the map based on their DPS picks, despite the fact that it was super, super close. Now, also when you take a look at Control 2, I mean, that was Dreamer's first loss. Maybe you would have expected heading into that map that they would have been able to take it.
First Control loss too, that's huge here, being one of their strongest maps that they work with. We are seeing some changes going into Poker Face, where we're going to have Victoria coming in and Valentine sitting out, so we can expect more of that Sombra Sojourn to come out here. Probably the Sombra more than anything, seeing that we are moving on to Midtown for our map number 2, but I also want to give a nice little shout out to those of you guys sitting in the crowd. Love seeing those happy faces, excited to cheer on their team, because we got our contenders face off here in LAN between Dreamers and Poker Face.
So exciting to be able to see that. Now let's go ahead and talk about the substitution that we are going to see here. You already touched on it, Vicky. We're definitely going to be seeing a little bit of a difference when it comes down to the hero pool. Victoria really loves to play those more long-range hit scans, as well as being able to have the ability to flex over to the Sombra. And when you talk about Midtown, that is great flexibility to have. On point B, you can play a lot with those long-range sights. And when it comes to the Sombra, being able to lock everything down, those health packs, even just if you're expecting a Sombra to also come out from the enemy team, this gives you a great fighting chance.
Especially when these two teams always go back and forth with one another. Also, shout out to Unknown, seeing the signs. Go to work, go watch Overwatch League, watch my team win. Love to see things like that in the crowd and try to support their favorite teams. Give them the energy that they need, especially after Poker Face won that first map already. Just getting loaded here, and excited too to see some of this flexibility, because we are still having Dreamer here in the lineup for Dreamers, as we do move over onto Midtown. Always funny to say Dreamers. They are Dreamers at the end of the day, looking for themselves to achieve the dream that they want within a competitive Overwatch.
Yeah, we got a chance to see Dreamers actually play this map of Midtown versus their match against Panthera, and Dreamers ended up playing a lot of Sombra, Tracer, Winston, Brig, and Ana. Muse is such a phenomenal Winston as well. You might not expect to see Liga in the roster, given that Liga ends up liking to play the Diva dive over the Winston, and that really is their bread and butter. But because of how strong Muse's Winston is, I feel like it ends up being a more tough matchup to try to play the Diva versus the Winston here.
Especially after seeing that impact in that first map here too, doing such a good job alongside Finale, Valentine. This is a good matchup that we have in our hands. Honestly, Necra, just to play devil's advocate here, going into this series, I was really expecting Dreamers to have that pop-off moment. Yeah, it was map number 1, but it was a good way to start the pace of the series for Poker Face, especially since their first 2 matchups were very difficult for them to really put more points on the board, making sure that those head-to-heads that we saw earlier aren't going to be the same at the end of this series. Now listening to the crowd while we get started for map number 2 here. Heard the cheering earlier on before while they were getting ready. Now I'm getting a little hungry here too, looking at that pizza.
I know, I love our observers for that, but also, please, I'm so hungry. But I'm also hungry to see the action that we've got coming out from both of our teams. Dreamer's actually going to start to rely a little bit more on the Ramatra that Dreamer can come out with. This is not a hero that we ended up seeing too much of when Dreamer ended up playing through the knockouts. However, when you're trying to bolster it up with some of the new DPS that you have, the backline that you're able to rely on, the Ramatra can absolutely put in some work. Poker Face is going to have a little bit of a hard time approaching this unless they're able to find a good dive target, but they're going to end up going through the tram right now to try to make their way towards point.
I get through that choke here too. Sad also being on that Ash is huge, with Muse being the first to get taken down. Sure, had a nice impact, dealing a good amount of damage before there, being on the Hanzo this time around, but having to play a lot more passively here, giving more of this space over to Dreamers after taking that first pick.
Dreamers have a nice control over the defense at the moment. I love the Hanzo pick coming out from Victoria, though, because it really helps to try to chunk down the Ramatra shield. Oh, it's just steady goings here as we do see Poker Face start to pick forward.
And the follow-up there, too, between Simple and Muse as well. Nap that Dreamer taken before backing away. Nano Boost now put onto Dreamer. Being able to build up that Nano Boost rather quick in comparison to Simple here. They didn't have Muse at the very beginning. Dreamer holding that choke point amazingly. Dragon's coming out, controlling some more of that space from the back of that choke. Huge anti onto Dada and Dreamer. That's going to cost Dreamer his life. The backline deleted as Dreamers exit out and Poker Face now move on to the point.
Really good attack push coming out here from Poker Face. It was just a little bit of a game of inches. Take a little bit, have to give, take 2 steps back, and then you're able to start pushing forward. And Poker Face have been rewarded with a ton of ultimates now coming into the second section of Midtown. You had to throw out the DPS ults there, but now when you take a look at how much space Muse can create with the Winston Primal Rage being online, Winston wins out this tank duel when you're able to just push them out of the way.
Turret's doing so much damage here. Top Dragon gonna get away. Nice lift on the wall to try to get a different angle onto Poker Face, but still so much pressure. Has a Blizzard in hand here, as well as the Annihilation for Dreamer. Muse pops the Primal here, and a boost right behind him from Simple, ready to get put on here if necessary. It's moved away, but it's about clearing this initial space that can be so difficult on this point. Early saw the Blizzard being unleashed too from Top Dragon. They do find Simple, who can't use a Nano Boost. No rally either from Poker Face. 2 huge ults that would have allowed them to clear that under area tunnel space from that bridge. It's a fight for the high ground here for Dreamers as they still continue to put on this showcase to force Poker Face out. Muse gets that 1 pick and backs away.
Gotta be careful though. Finale is getting into a position to be able to use this Pulse Bomb. With Muse dropping on top of them too. Everybody on Dreamers is stuck in the corner.
Oh, he's still alive here by the inch. The little crevice from the wall behind him. And after that, Finale gets revenge on the Top Dragon for trying to be cheeky. The Nano Boost from Simple. Aiden pops the rally here, trying to help out Dreamer. Missing from the back. Nano Boost not going to be able to get put to use for this fight, with Dreamer getting taken out and set immediately afterwards. Finale is doing what he did in the last map, and it's these follow-ups between himself, Aiden, and Muse that are just allowing themselves to clear these close quarter areas.
The Nano was wasted. The Nano was wasted. You're delaying the inevitable at this point. With that Nano onto Dada, look at all the staggers that have come through. Poker Face can just push this payload over that second point, and in fact, just push Dreamers into their spawn. Ouch.
Did you miss us? Making sure to let them know. My goodness.
That is
even with those staggers from the very beginning, Necker, that was insane.
Yeah, that was really insane. At this point, Dreamers have to make a bit of a swap. Dreamer going over to the Winston now, over the Ramatra, but I would have liked to see the Winston way earlier than this. The Winston plays so well on that second point. What Dreamers were hoping for is to be able to take these close quarter brawls on the high ground, but oh my gosh, Top Dragon has to use the ice block, getting forced out there by Muse. Victoria gets a pick.
Which is also big here. Aiden was also one at one point and then was able to get away in time. Blizzard also being used up here, clearing up some of that space in retaliation is Victoria, who also has now been able to find Dreamer. Top Dragon has not been having a good time being on this map. Between the Blizzards not having the impact that they need, the wall has come in clutch a few times, but hasn't been able to really nail down the isolated targets with Victoria breaking them down so quick.
And Top Dragon now having to panic switch over to the Tracer. Somebody has to go touch on Dreamers before Poker Face ends up capping this entire map with a ton of time left in the bank.
Rally for rally. Well, the Bob makes an appearance here for Dreamers. See Aiden just clearing so much of that space, while Simple doing a really good job at holding his position side by side with Aiden. A nice anti now being thrown from left field from Meeson. Trying to put down the sleep, and then the follow-up again from Victoria, finding Sad. Gotta try to stay alive for now. Doesn't have the help manage. Dreamer having the primal, but nobody can get onto the point here. They're able to clear it out completely, finish it off. Dreamers can't contest. You could currently see, I love the chat, Top Dragon, C9.
Okay, that's not a C9. I can't give that a C9 label, knowing that Muse was just juggling everybody off of the point. It was even Muse that started that first. That's
That
savage.
Mason just
That's
looked at
savage,
Muse. Playing off the fence line, not being able to put a toe on that payload. He was holding that front line beautifully. Rest of the Dreamers was just being harassed all the way back to their spawn after getting taken down originally by Victoria's hands. By the way, 6.4k damage alone, breaking through not just those May walls that we saw earlier, but when we had seen originally there too, the Ram Void Barrier just getting deleted. The bubble, no difference there too. They're doing a really good job at making sure that there was really no space that Dreamers had to work with.
It's another great call out for Victoria's Hanzo pick. Not only just to deal with the Ramatra shield, but also the May walls. That wasn't saving Dreamers more often than not because of how much damage Victoria was putting down onto the shields alone. That is an impressive amount of damage per 10. The fact that Dreamer was able to get really close to matching that does speak volumes to the proficiency that Dreamers has on this Ramatra. Dreamers are going to try to run it back, hope it fares a little bit better on the attack than it did on the defense of those first 2 points. But Pokerface still completed the map with a ton of time in the bank. And look at where Victoria is sitting too, right on top of the fire truck, hoping to get a cheeky little headshot as Dreamers start to make their way forward.
Simple with the snipe on the sleep right off the rip too, the moment that Dreamers just poke their heads out. Nice little check there for Pokerface. Mention it, Victoria with the first pick again. Onto Meeson. Dreamer gets hit with a huge ante. Working in sync is Pokerface right now. They're looking so good. Once again, taking another team fight win here. Holding forward around this next corner. They're going to be able to just clear even more time away from Dreamers before they regroup.
Oh, Muse is thinking about it. He's like, do I go touch the spawn door right now? Am I feeling bold enough to try to go meet that challenge head on? I'm glad he didn't. I think he would have gotten picked off. That would have been absolutely punished by a team like Dreamers. But take a look at Finale now, sneaking around the back. This Tracer just been so obnoxious in the backline for Dreamers to have to deal with.
Cheeky, and then they're so busy looking at their front line here because of Victoria. But that's a great first pick, while shutting down Finale from trying to harass Top Dragon. Dreamer getting that for right now before finally waking up here. The Dragons have been unleashed, but they did lose out on Finale and Simple at the very start of that fight. Meanwhile, Muse gets hit with a huge anti and a sleep dart from Meeson, and this is the opportunity now for Dreamers to make their way over to the point, flip this, and start getting this payload moving.
Top Dragon was under a ton of aggressive pressure coming through from Pokerface. But now that the sides are swapped, Onus is kind of on Top Dragon here to be able to start pushing the tempo a little bit with Dreamer in the front line as well. Now Pokerface, they do have to get set up here on the high ground. Wait for this cart to come to them. Dreamers don't have to push too far forward here. It's really now on Muse to try to make the initiative dive for Pokerface to start getting some of their defense back down on this cart.
Trying to enable that space. You see what the problem is on the higher ground, being Victoria deleting that ram barrier here. The wall right on top of that gives enough of a little lift here for Victoria to find Top Dragon again. Dreamer, with the follow-up off of that ante, gets taken out. So does Dada. They are going to have a bunch of ults to work with. A plethora of ults actually here from Dreamers. But so do Pokerface in this next fight.
That Maywall was supposed to help block off Victoria's line of sight onto the rest of the team and ended up being a detriment. Victoria just wall climbed on top of that and said thank you for the vantage point. That was great. And Finale too, now getting set up on the high ground, gets a chance to throw this pulse bomb down from the top ropes, nailing a support in the back, and then this huge
no! Finale! Hanging out on the top. Don't look over your head. It's not a bird or a plane. That's the fallen Tracer sticking your Ana with the pulse. The rally ready for both sides here. Top Dragon gets a nice heady onto Victoria. Great here for Dreamers to still maintain that aggression. Meanwhile, Simple hanging out in the back here. Holding hands with Aiden while Dreamers try to force their way on top of the high ground. Meeson gets taken out here too. Rally being forced now here as the nano boost won't be used in this fight. Dreamer also holding on to the annihilation for these close quarter fights here. Another anti from Simple now onto Sad. Here come the Dragons, so they clear up the rotation point onto the high ground. Give him some extra space for Pokerface and then regroup here. Finish off what's left of Dreamers and what Dreamer was left of. More delaying here from the time bank. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The finale is clearing everybody from Dreamers.
That just might be a full house right there. I mean, Poker Face at this point, they've got firm control of the high ground. Dreamers haven't been able to progress this car any further than that point anyway. And what really stinks about that push, Vicky, look at all the ultimates that Dreamers had to throw at that one. They were already off sync when Top Dragon ended up throwing out the Blizzard and Meeson went down for the Pulse Bomb stick. Dreamer at least has a chance to push everybody off of high ground here with the Annihilation, but oh my god, what a huge ante.
Oh, Dreamer, force buff the Annihilation. He was so low originally from that 3-man ante. As he holds forward, you see the rest of Poker Face so quick to disengage, giving them enough space to shut down Dreamer. Even with a Nano Boost put on Dorado to just hold forward alongside Dreamer, it's not going to be enough. Stopping them in their boots, it's going to be Victoria finding Dada. Everybody funneled from Dreamers inside of this side room. It's just going to be easy pickings for Poker Face. More time wasted away for them. No cheeky push here on the card for Meeson.
You'd think that with the composition that Dreamers is running as well, fighting in a small room like that should give them an upper hand. But the way that Poker Face are pincering Dreamers into those small chokes is making it super difficult for Dreamers to actually get the initiation. Dreamer! Oh my gosh, she's getting chunked down already. And Victoria has the Dragon Strike just to be able to throw at them.
Victoria, they have a family. Aiden also has been popping off, and Finale gets a finisher. Double headshot from the DPS lineup of Poker Face. It does cost Victoria here. They want to capitalize off of this with less than a minute left. The Nano Boost coming out here. Stop Simple. Dada retaliating back. See that they're in the side room here. Immediately gets taken up by Muse, having the opportunity. No stun here with the Shield Bass here that we saw earlier from Aiden. Instead, it's going to be a clearing the house from Poker Face. Top Dragon gets the initial pick here too onto Aiden, but the number advantage is still in favor for Poker Face now with less than 30 seconds.
Poker Face have such a playground to work with as well. Finale going to go ahead and top himself up with that Mega Health Pack. And what do Dreamers have to be able to contest with this? They need the rally from Dada to be able to come online. They also want Meeson's Nano to be able to help bolster up the backline, especially when you know that Finale's going to be hunting him down with his Pulse Bomb. They're running out of time. Vicky, they've got 5 seconds left.
Isolate the problem. Victoria, that's been on this high ground here. Oh no, but the anti and the fall from Finale there with some help from Muse. They found Meeson, no Nano Boost here. Dada won't be here. The rally won't do anything. Overtime taken away. While Poker Face have already one map in the pocket, and you're going to have to make it 2 at this point. They hold back Dreamers and take map number 2, setting them up here in the series.
Victoria had almost 13,000 damage. Over 30% of the entire team. And boy, did that damage come up absolutely clutch. Victoria started off so many of those engagements just getting a quick headshot, chunking down Dreamer on the Ramatra. All of that damage set up Poker Face for success. That is a very nice lead to start taking in this series.
Making those adjustments. We talked about the tank flexibility from Dreamers. Look at Poker Face right now with their DPS flexibility. Having Victoria come in after taking map number 1 with Valentine's being on that console, having the impact necessary to make sure that shields aren't an issue here from Dreamers. Deleting the main wall, deleting the Ramatra barrier. It's crazy to see what we can see from both these teams. That's going to be map number 2 in the books for Poker Face. Let's go on to map number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch League. Poker Face currently sitting at match point 2-0 after the last two previous maps go back in their favor. Moving on to map number 3. Necra, I'm not surprised. We talked about how strong the individual pieces are on Poker Face. They had to deal with two incredibly strong teams last week. They lost to the Soul Inferno, they lost to the Dallas Fuel. Looking on the other side, Dreamers had a much better start. But this team comp that they're working with may have just burned out here in front of our eyes because it is not working out in the way that we were expecting maybe this series to go the distance.
There is absolutely something to be said about the strength of schedule for both of these teams. Talked about Poker Face, their losses versus Dallas Fuel and Soul Inferno, but Dreamers' wins are versus Shanghai Dragons and Panthera. Even earlier today, when we saw the Shanghai Dragons compete against the Dallas Fuel, it kind of looked like they were floundering a little bit. So maybe not the best litmus test to be able to put Poker Face up against either, as well as Dreamers, maybe a little bit of recency bias there from their current scoreline of the stage. Poker Face, though, there was a reason why they were considered one of the top teams coming into the East knockouts, and they're also proving how a strength of a roster sticking together can be such a good thing.
They need the Dreamers fans in the crowd right now, holding up those signs to give them that energy to flip this right back around. Love seeing the crowd support for our tier 2 teams out here trying to make a name for themselves. We are moving on to Route 66, Necra. What adjustments can you expect here from Dreamers now moving on to an escort map?
Well, I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I actually saw the substitutions already, so we're going to get Lika in for Dreamer, and I think it makes a lot of sense. When you look at Dreamer's performance so far, maybe a bit of discomfort there on the Winston, trying to force the Ramatra on a map versus a very strong Winston dive, see if the Liga swap will be able to help them out on this next map. We gotta shout out Victoria, though. Those stats are wild. Like I said before, almost 13,000 damage. That works itself out to about 10,500 per 10. But it's the eliminations that get me.
Survivability out there too. Victoria in the best position to be the biggest impact in deleting everything that Dreamer had to try to at least make space for the rest of their team, just gone. And then the initial picks that we also saw from Victoria with the elims that we currently see on board, 21 out here per 10 is insane. Victoria with that one map coming for that second map, just having the most impact that we've seen so far, even with a great start on that first map for Valentine.
And Victoria is going to be staying in as well. As we take a look very shortly at the next map that we're going to be going to in this series, it would make a lot of sense. Poker Face have already had a chance to be able to showcase their skills on Route 66. That's right, that's where we're going. And when they ended up playing that map out versus the Dallas Fuel, they played Hanzo Tracer. If Victoria's popping off like that, why would you sub him out?
I love the Kirby in the back with the cool glasses. Love being able to see all these signs. I love it. Even coming through with their Dreamer unicorn headband.
Aww.
I became a unicorn to support Dagon from Dreamers. Oh, you love to see it. Shout out to Unknown once again. The GOAT, literally behind the scenes. We get to take a look at our next map. It is going to be Route 66, which makes a lot of sense when you take a look at Dreamers having Liga coming in here, possibly on that Diva, being able to get onto the high ground, just be able to peel for your backline as quickly as possible if necessary here. But I'm excited to see how this is going to turn things around for Dreamers, if it does.
You have to be able to do something against the Hanzo. Diva feels like a perfect choice when you've got the defense matrix to be able to soak up a lot of that damage. And Peel, such a important aspect of the Diva that I love that you called out as well. Liga, every time that he's been in the roster, has been able to show us such a delicate balance of Peel and initiation with the Diva, which is something that is very hard to accomplish in Overwatch 2, just given how much responsibility does fall on you as the single tank.
I always love watching Liga, even back when he was on the Hanzo Spark. He's got a masterclass Diva, and this may be what Dreamers need right now, just to keep them steady after their initial comp just has not been working out for them here against Poker Face. Now getting ready.
What a great way to be able to kick off the map, as we are going to load into Route 66, get a chance to take a look at what these teams are going to settle on, as we will see the gates open up very shortly. Dreamers are already set up on the high ground and trying to play a little bit closer. This gives Dreamers an opportunity to be able to get even 2 more contests in if all else fails at this very beginning. Okay, Widowmaker's strat with the Life Weaver, not gonna work out, but we will see Poker Face settle onto this composition we expected them to based on their match versus the Dallas Fuel.
We could just met them head on after that attempt right there. Backing away, wasting no time. As they should here, but oh my, Sad answering right back. Getting revenge after the previous map. Victoria goes down, and Simple finds himself in the line of sight from Sad here, holding this high ground position off to the side.
Now we got to talk a little bit about the Winston versus the Diva matchup. Muse has been really great being able to lay down those bubbles to protect the backline, or even just be able to save himself or block off any of the healing coming through from Dada and Mason. The Dreamers right now, with all of the damage that they've been able to do at the spawn and no progress yet for Poker Face. I was gonna say Top Dragon was gonna have the pulse bomb online, but okay, Muse. Okay, Muse.
Oh, finishing off what was already picked at from the side. Victoria now gonna be able to find Sad, but Muse opening up the opportunity here for Poker Face to at least find some room to breathe and hold forward.
That happened so fast, I was not prepared for that. I'm so sorry. So, taking a look at what's going to happen now, though, Top Dragon did go down with the Pulse Bomb, has the opportunity to be able to come back with that. Really great targets, but it's going to be a swing and a miss.
Finale does have that Pulse Bomb ready here. Trying to get way more of an impact. Add a boost onto Muse. Trying to toss it out, doesn't get the impact from that Pulse. Ooh, but Sad on the high ground. Finding Finale is going to be big, especially since they're going to be able to hold that high ground here. Muse with a great reset onto the Primal, but then immediately gets put to sleep, having to get away. Double whammy there. Muse not only went for the Primal reset, was forced to use it on top of it, and still got deleted off the rip. Even though he tried to run away, it wasn't enough before you saw the impact that we saw from Sad there, having the Dragons for that next fight as well as Victoria.
Liga is doing such a phenomenal job of marking down Victoria. Every single time Victoria is in a position on the high ground to be able to rain some shots down onto the DPS or the backline of Dreamers, Liga's in his face. The defense matrix being able to soak up so much of the damage, and he also don't have a diva on the other side to try to eat up any of these other consumables here on Dreamers.
This Pulse Bomb definitely sticks, and it sticks onto Aiden, who won't have the rally for this fight. Just forces Muse to back off, just giving Dreamers some more space, wasting even more time away from Poker Face. You talk about it perfectly, Necro. Just try to nail down Victoria. Essentially, Liga's just been the bodyguard between Victoria and the rest of Dreamers, especially with that Matrix. Now, less than a minute on the clock.
That is going to be really tough for Poker Face to chew through unless they're able to get something done here with Finale's Pulse Bomb. Big Dragon Strike to be able to try to LOS everybody away.
Oh, especially off to the side right here, too. Finale now gets the Pulse Bomb onto Ethan as Simple pops the Nano Boost himself onto Muse. Muse takes on top of the high ground, top of the gas station. Tries to force some more pressure onto Sad, and look who is right there to help him out. It is Liga. Liga also has a reset if necessary, but it doesn't even look like it's needed here just yet with Muse getting taken down. Now the rally from Aiden. This is the perfect time to initiate it. Clear the points. Nice back away, though, from Poker Face, using that rally to just reposition inside of the gas station. Pulse Bomb isn't going to have the impact here, too. Liga has just been huge for Dreamers to make this entire turnaround, holding this defense away from Poker Face from getting that first tick.
Oh, they're down to overtime as well. It's going to be a huge photo finish. Top Dragon maybe able to get it done.
Top Dragon being able to find Aiden here. Backline gone for Poker Face. No survivability while Finale sends out the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get the impact that they so desperately needed here. Getting taken down by Liga again, who hasn't died, by the way, yet. Top Dragon now falls susceptible to Victoria. Overtime still ticking away. 3 out for Poker Face, but everybody from Dreamers is still alive with the rally. You can hear the audience giving them the support that they absolutely needed, because that was a beautiful hold with Liga making the appearance on this team for this map.
Such a beautiful hold, and such a dominant one at that. The way that Dreamers are able to flip between each of the high ground presences. Liga again having such a great awareness of how to be able to deal with Victoria's Hanzo.
Oh, this is beautiful.
That Hanzo had so much less impact. And poor Muse getting absolutely bullied. Just having a tough time making those initiations.
Ran away, popped the primal to reset, jumped right back in, gets put to sleep, tries to run away again, and it gets taken out of the skies. So much damage from Dreamers on top of that gas station, but also the angles from Easton in the back there too.
Meeson had also great awareness of being able to land those sleeps and antes onto Poker Face. But Vicky, if this tells you anything, Victoria actually died the most in this lobby. Not by much, because we have a very small sample size, but 4 is a lot compared to everybody else.
Dreamers really said Victoria is the problem. Managing to focus down what Victoria brought to the table in the last map, as they should here, especially bringing in Liga here. That's what D.Va could do best, making sure that they can contest Victoria on these high ground positions and off angles where they want to split the attention between Victoria and Finale, being the Tracer to harass your backline.
It looked really great on Dreamer's defense. I wouldn't put it past Poker Face to get a fuller hold, though. Their defenses have also looked very, very strong, especially calling back to Midtown that we just saw. Still a lot to ask for, but Finale's off to a great start.
Riley isolating Top Dragon on the high ground data, but we do have Liga right there. Muse to the same, gets deleted immediately right afterwards. The nice focus from Sad on the other side. Now with no space here and a nice anti onto Dada and Top Dragon, that opens things up for Sad to find a backline. You can hear the audience again giving that support over to Sad, the cheers. Now Poker Face having to desperately change things up. You see Muse now on the Doom.
He has recognized it's going to be very tough for Poker Face to get another contestant unless he goes over to the Doomfist to be able to get back to point a little bit faster. The Doomfist also provides you with a lot of pressure onto the squishier heroes, but with the Nano, oh, you don't want to be there.
The
for
Nano
Liga.
boost and the yeet on the anti. Oh, Liga is a raid boss, and everybody from Poker Face is getting cleared out with the flex right at the very end. Dreamers are still in this as they take map number 3 on Route 66, putting it to 2-1. We are still in this, Necra.
Look at the smiles on Dreamers' faces as well. They are so happy about that map win because they needed it. It would have been a shutout series for Poker Face if Dreamers hadn't been able to get that map, and just maybe, Dreamers have figured out a way to be able to crack the armor of Poker Face. It took Liga Stiva to be able to try to get that done.
And Liga looks so seamless doing it too. Taking a look at the audience who were cheering for Dreamers originally before getting into that match. Necro, we heard them cheering their name. They were smiling. They got the audience power up here too. Take a look at the cute frog that we also got out here. Love seeing this energy here from our crowd, but also even better to see the series go the distance here. Poker Face turning things around at the very beginning, putting themselves at match point early on after winning Midtown. Now Dreamers trying to get the reverse maybe here after taking Route 66. Is it going to be enough though for Liga to continue on this domination onto D.Va? I know our next map will be pushed onto Colosseo. We're going to have to see how this goes on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere because Dreamers are still in this.
unerring precision.
Welcome back, everybody. Liga swoops in on the mech and helps the Dreamers' dreams stay alive after taking map number 3 on Route 66 with one of their more successful comps that they've been rocking to have the success that they have thus far.
Diva looked way better for Dreamers, unfortunately, than Dreamers. Winston looked for them. But Poker Face, they're a strong opponent. They make Dreamers have to think about these individual map choices just a little bit more. And if it's going to be Liga that really helps to bolster up the team's offense and defense, you may as well continue to rely upon that, as neither roster is going to be making any changes heading into this next map.
Makes you know here, while the fans still show their support in the crowd to allow the Dreamers to have their dream come true and maybe getting the reverse sweep that we're waiting for against Poker Face. Means that Liga is going to still be in this lineup, and I like to see that, especially looking at the map that we're going to be moving on to, Colosseo. So being on that push, we're going to still have Liga play very similarly to what we had also seen on Route 66. Did such a good job at not only helping heal for that DPS that we had seen from Sad to really pop off on those Hanzo moments, but also doing a really good job at body blocking and certain choke points that would have been detrimental into finding some of those crucial picks, even denying the opportunity of the sightlines from Victoria.
The nano boost onto Liga and then locking down that canyon was so nice to watch. That was really the nail in the coffin there for Dreamers to be able to end up taking that map of Route 66. But I wonder how they'll fare here. Colosseo, it is another very dive-centric map that we have seen in the past. You expect that with no roster swaps, we still may get a chance to see very similar compositions coming out on this map as we ended up seeing on Route 66. So Liga's got to show up once again on the Diva to be able to repeat that success.
At least here, just looking at their track record, currently Dreamers are 2-0 on push in general. Poker Face currently have lost that one map that they had to play on to push. Sync turn that stat around. Getting set up here though, it's going to be Dreamers still sticking to their guns and what they've been able to find the most success on with this Diva. That's why we keep highlighting Liga. It was always so great to see him on the Spark back in the day. Such an amazing player here that works in cohesion with all these other players on Dreamers that are so top level. Love being able to see high level contenders players also make their individual showcase to why they're here.
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I really love this introduction of these contenders teams into the Overwatch League ecosystem, being able to play against these incredible teams.
Every time the chants go through, you see Dreamers laughing a little bit. They're getting excited. They're feeling the energy of the crowd. And so are we. Getting ready here on push. Let's not forget, Poker Face currently still sitting at match points after winning the first 2 maps. Dreamers looking to turn things around here, while Victoria is still sticking onto this Hanzo, getting more of those open sight lines here by the push spot. Makes a lot of sense.
It really does. If Dreamers were thinking about this, then Liga makes an incredible choice to be able to contend with that Hanzo once again. Being able to lock down Victoria into some of these smaller angles and avenues would make it very difficult for Victoria to end up being able to peek around these pillars and grab those headshots. You can already see how Sad is at an incredible advantage, the more defensed by this defense matrix.
Jumping around each other, trying to get the open sight lines. The follow-up, though, after finding the opportunity to dive out to Victoria. The Khan's going crazy here in favor for Dreams. Probably getting shot once by Sad over on the other side, too. Taking advantage of this means that Poker Face are going to get this space over to Dreamers. They are going to be able to get the advantage first on the bot.
Already going to grab a sizable amount of meterage as well. They have to win one more fight to be able to grab this checkpoint. And with how much space Liga is creating for the team, Sad, Top Dragon, they've got a lot of real estate to work with right now. Muse is having a tough time trying to nail down a target in the back line as really need to start getting those backline picks.
Nana Boost coming in from Easton right onto Liga. Immediately trying to contest Muse onto the high ground here as Top Dragon gets taken out by Victoria, who's now made their appearance right back onto this platform. Look how quick Dreamers is to disengage. Recognizing the situation, if they're losing out on Top Dragon, they're immediately going to back away, give that space over to Poker Face to regroup.
That's okay, because you know that Top Dragon on the Tracer will be able to come back relatively quickly. You might as well get set up for the long haul as Poker Face start to make their way into Dreamers territory. Victoria is looking for another quick pick to try to open up this engagement here for Poker Face, but Muse has got to be careful. Nope, there's the pick.
Almost like a distraction. Muse just trying to have Liga focus onto him, then opening things up for Leeson to get kicked out by Victoria, who has a dragon. Poker Face actually working with so many ults after using that Nano Boost initially to force them all off the high ground, clear them out, take this team fight now as Poker Face are going to be able to get that progress on the bot.
They're also going to start overtaking Dreamers' progression as well. There will still be enough time for Dreamers to come in and get another contest, but look at how far forward Victoria and Muse get to play. This Hanzo having some free range onto Dreamers. Liga has to take a step forward. Finale with the first drop.
Huge there too. They're trying to turn around, gets caught, and that means that there is no rally for this fight from Dreamers. Nice anti in here as the Dragons do get called in from Victoria, clearing some less space behind them, forcing them into the line of sight though of the anti from Simple. And this patiently off the high ground though is going to be Dreamers, not giving the space up just yet, but this does allow Poker Face to get that first checkpoint next round.
Pulse Bomb getting thrown out here is unfortunately not going to be enough to stabilize Dreamers either. They have to throw everything at this and they're still falling.
The rally from Data did get two initially from the shield bash from the Aiden Victoria. That caused Victoria to go down. Muse did have the primal immediately also to re-engage. Jumping right over the Dragons here, trying to get right behind Liga, who has the Diva Bomb just to go for a reset once the health goes low. Right in his line of sight into the bubble. Better news for Muse to hold his position. Finale on the other side also has a pulse bomb. We saw the impact Finale had before. Getting it so quick though, is it going to be the case as Top Dragon's going to take him out right before he initiates it?
That was a rough fight for Dreamers, though. They had to use 5 ultimates in that fight to be able to take back control of the bot. While Pokerface got the forward spawns to come out for a quick initiation. Muse is already back in the face of Liga as the bot starts to round the corner, and Pokerface has ultimates to spare.
Split positioning right now that Pokerface is holding. Finale gonna draw out that back line, gets the follow-up here potentially. Use banana boost. They try to isolate Sad, who manages to get away. Noticing now though that he's just gonna back away in time instead. It's about contesting, wasting even more time in general here.
Waiting for Top Dragon to end up getting that pulse bomb online. They've got to nail something down with this, but Victoria has already been able to take down his counterpart.
Going back and forth between these two, and Top Dragon going down as well. Victoria having a lot more success in comparison to Sad, at least for this map around. Different look, anti onto Muse. Finale misses out on that pulse bomb. Still being able to hold on to this bot while currently Dreamers have this high ground here. Just playing underneath this bridge could be a nightmare sometimes. That's why Victoria's trying to get a different off angle. Gets a follow-up once again onto Sad while Top Dragon gets the pulse onto Aiden. But that's Sad also just not being able to get set up again.
Pokerface is finding so much value with raw picks alone. It's forcing Dreamers into these awkward positions where they have to throw ultimates and more than what they would like to be able to take these fights. Pokerface can play keep away. They just have to go on the defensive. They already have the lead and the checkpoint, where Dreamers are gonna have to win 2 team fights to be able to match that, maybe even 3. Victoria's getting set up too with this Dragon Strike.
Even waste more time. Here you go. Just blocks the rotation until where the bot is and then forces them all the way back. Well, now both sprays have control and the damage onto the backline of Dada and Houston. Victoria Finale here to finish off everybody else as Victoria gets another headshot again. The difference maker here between Victoria and Sad is huge, but it's even crazier to see the follow-up potential that we're having from Muse and these bubbles to clear up that space.
Victoria hits them from the front. Finale tries to swoop in from behind. And with all of the space that Muse is creating as well, this is just perfect communication.
Another pulse bomb pick onto Meeson now. Facing off in the 1v1 while Muse is right behind you. He's just going to be able to find Top Dragon next. Now literally hugging Dreamers by their spawn room doors. Necro, the backline of Pokerface have their ults ready. I was going to mention economy before, but it didn't even matter here because Dreamers still getting stuck out here in their spawn room doors. They had to use up so much and are about to get that nano boost from the Dragons themselves. What can this pulse bomb do? Instead, it's just going to be a reset for Pokerface.
Pokerface don't really have a whole lot that they need to be able to reset for as they wait for the rally, but okay, now
right
they really
in the
have
face
to reset.
Of Sad, the rally that was just in the back away just after the initial pulse bomb there. They gave a little bit of space, and with those Dragons, they were grouped up like a can of sardines, allowing Dreamers to clear them off the high ground.
Really nice stuff. Sad for Liga has to go back to spawn, give up quite a bit of ultimate charge to be able to get back into the Diva mech. But the mech itself is so much more valuable than the remech potential we end up seeing coming out from the Diva sometimes. Neeson as well may be able to make up for a little bit of that lost charge with the nano. You guys been able to make great work of that before.
Awareness coming in from Dada right there, blocking out the pulse bomb with the barrier. Dragon's getting tossed out by Victoria down mid. Lisa over to the side of mid here. He's taking a good amount of pressure as well. Liga making his way right back in to get the follow-up to prevent him from getting away and popping that primal like he got in that same instance. Simple gets hit with the anti, and the rest of Dreamers are going to be able to clear out Pokerface here, finding some room to breathe to finally get this bot moving in their favor.
They have so much time to make up, though. That distance feels a little insurmountable unless Dreamers can play out the rest of this map perfectly. They've got a minute and a half on the clock, and that's it. 3 ultimates in the bank, 1 incredibly high value. Top Dragon can end up getting a pick with the Pulse Bomb. But Data's Rally gonna come in clutch here, too.
Oh!
Stick. Great pick.
The patience right there, too, to execute that is over around the corner. Blitz twice by Aiden. Now, currently, Dreamers have the advantage with that limited time bank that we had seen originally. Vika being able to also get that onto Simple after utilizing the Nano Boost. He's a Nano Boost no longer in the picture here for Poker Face for the next fight. Less than a minute now on the clock for Dreamers to make this miracle run.
They are going to be able to grab the checkpoint, so they have activated their forward spawns. No one from Poker Face able to come back in, touch, and recontest that. And they want to be setting up here on the high ground. Poker Face can close this out here. They have Finale's Pulse Bomb. It has had an incredible attach rate this entire match so far. And no exception here.
Finale has to let everybody know, don't forget to add me into this conversation because I've been out here with these pulse bomb sticks as well. Aiden with the witch shot, finding sad on the lip of that fence up on the high ground. Tonight we're going to play off that low ground from the bridge here too, and now immediately Poker Face with this limited time back, I've been able to flip this right back around.
This should be it. If Dreamers can't come back into this one and make something work with the 4 ultimates that they have in their bank, I mean, Victoria could just shut everything down here. Throw the Dragon Strike into the loving arms of Muse or Aiden. It's going to be dueling Dragon Strikes here.
Nobody wants to hang out on the bot. Both Dragons. Tit for tat, the Nano Boost here too. Muse takes the nap, the rally activated from Aiden here. Because I also got the Diva Bomb to reset it necessarily, especially when it comes to clearing up some of that space. Aiden hanging out from the back, but with Finale getting headshot from Sad over the back. He has an open check here. Comes the Diva Bomb. The clearing of the space from Dreamers. They're keeping the Dreams alive. Going back and forth. Victoria goes down before taking out Lika with them. The rally has been activated. Dreamers are trying to stay in this fight for as long as possible, but Muse had the primal.
Muse has the primal, but he has to back away. There's too many members of Dreamers on the cart right now, trying to keep their dream alive. Vicky, they need to win this fight. They need this in overtime if they want to stay in the series.
And they're keeping him alive. The Nano Boost right afterwards here. No, they were right there. Poker Face win. Sad got off the points. Not even a toe touching the bot. Oh, the realization in that moment. That fight was lasting for so long, Necro. Dreamers could have done it. They could have flipped things around. But it's so difficult, honestly, on push once the other team has the advantage at such a significant amount of space.
It is really tough to make a comeback from that position where Poker Face had over double the progress with that bot than what Dreamers had. And I gotta agree with Muse there. That one, maybe a little bit of a C9 coming through from Dreamers, which is a very sad way to end this series. But let's celebrate Poker Face right now, because Poker Face, despite the fact that they had to take 2 early losses in this stage, Vicky, they're starting to turn things around right now with a win over a hot team of Dreamers.
I love it. Poker Face had a pretty difficult start facing off against the Infernal and the Dallas Fuel last week. Now turning things around, setting them up for a nice second week after making some adjustments. Taking out Dreamers, the team that everybody had in their sights after their performance in the spring stage knockouts, getting the revenge even, but this roster went through some changes. Poker Face instead here, just going in through one change. They lost out on Aztec earlier between knockouts and now here. Feeling themselves as well. This is what they needed to get that confidence. Once again, we talked about it earlier, but this is a team that has insane Overwatch League level players and former Overwatch League players in the past, and we're going to talk about our player of the match being Finale. We highlighted Victoria, but Finale, especially at the very end, putting their name on the board within the conversation because Finale had such insane tracer plays between the pulse bomb sticks and then the follow-ups that we had hand in hand alongside Victoria when it comes to splitting up the attention and harassing the backline.
I still feel like Victoria got a little robbed here, I'm not gonna lie, but I think it was also a very tough choice to make when you had 2 players that were having such high impact kills time and time again within this match. And you called it. Finale's pulse bomb attach rate was out of this world. And every single time kill popped up in the kill feed or Finale's throwing out a pulse bomb, there was always somebody waiting for that.
A lot of individual players onto Poker Face just did so many great things, even with this opening from Finale. You see Finale, so Valentine here have great
That was
impact
a way
on
to
the
kick
team,
off the
but before
series.
here too. Yeah, right, and that's a way to start things off for Poker Face to
Power
continue
play.
on that aggressiveness, and why we're highlighting Finale in general. Even to the very end with those Tracer Pulse Bomb. I was even looking at Aiden having those highlight moments himself. A lot of these individual players from Poker Face doing a really good job of Finale. Really had such a series here to continue on the momentum from Poker Face initial success. Even with this cheeky play Necro dropping down and then getting this thing up to Meeson.
Meeson didn't know. Meeson had absolutely no idea that Finale was up there and waiting for him. Ah, poor Meeson. We're doing him so dirty in this highlight reel as well. Just time and time again on the receiving end of those Finale pulse bombs. Oh man, even getting the Tracer versus Tracers too, just stealing
We're
those
gonna see
health
it
packs
again.
away from Top
Onto
Dragon.
Aiden.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Dada.
Oh, man,
It's
Dada
rough
right
out
there.
here. It's rough out here being a support in a Tracer meta.
It was beautiful. The side-by-side from Aiden helping out Finale, Victoria, simple with these follow-ups between the ante into allowing Finale to get the finishing blow. The cohesion from Poker Face was definitely there. We talked about using the spaces they were going to build up, but these high ground drops into these pulse bomb sticks from Finale has been chef's kiss. Nice entertainment here as we take a look at the stats from this last match. Gonna see it here too, 16 elims, so survivability, huge here when it comes to these push maps too. We know that Tracer could get involved in the fight just as quick, but it's big to be able to have that impact in helping out your other support. And in this case, that's exactly what we saw here. The pulse bomb kills that we also saw too, but we did see a plethora of sticks going on throughout the entirety of the series.
Finale was able to be self-sufficient enough that Aiden and Simple could focus on just keeping Muse alive, which was really fantastic to see. But we do have an interview, so let's hear from Unknown and his translations.
2023 오버워치 리그 서머 스테이지 퀄리파이어 동부 오늘의 세 번째 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 손혜민입니다.
Hello, this is Son Hemin, your host
뜨거운
for
현장
the interview.
열기와 함께했던 오프라인 경기였는데요. 포커페이스가 3대1 스코어로 드리머즈의 연승을 끊어냅니다. 오늘의 POTM 피날레 선수 모시고 바로 이야기 나눠보도록 할게요. 안녕하세요.
And we have Finale on the floor.
승리
Hello.
축하드립니다. 지금 기분 어떠신가요?
How do you feel?
뭐 그냥 그렇네요. 이길 줄 알아서.
아, 원래
Well, I
이길
mean,
줄 알았다
nothing out
할
of the
거예요.
usual.
좋습니다.
We thought we
혹시
would win today.
근거가 뭔지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
경기를 보았는데 드리머즈 그냥 더 저희가 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
So I've been watching Dreamers play, and I think we were just the better team.
드리머즈는 2대 0인 상황이었고 포커페이스는 반대인 상황이었습니다. 그래서 일각에서는 대진 운이 살짝 나쁘지 않았나라는 평가도 있었는데 그거에 대해서는 어떻게
There were a
생각하시나요?
lot of talk about your how Poker Face was unlucky with the fixtures. Do you care to comment?
했는데 나머지 경기는 이제 다 이길 만한 경기니까.
Oh, I do agree that we were a little unlucky with the early fixtures, but the fixtures that are coming up are definitely doable. So I believe that we can come back really strong.
선수가 있을까요?
저는 일단 오늘 메인 딜러 한 빅토리아 선수.
맞습니다.
So who's the player with the best
명장면의
form
고점은
in
정말
Poker Face?
많겠지만 그중
I think
미드타운을
Victoria
꼽을 수
is
있을 것
really really
같은데,
good these days.
포커페이스는 한조, 트레이서 그리고 윈스턴을 기용을 하셨죠.
So let's look at the compositions that you're playing. You played a lot of the Hanzo with the Winston and Tracer. Hanzo is not really the meta. Do you think that Hanzo just has high value, or is this just a rush counter specific pick?
그거 한조를 이제 기용하는 쪽으로 하게 됐습니다.
이제 상대 드리머즈가 러쉬를 조금 많이
I think this is more, I think this is more of a rush counter for us because we've been seeing that Dreamers have been doing a lot of rush, and this is one of the measures that countermeasures that we prepared for that specific composition.
먹혀 들었던 것만은 아닌 것 같습니다. 특히 66번 국도에서 이 한조를 의식한 상대의 디바 기용이 있었잖아요. 그때 살짝 주춤하는 모습이었던 것 같은데.
So sometimes
어떤
the
부분이
Hanzo didn't
올랐을까요?
always work. Like in Route to 66, we noticed that Dreamers were bringing out the Diva to maybe counter that threat from the Hanzo. So what were your comms like?
그렇게 피드백이 오갔기 때문에
Yeah,
다
so
정리를
we've
하고
noticed that they
다음
were really
세트에서
aware of the
좋은
Hanzo,
모습을
and
보여주신 것
so we
같은데,
just talked with each other a lot, and I think the communications were very clear, and we worked around. Even, I mean, yes, compositions are important, but it's not everything. So
트레에 그 지원이 있었기 때문에 좀 프리딜을 한 게 아닌가라는 생각이 드는데 피날레 선수가 어떻게 지원을 했는지 조금 구체적으로 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
So we're keep talking about the Hanzo. Hanzo had a lot of space to do a lot of damage. As Tracer, we believe that you know, opened up a lot of space. What was your role in the team? Was that your role as Tracer to open up the space for Hanzo?
중간중간 보면 쉬지 않고 상대 힐러에게 펄스를 부착하시더라고요.
Yeah.
일부러 노린 건가요?
That's
힐러만?
definitely one of the roles that Tracer should be doing.
약간 조합으로 봤을 때는 이제 힐러가 제일 붙이기 쉬운
And also, we have to talk about your pulse bombs. We've seen a lot of pulse bomb attaches to the support line. Was that your specific goal to attach pulse bombs on this support line? Well, not really, but supports are usually the most vulnerable to pulse bombs, so that's usually why I go for them.
그럼 개인적인 질문으로는 한조를 플레이할 때 더 재밌으세요? 트레 할 때 더 재밌으세요?
So, a personal question: is it more fun when you play Hanzo or the Tracer?
언젠가 피날레 선수의 한조가
The
나올 수
Hanzo
있게
is
한번
definitely more fun to
기대를
play.
해보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 매치는 바로 내일입니다. 상하이 드래곤즈와의 매치가 있는데요. 상대팀의 가장 위협적인
Tomorrow you go
선수나
against the
포지션이
Dragons.
있을까요?
Are there any players that you're looking out for?
개인적으로 이리스 선수.
왜죠?
Personally, I'm
선수예요?
looking out for Iris.
약간 아나를 기용하는데 잘 살기도 하고 힐뱅각도 좀 좋은 것 같아서.
Well, I chose Iris because he has a lot of good survivability, and then also his nades are really on point. So that's why I'm looking out for him.
좋습니다. 현장에 오프라인 경기이기 때문에 매우 많은 분들이 찾아와 주셨는데요. 팬분들께 마지막으로
A lot of fans are
말해주시죠.
here on the stadium to cheer you. Do you have any message to the fans?
찾아와 주셔서 감사하고 이제 다음번 경기할 때도 와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Thank you for coming
네,
and supporting us as always, and we hope you can come next time as well.
감사합니다.
And that's the end of the interview. Back to you.
네, 이렇게 오늘의 모든 준비된 경기를 보내드렸습니다. 서서히 윤곽이 잡혀가고 있는 서머 스테이지가 아닐까라는 생각이 드는데요. 또 어떠한 드라마 같은 반전이
Thank you so much, Unknown. Listening to the thoughts that we have from our players is always the best thing, but Unknown also being the GOAT to translate that for us. And you guys heard it here too. They'll be playing against the Dragons tomorrow, which is going to be exciting to see after their performance today, Necra. And of course, that's not all the action. After everything that we had seen today, the Charge, they lose out on the Soul Inferno, who are still continuing on their domination. Saw the Dallas Fuel also take it 3-1 versus the Dragons, who are putting up a good fight. And then at the end of the day, we wrapped it up with a nice pretty bow between Dreamers and Poker Face, where Poker Face were able to take it 3-1.
It's been such exciting action all day already in the Eastern region, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of the stage is going to unfold as well, because we still have 2 more full match days coming at you tomorrow and Sunday, as well as also action happening in the Western region. Gotta see how everything is going to shake out for those standings, as only the top 3 from the Eastern region can make it forward. And here's where they all stand right now.
Oh, here we got it. Dallas Fuel hold the top for right now. So Inferno right behind them with the current early standings of their early matches here. Dreamers right behind them with a very strong start. Just slowly inching their way forward is going to be Poker Face, as we see them currently in 7th place. But look at the overall standings. This is going to change a lot since we are only on the week 2 matches that have been played. Also really nice to see our local teams being able to play off against each other. Shout out to the audience once again in the WDG Esports studio in Seoul. And there are more matches to look forward to, like Nextred was just saying. Got a lot of more matches throughout the course of the weekend. You definitely don't want to miss out on the action here. Write down the time, set up an alarm, make sure you guys tune in. And even though that may be it here in APAC land, there's still so much to look forward to over on the west side, Necra.
I'm so excited about these matches tomorrow, though. I feel like Hangzhou Spark and Seoul Dynasty is going to be so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
That is the match that I am looking forward to watching the most when it comes down to these 4. But We also get a chance to maybe see the Guangzhou Charge and how they're going to fare up against a team like Panthera. And as you said, a lot of shakeups still to be expected as all of our Eastern teams play 7 matches, I believe. So those standings, absolutely not final yet.
Yeah, that's why that overall standings is going to change up a lot. I'm also really excited to see how Poker Face does against the Shanghai Dragons. You know, just to add a little spice into the mix after their performance for today. Shanghai Dragons definitely try to put up a really good fight against the Dallas Fuel, a team that is hailed as one of the teams that have made the adjustments necessary to be on the top here, right next to the Seoul Infernal. It's been a great time so far, Necra. I'm excited to also see the teams facing off over in the West. But that's going to be all the action for today here in APAC, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And don't forget, we got a lot more Overwatch League action happening very soon. You don't want to miss out on it, and we'll see you later today.
Drag.